You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. This is day number 3. So happy to bring you live coverage. Sponsored by Dakota Lithium here for this third round action. This is semifinal Sunday, not Saturday. We had the first day postponed. We're one day behind schedule, but we're going to get them all 4 in. The weather looks great this morning. There, a quick look at your unofficial, our official leaderboard. Post weigh-in yesterday, John Garrett, who had the lead on day number 1 with almost 24 pounds, able to hang on to that lead. And right now, he's hanging on to it as well. Joseph Webster, who dropped out of the top 10 yesterday, immediately fished his way back in this morning. Probably an indication of things to come. Davey Hyde, there's a lot of moving parts in this place here, and it's hard to find out one strategy that's going to win this thing.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen the one strategy to win this event. John Garrett off to a great start, no doubt about it, but it's only halftime in this event, really. So we've got 2 more days of fishing. They've just started the third quarter. We've seen a lot of things change. The wind in the day that was postponed changed these lakes a lot, mainly Lake Apopka. A lot of people went there thinking that was going to be the long run, was going to help everything be great, but it didn't turn out that way. Big fish have been the key for several of these anglers. Look right here, Paul Mueller with big fish on day 1 and day 2 certainly helped him be where he's at.
Yeah, there's some action from yesterday's weigh-in. Trey McKenna, the rookie that's having such a sensational season, fished his way out of and back into the top 10 to start this day number 3. Ed Lochran having his best season since 2020. No, actually 2020. He's out here for 6 years and in the top 10, well into the top 10.
Brad Watley, slow start yesterday, but got things together. Said he really figured some things out that should help him these next 2 days. And then certainly John Garrett with so many opportunities yesterday to really pull away from this field. He lost some fish. We'll talk about that a little more later.
A 2-event swing through the state of Florida. This is number 1 in Harris Chain of Lakes. So much bass fishing history in this place, yet only the 4th time that the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here. Through the years, our takeoff there at Venetian Gardens, our fantastic host city of Leesburg, Florida. We welcome you in for our live coverage, 3 hours of it coming up here on FS1. There's Brad Watley right there. Certainly figured out something yesterday. He could hardly contain himself. You could tell that he felt like running more. He had made a breakthrough.
Yeah, I think that those were bonus fish, and he did discover something. That's the big deal, is if you're catching fish around a shad spawn in the morning, when that dissipates, a lot of anglers' bites go away with it. But yesterday afternoon, high sun, even waves and wind, he was able to get up in even shallower water and catch a couple key fish. And really, the biggest deal, Davey, you know this, he gained a lot of confidence from that. And confidence can help you make more right decisions going forward.
Absolutely.
This is a real interesting one right here, a real challenge for these 50 anglers that are left out of our original field of 103 that started the first 2 days. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders, of course, here with the former Classic champ, 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year, Davey Hyde. Ronnie Moore, Mike Such, Sukon is with us as well. And yes, a lot of moving parts, which is great. It means a lot of different ways to get the job done, and we always like to watch that.
Yeah, a lot of different ways. We talked coming in to this event that there would be a lot of diversity, and it certainly has been. There's been some sight fishing. There's been some fishing offshore. There's been a lot of shad spawn fishing going on early in the morning. But the big thing is Lake Apopka has really let a lot of anglers down, some really good anglers. Scott Canterbury has been one of the most consistent anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series since he's been over here. Had the worst tournament I think he's ever had over here. That was a great place to fish. It's going to be a player before this event is over with. The winds really messed it up. We'll see who gambles and goes over there.
Ronnie Moore, one big fish can really move the needle. It can anywhere, but this place, it's kind of overemphasized, I think.
We talked about that. On day 1 of this event, we saw anglers like Brad Watley catch a 7.14 and a 7.12, and those 2 fish equaled 16 pounds out of his 22. So you're worried that if he doesn't get a big bite, is his overall weight going to severely drop? He was able to survive and build a little bit more consistent weight for his other 4 or 5 fish beside his kicker. And then we saw Paul Mueller. He caught a 7.14 on day 1. He also followed it up with a 7-pounder yesterday. And so, hey, a 7-pounder a day will indeed keep the doctor away. Austin Felix caught an 8.7, the biggest bass of the tournament so far, and that helped him fish today. So that is the X factor, is a 7-8-pounder. We've seen guys like Trey McKenna and Tyler Williams catch nothing but 4-pounders, and they're waiting for that big bite. And if they do, they can break 20 pounds for sure.
Mike Sukon, Such, what's the overall trend as far as production day 2 over day number 1?
Well, it went down. The cut weight was 12.2 to start, and it went down a pound to 23 pounds, Jonathan Kelly. So we caught a little bit less fish. The day one average was 2.5 pounders. Yesterday it went down about 3 ounces. But the big fish, like Ronnie mentioned, you know, these guys with an 8.7, Austin Felix jumped from 60th to 14th place, and even Kobe Krieger was 95th, and he had almost a 20-pound bag and got into 31st place, and he made the cut.
All right,
Very happy today, and we've already had somebody. I'll be watching the guys coming from outside our camera range. We already got Joseph Webster with a big fish today, a 6.5 pounder jumping into second place.
Big move. Expect more of them throughout the course of this day. There'll be a lot of movement in and out of the top 10, but that's where you want to end your day. Here's Brandon Lester.
Don't you man. Get up in here. Yes, sir. I missed him the first time. I got him the second time. He's all head, but as skinny as a rail, we will take him.
And Davey Height, what a change in conditions on that bank that we saw Brandon Lester yesterday, and you already see he now has a limit, which took hours yesterday.
Jumps out at you big time. Yesterday, he was rocking and rolling. Waves were coming over the front of his boat, and the wind didn't seem to be real strong if you looked at the forecast, but the direction really made it difficult for him yesterday. Looks like it's very similar to the first day where he caught about 20 keepers before 10 o'clock. Hopefully we're going to see that today.
3 pound. He's skinny. Yeah, I mean, he might do a little better. He might do a little better than 3, but you can put him in his 3's fine. Oh, I'm proud to have him, trust me. I thought that was Shane out there, but I think that's just some fans.
Brandon Lester hanging in there in the top 10 yesterday. Really worked that. What he's doing right now, he worked it all day long and got the job done at the end of it all. A lot of travel time involved in every movement here. We got no wake zones, and Ronnie, there's an endless array of canals and different places to land, and it's a big part of your strategy.
Yeah, you see that there's 2 locks that you can go through. If you go to the west from Lake Eustis, you can go to Lake Griffin and lock through there. Takes about a 15-20 minute process to lock. Or if you go far to Apopka, you have to lock through there. But otherwise, to get to each connecting lake, you have to go through these idle zones, and they're currently, I believe, in the Dora Canal, heading towards those lakes that he's going to fish today.
John Garrett, our leader, a rookie on top, and he broke down his day 2 for us earlier today.
Hey guys, John Garrett here. Overall, it was a great day. Had just under 20 pounds. It's an awesome day, really, for the Harris chain, but I have no idea what to expect for tomorrow. But I know what lives there, and that's the right size. There's some really big fish there. So might stay a little bit longer on my starting spot in the morning. Try to get another limit, you know, hopefully get a nice one or 2. You know, I might fish around for an hour and a half instead of for 30 minutes in the morning, just to give that time, spot some time to set up, because I have not caught a fish before 10 o'clock there yet. So I'm looking forward to getting back there tomorrow and plugging around and see if we can catch 5 big ones.
BMC on point with our super rookie. They all seem to be super rookies in this day and age right here, but David, you commented on how mature he is, and he has been around. He's been competing against good anglers for many, many years, but how to wait things out, the patience involved in what he's doing, it's impressive.
Yeah, it really is for someone his age, and more importantly, his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. To do what he did on day 1, to me, was so impressive, because he didn't start and spend as much time on places like he's doing today. He did some of this yesterday. Some places that they call limit holes, a lot of smaller fish using different baits, soft plastics, and then going to the place where the bigger fish are. First day, he was basically all in on that one area and caught his fish from 10 to 1. Didn't have a fish that he weighed in before 10 o'clock, which is, man, I'm telling you, with so much money on the line, being far from home and wanting to do well, a sport that you've dreamed of your whole life, to be that patient as a young angler is very, very impressive.
Home for him is Union City, Tennessee. Of course, comes from the great Bethel University college program. Big standout there.
David, we got 3 guys looking like they're heading in the canal down to Apopka: Ed Lofgren, Austin Felix, and Brad Watley.
Wow.
Well, we are headed to Tyler Williams right now, another super rookie here. If you wanted to bet on him every event this year, you'd have done well.
Yeah.
That's a big one. That's a big one, boys. See if we can keep him on. I might lose him, I don't know. It's a good way to start though. I wish he'd stop doing that. That would be kind of cool. Oh, he got it. We got one. I get to walk across the stage with a fish.
Nice fish.
Not bad. Good start. It wasn't on a jig, so it doesn't count, right? No, it counts. I made a good decision. I almost went straight there, and glad I didn't.
Yeah, man.
3.5 to start the day.
That's great.
Cool.
That's a beautiful first fish, man. Well done.
Awesome.
That's the big deal there, Davey. He said earlier in his pre-tournament interview, I haven't caught one over 4.5, 4 3/4 pounds, and he has had 2 pretty good weight days. So if that's a normal baseline size fish, a 3.5 to 4 pounder, he's in a good position waiting for that big bite.
Hey, Jordan Lee has 3 of those 3 3-pounders. He's up from 17th to 4th place, knocking on the door.
There's 5th place Kyle Norsetter, Wisconsin. Wisconsiners have also played big during the course of this season for a couple of reasons.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, I think. Just stay down. Come on. Oh. No. Don't do it. Oh, he's going in. I thought he was bigger than that. Just short of 2 pounds. 115. Still a decent fish for Florida.
Norsetter said he caught 4 limits worth yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, not far from takeoff. There's some hydrilla right in that area where he's at. We're seeing some anglers this morning take advantage of the shad spawn offshore on some vegetation. We've seen most of the anglers doing that right up on the bank around the Kissimmee grass and even behind it. But this morning, with Kyle and Tyler, we've seen them capitalizing on the shad spawn offshore.
Jordan Lee just caught his 5th fish. He's got 13 1/4 on the day. 2nd place, almost 2 pounds back at John Garrett.
Trey McKenna, another rookie.
Keeper 1.
And starting there every morning, fishing
Okay.
around the locks. A lot of current, a lot of reason for fish to congregate right there when they're wanting to feed. Certainly
y'all.
a lot of bait
Thanks for on the
going through
board.
there with that current.
Just wrapping up their first hour of fishing out there today. We'll be fishing for 8 full hours. We've got 3 hours of live coverage coming your way.
If you were watching yesterday on Fox Sports 1, you might be asking the question, Jordan, Lee, Joseph, where was this yesterday? We rode with you all day, but good to see if they made an adjustment, Davey, that is paying off early.
There's going to be a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard for sure. John Garrett still on top, though, but by a shorter margin. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from the Harris chain of lakes in Leesburg, Florida, sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. So great to have you with us here this morning for this live coverage, third stop of the year. Weather is terrific. I mean, absolutely perfect. 83 degrees will be your high today. The winds are down. From the previous days, of course, it was unfishable on the day we were set to start on Thursday, so we are a little behind schedule, but just barely over the halfway point in this tournament. We'll wrap it up tomorrow with Championship Sunday. But today is a huge day because today you've got to climb a tall mountain, be in that top 10 when it is all said and done. We're in the boat with our top 10 to start this day. We'll be with them all day long. Let's head out to Connecticut's Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller already has one win with the Bassmaster Elite Series here in the state of Florida.
Joseph Webster has taken the lead, caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 14.5 on the day.
I haven't been fishing the same water each day, but I came in here yesterday, caught a bunch of small males, and I don't know if they are, if these are just resident fish or if there may be some females that are either going to come in or here with them. So the idea is to just try to get some fish in the boat quick and just keep this honest, not spend too much time because the males they're small. But this is really nice, clean water, which is kind of hard to come by, I would say, with fish anyway. Some of the clearer water is kind of stagnant, but this is like, it's not stagnant, it's clear water. There's fish in here, there's bluegill in here, and I think that's the deal. If you find bluegill, there's always a good fish or two. So we're just gonna, I think what it's going to happen is the sun's got to get up a little bit and these fish kind of push to the bank. And it seemed, because I made a pass through here yesterday and really didn't get any. And then on the way out, because I really didn't think this was any good, just fishing this new. On the way out, I started to get bites. So today is going to be a day where you just have to move around and just fish the right stuff at the right time. I think it's going to be tougher. The wind is low, or supposed to be low today. Which I think is going to tighten up the bite. And so yeah, you're going to have to make good decisions as far as what you fish, and I think it's going to be a tougher day overall, so we just take it one bite at a time. It'd be nice to get a few in here and just get off to a good start, but really need.
Paul Mueller, normally a guy who likes to bunker in. I mean, he said that's my style, but I'm having to move around. This place demands different things than any other place we'll visit this year.
Yeah, it really does. We'll see with the 10 cameras we have out there today. Almost all 10 doing something different. The big thing this morning is Brad Watley and Ed Lothram going to Apopka. Second and third place, really rolling the dice here because there's not been many fish caught there in this tournament so far at all. It has a lot of potential, everyone knows that, but what a start for these two, swinging for the fence, so to speak.
And it is much more ideal conditions. I don't know if some of these guys have been waiting for it or knowing that wind, or getting reports that it needs to settle out, and now it's finally slick calm.
Tyler Williams.
Or it's hooked funny, one of the two. Okay, it's not that big. I learned my lesson boat flipping on a jerkbait rod though. Oh, now he's gonna fight. Ow! He's like, I'm gonna save it all for right when I get next to the boat. No, not at all. He's hooked good. Honestly, may not have to go to Griffin today. Ow. First thing I did was grab a spike and then hooked my finger.
just joining us. Most of our anglers wear shoes.
Cool.
Tyler is from Maine, and he's in Florida right now, and he's really hot, I think.
They wear shoes because of spikes.
Right. So, the chance of spikes.
Yeah.
You never know when there's lots of spikes in the boat. Treble hooks.
Young New Englander has really shown us a lot so far during the course of this season. He does exactly what he wants to do. He loves the jig out there in deep water, and we will enjoy watching him today. Let's get back over to Brandon Lester.
Jordan Lee, another 3-pounders up to 15.5 on the day. Surpassed John Garrett for second place.
There he is. I don't know how big he is. Ain't that big. Might cool just a little bit. Definitely bigger than that one. Yeah.
Davey Height, first catch from Apopka is in. Brad Watley at 10.
Wow.
Ouncer. Gotcha.
Goodness.
10 ounces.
Oh, you were just. I was about to say we're going to Brad Watley, and if you're gonna spoil that for us, then I'm gonna come over there and give you.
I did.
It didn't trick me. I knew that we didn't have a big fish alert.
So, Brad, we talked about our morning so far and kind of our plans and strategy for today.
Yeah, so we made a long run, changed things up today. Went to, locked into Apopka. Haven't been here all week, so really, I don't know what to expect. Practice down here, had a phenomenal practice, but that was practice. I'm just gonna kind of let the day tell me what to do. I did take a chance not starting this morning, but staying close. But that's part of it. It's, you got to take chances sometimes, and so. But I'm not gonna, hopefully I'm gonna get down here and I'm gonna catch a big bag. That's what the plan is. And if it works out that way, it'd be great. I've already got one. It's just a keeper, nothing big to him at all, but it is a bite. So that's kind of the plan. I'm gonna hit some high percentage areas where some fish were and see what happens. Hopefully it all works out. Like I said, we'll catch a big bag. If not, then, I'll let the day tell me. If these fish snap down here, it's gonna look good. If they don't, we'll make a change and do something different. Just constantly changing. I've changed all week. I have not caught them the same all week. I just accidentally shook one off right there. So we'll just see what happens.
Really curious to see what's going to happen. This really, a couple things to take from this with Ed and Brad going there, and they know. I even heard Scott Martin tell everyone that wanted to listen yesterday on stage that he had gone there and how bad Apopka had been to every angler that had gambled and made that long run. So Ed and Brad certainly know that it's just not produced so far this week. But they have a chance to win a Bassmaster Elite tournament for the first time for both of them. And they could fall to 49th and 50th place. They really could if they stay there.
Sure.
I'm concerned that Brad thinks, well, if this doesn't work out in a few hours, I'll go back and catch them like I did yesterday. We've seen the winds are very different than they were yesterday on Harris, Eustis, those lakes where a lot of fish were caught during the day yesterday. So I hope it works out for him, but I'm afraid this is, he's pulling the trigger on this, and he's going to live or die by this decision. And that's fine. I would be perfectly fine with that. I'd do the same thing that these two anglers
You
are
were
doing.
a gambler. You were a gambler when you fished the Bassmaster Elite Series. And
they've made some points,
Yeah.
and they're going to make $10,000. Worst thing could happen, but yeah.
You don't get many shots on goal in the top 5 halfway through an event, and now it's time to make a big decision and a change. You'd rather, I don't know, some people would rather die doing what got them there, but some guys, instead of just hoping it lasts for an extra day, they go and make that adjustment when people don't expect it. And I'm going to go to places that I haven't been pressuring. And so this is a bold move. But Brad's had great success in Apopka. He had a great 2022 event here.
The other thought is
30 pounds in practice there, he said.
The other thought is there's fish down there. They got to bite sometime, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Trey McKenna on the right there. We spent the day in the boat with him on day number 1 of this tournament. Spent a lot of time in this situation right there, fishing that lot, not just waiting to make a move to some other place. That was a productive spot for him. And Trey McKenna, as we look at our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year stats, the man on top. 19 years old. He's leading the points race for 2024. Bassmaster Elite Series pursued by another rookie. We just saw him in action. Tyler Williams, Jordan Lee, Justin Hamner, and JT Tomkins rounding out our top 5 in points. Thursday, it's an NL West showdown as the defending National League champion Diamondbacks take on the Giants. 9 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. We are going to have a showdown at the end of the day today, as only 10 anglers will pass from this field of 50 onto tomorrow's championship Monday at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. This is our 3rd stop of the year. Had 2 barn burner events in the state of Texas to get things going. Plentiful giants and 20-pound bags. This is a very different one, a very challenging one for these anglers, and that's part of the scene too. That's the part of finding your best anglers in the world. Top qualifier for this Elite Series from last season on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens is this man, JT Tomkins, who's continuing with the momentum here in 24.
Gosh, I missed another one. That is unreal. I gotcha. Well, so yesterday, got a lot of bites, had a lot of opportunities, and so kind of today's going to be the same way. I'm around a lot of fish and putting my boat around a lot of big ones too. It's just all about capitalizing. That's what a lot of this week is whoever capitalizes on those, 5+ bites. And if we, yesterday we didn't get any ones like giant, and we just had a lot of solid fish. So hopefully today, we can get out here and, get us a big bite or two. And that's kind of what I'm doing today. I got 3 areas that I know giants get on, and I'm going to spend a little more time on those today instead of running brush and catching a bunch of 3s. And, I know we need 3s, but I know we also need some 6s and 7s. So I'm going to give ourselves a little more opportunities at those caliber of fish. And, if it works out, it works out. If it don't, it don't. I really want to win this tournament. That's what I'm here for. I'd love to make a top 10, but I know if I get even just 2 of the right bites out here, that's a top 10 still. 2 bites out here in practice at a 988 and like an 890. And those 2 fish, alone are about 17.5 pounds. So probably going to play around some bigger fish areas and just see if we can, I'm happy with 3 bites if they're the right ones all day. So definitely going to still hit my brush to make sure we don't bomb or nothing like that crazy. But, we're guaranteed 50th place right now. We just got to play it smart and see if we can get some bigger bites on the board. So looking forward to seeing what the day holds, but just got to capitalize today. That's what today's going to be about, is when we see the right bite, making a good cast, not getting grass in our line and stuff, and just trying to be as smart as we can about everything.
To clarify, bigger fish areas, you might ask, well, why aren't all areas big fish areas, and why don't you always do that? It's something that's really, been unveiled here in the last year or two with the forward-facing sonar. There are big fish that roam out in the abyss, so to speak, and they're few and far between, but we've seen them this season, early in the season, be caught, and that's what he's doing. The brush piles, that's cover where a lot of fish are going to be around they're actively wanting to feed, but some of those biggest fish in the lake are just loners out in the open water.
Get back up to the lock here where we saw Trey McKenna so many times. On day number 1, got some good ones out there.
That was pretty gay. That was terribly gay. Oh, get it. Get it. Oh my gosh. Try to eat it 3 different times. Grab it, please. Okay. It's all right. Didn't want him anyway.
Notice Trey McKenna fishing inside the lock. There's rules and regulations are different from one lock to the other, from one state to the other, one river system to the other. But the locks in Florida generally, you can see there's probably only about a 3 or 4 foot fluctuation in water levels. So you don't have the current and the issue with maybe the dangers in these locks. So fishing is allowed there, and you don't have to have your PFD on to be in the locks.
I don't know how he missed
different
it,
rules,
but
different places.
We captured him though. What's up with these little fish, guys?
Just a big no smoking sign up there. You can fish all you want, just no smoking.
You can see that water level too. People may wonder, why do some lakes have a canal that you have to idle through and some lakes have a lock? It regulates the water level like you guys were talking about. And Griffin and Apopka, just at different elevations and planes, you could see how high, a couple feet for sure, to get from one lake to another.
Some places, that fluctuation from one lock to the other be 30 feet.
Yeah.
It's 3 to 4 feet in most places in Florida.
Which 3 to 4 is?
A lot there.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
John Garrett still working on getting that early limit in the boats.
Davey, we said
on bigger things.
Heard Tyler Williams say he does not like wind, but I thought John Garrett said he needs some wind for this spot.
Absolutely.
Number 2.
I think he's on his big fish spot this morning. Place where he caught a few.
It's forecast to top out at 3 miles an hour today. Is that enough? Is that going to be enough for him?
So the reason he he does want the wind to blow. The only bait that he's been able to get these fish to bite have been crankbaits, a variety of a couple different crankbaits, and you always get more bites more consistently on crankbaits when you have at least some wind. It breaks the light penetration, and these fish are reacting. They're not really even wanting to feed. So when they do react and you have low winds, they don't get the bait quite as well, and that's what you saw yesterday. A lot of the reason why he lost so many of his fish, only landed 2 of those fish.
Get back down to Apopka, the largest certainly of all the lakes by a lot. Get out there live with Ed Loughran.
Fish gave John Garrett the lead back, 13 ounces ahead of Webster now.
Just started fishing a couple minutes ago, just getting up to the stretch where I've actually caught them. I started a little down farther than I have been. So, it's nice and calm down here. The conditions are a lot different than they have been the past couple days. I didn't fish here yesterday because it would have been pretty much impossible to fish here because of the wind. With no wind, I'm liking this. I'm going to be able to fish it real efficiently and do everything I want to do. Hopefully I just can get a few bites.
The $100,000 question is, how long will it take the water to settle and to clear enough for these fish to bite? And Brad and Ed are thinking overnight. And that's a big mystery. I've talked to several anglers that fish Florida a lot and fish the Harris Chain a lot, and I don't know that I ever got a straight answer that, yeah, it'll take 24 hours, it'll take 48 hours. So a big gamble here for Ed and Brad, but I like what they're doing. Whether they catch them or not, I like their mentality to try to win a blue trophy.
KJ Queen spent most of yesterday in 10th place. Actually had a little flurry at the end of the day that lifted him to 8th to start the day, but now he's back in 10th place. It's a good spot to be.
To break down the win for people, Thursday was our day one, and that was postponed due to high winds, and it came down a little bit on day one, and it was even less yesterday, different direction.
Just 3 little rats, but hey, we got us 3 and trying to go catch a big one now. So we're about to hit the good stretch and hopefully get this old big dog in the boat. We just got out of the jungle and there wasn't none in the jungle yet, so might have to hit it a little bit later on when the sun gets up a little bit higher and get a lot more shade going, but as of right now, we're trying to go catch all hog.
I'm glad he's out of the jungle.
Yes.
That jungle, when we saw earlier, the canal through was used in a reshoot for the African Queen movie in 1951.
Wow, so you amaze me.
What do you mean, a reshoot?
Well, they shot it originally
in an actual jungle.
In Africa, and then they, had to get some extended footage or fix something. I guess.
I thought you meant a remake. Okay, I got you.
Trey McKenna throwing a popping top water lure and inside the lock.
Oh,
not
wow,
only is he
nice.
throwing,
Yes.
he's catching. This lock will never be the same.
No reason to go anywhere. I don't have anywhere else that's better.
Every time you try to lock through, there'll be 3 boats fishing in there.
Buddy, you're crossing my line. Well, I'm trying to navigate here, man.
Check this
One
out.
more look at that's nice.
That's awesome.
Great shot.
Great camera work there.
There's a lot of good moments at our last event, Lake Fork, when he caught 130 plus pounds over 4 days of fishing, 4th greatest 4-day performance in all time.
More weight than he weighs.
Then he brings to the scales.
Brings to the scales.
In the morning in the bathroom. John Garrett, though, still on top by a slim margin, ahead of Joseph Webster, really coming on strong. Early on day number 3, semifinal Saturday continues when we come back. Day 3 of 4 days of fishing here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, and next week, starting on Thursday, we will be again in the state of Florida, the St. Johns River, the biggest river in the state of Florida, the main river. Rick Clunn is going to be celebrated, and rightfully so. Rick Clunn will fish his 500th B.A.S.S. event, going back, of course, to 1974. He is one of the original stars of the sport, and he is still around and still relevant. Matter of fact, in 2016, he came back here and won a tournament and won it again 2 years later. Just incredible performer through the years. There's no one like him. Rick Clunn deserves a celebration, and we will be with him for his full experience here on the St. Johns River. Can't wait for you to join us for that. Man, hats off to that guy.
And he's fishing today. He made the cut for today. He's in contention to maybe make the top 10.
But how ironic. His last 2 victories are where he's going to have his 500th event next week. And I'll be honest with you, Tommy, Ronnie, Suits, I'm going to be there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be here with you guys. I'm going to be right there. I want to see it.
I don't blame you. I'd be with you if I could.
See it hit the water, dude. He didn't think twice. He was like, oh, look. That's where I'm sitting all day, locking up, locking down, locking up, locking down. Guys, you're gonna see different elevations throughout the whole day. Still haven't broke the 2-pound mark. Oh my gosh.
The only problem is he's got to lock up and down, because if he doesn't, those fish will still stay in there. Like, he's got to find a new population of fish. He's got to let some, once
Create
he needs
some
to
flow.
well, he needs to, and I need to bring a 3-pounder in here because.
Yeah. Well, you can see that the water is not moving due to the wind a whole lot on this day, especially compared to the previous 2 days of fishing and finding moving water. Maybe one of the keys. It helps more than one angler out today.
And it's only 8:50 local time there. Give it another 2 hours, Tommy, and we're going to see boats in the background having a good old Sunday afternoon that we have not seen the last 2 days with more wind and weather. It's going to be a jam-packed place today, probably, for local boats, pleasure boats, just enjoying a good early summer day.
Oh my God.
Tyler Williams, got 2 in the boat.
It's going. 1 second. Just eat it. I got him. Feeling pretty good. Yeet. That works. I think he'll keep. No, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm just having fun out here. I don't really have any pressure. I mean, I was glad to make day 3. Now I guess we gotta try to make day 4. I knew they'd bite it. There was like 4 of them. They had to compete over it. I just needed one to be unlucky. It's only a pound even, but it's a pound.
There you go. It counts right now.
Yeah.
His 4th fish, Tommy, he snuck in an 8-ouncer on us earlier.
Oh, okay. Good deal. So we've seen a 10 and an 8 so far.
Ouncers.
Yeah.
I like his attitude, though. It's
Oh,
only
man.
a pound, but it's a pound.
Yeah.
Pound can mean.
Australian Carl Jacobson caught a 5-pounder. Trying to build a bag out of that.
Getting aired out after a night in the box.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And dry those wings for a little flying this morning.
I don't know if I'm gonna help or not. Check and see.
Culling ounces now. It looks just like the last one we put in a live well.
Yeah, big fall from day 1, 21 pounds, 13 ounces. Yesterday he only had 11 too, but he's still starting in our top 10. See if he can get back to day 1.
And unless they're going through a lot of fish, he's already had more keepers than anyone else by a lot. So far today, he was doing the same thing yesterday, catching a lot of them. The big ones didn't show up. Still, he hung in there, top 10. Let's get out there.
Eat it.
Carolina's KJ
Eat
Queen.
it. Kashi's all over it. Come on, just suck it in. Come on.
Looking at a fish.
Oh, that's a big one too.
Forward facing sonar.
Oh, he might have it. He's got it. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, please stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Come on, baby. Stay on. Come on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on. Come here, baby. Come here, sweetheart. Come here. Come on. Come to daddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Hey, stop. Yeah. Heck yeah, that's a good way to start.
Had it the whole time.
Yeah.
Good solid fish there for KJ Queen. Wacky rig. Stick bait.
Moves him back into the top 10 up here in 7th place. Or from 10th to 7th, not back into the top 10.
There's a good look at JT's forward-facing sonar. You can see it. Oh, there's several.
So right now I'm going down a grass edge, and there's a bunch of gizzard shad. And basically what these 8+ pound fish are doing, you'll see them, like you see a bunch of small gizzard shad and stuff on the bottom. And like those ones right there, those are like 6+ pounders. And they just get up there and roam around these grass edges hunting gizzard shad. And before, usually when they first get out here, they're pretty easy to catch, but right now they have been fished for a lot and they are smart. But usually if you can get a group of 3 like that one, but they move so much, they're not sitting on any structure. They're just out here chasing gizzards and they just swim. So getting a bait down to them that they'll react to, because you can't throw a jig or nothing like that. You gotta throw a jerk bait, glide bait, something that's bigger, that represents a shad style. And getting something like that down to them in a timely manner while they're swimming at 100 miles an hour, zigzagging left and right, is not easy. Because it's just probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do is fish for these fish. Like those are 2 9-pounders right there. And those are the ones that I'm looking for, because I caught a few of these in practice. You see them coming up to it, but then they just kind of mosey back on down. They're so hard to catch because they're just so smart. But I know they're bass because I've caught them out here and they're reacting to my bait. But I don't know, for some reason they're being weird. They almost want my jerkbait on the bottom more than they do up. But I've thrown a jig and stuff, you see them nose down on my jerkbait on the bottom, which is so wild. As soon as I pop it up, they run away.
You could see there while he was talking, you could definitely see one big fish right there following his glide bait, but just would not bite.
JT Tomkins looking at this, and he said 2 9-pounders down there. That kind of explains his comment earlier that I'll take 3 bites all day if they're the right ones. We just don't hear that everywhere we go, but that's what's unique about this Harris chain of lakes. A different sort of place, a different set of challenges, and fun to watch them try to figure it all out. We'll be right back. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain of lakes, 3rd stop of the year, 3rd day of competition, to 4 total. We'll wrap it up tomorrow with, well, Championship Monday. We do that once in a while out here. The weather makes that necessary sometimes. But we have seen a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard all through this event. That's just the nature of this place there. One big fish can move the needle in a big, big way. How about Joseph Webster? Started outside the top 10 today in 13th place, and he's all the way up in almost a statistical tie. These are all estimated weights with our leader, John Garrett, just ounces separating the 2 of them right there. Joseph Webster, who started yesterday in the top 10 and fell out, just small fish all day long, worked so hard to get what he had, but couldn't quite remain in there. But he's going to be our Mercury Move of the day, Davey.
We've been talking about big fish all morning. Some anglers having big fish follow their baits, but Joseph Webster, his second fish, that 6-pound 8-ouncer at 740 this morning, certainly put him way up in the standings from 13th all the way to 2nd place. Certainly the Mercury Move of the day with that fish. A 4-pounder there at 8:17 a.m., a big help also. 5-fish limit by 8:17. Takeoff started this morning at 7 o'clock, so certainly the move of the day, and only a little more than an hour for Joseph Webster.
Shows up in his 3rd year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's had 8 top 20 finishes. This is looking like a good possibility he may add a 9th here. The Harris chain of late or better.
And based on where he lives in the state of Alabama, he doesn't live where all the lakes are, Tommy, so you're not really going to have a home field advantage ever, but we will go to the closest lake he lives at, Smith Lake, later this year, so he wants to get some points now because he might have a win later.
Dude, it's brutal. 5 for like 7. Okay, guys, here we go, maybe. I know. Trying to catch them, trust me. They're hard as heck. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, so right here, the Lake Master's letting me fish in here. Everything's legal on it. Like I said, I asked her. Everything like that. Uh-oh. Come on, eat it, eat it, eat it. So these fish are really hard to get to bite right now. I don't know why. I don't know why they got their panties in the water, but they do. Tremendously. They won't even eat my jig. Oh my gosh. And that's like really surprising to me. Probably the most surprising thing I've seen all week. Like my jig was one of them baits that I know, you know, as soon as I throw it out there, I had a chance of catching a bass. But it's changing, which is fine. Change is all right. We just got to figure out how to get a big one. That's all it is. If I can get a big one to eat this fluke, we'll be in business. And actually grab it instead of doing this nonsense hitting crap. Gosh, there's a bunch of them. Whew. Scattered top to bottom.
Is it forward facing inside the lock? It works everywhere, doesn't it?
It's hard to catch a fish kind of contained in a fish tank.
They swim in there. He started there the first morning. We were talking here that I wonder if it'll reload. It looks like it has. But I do think maybe that's why he's having a difficult time to get them to bite, because those fish have been seen as baits for 3 days now.
Let's get out to our leader, John Garrett, still interested at this point in getting 5 fish in the boat.
What's up, Bass Live? Just got to our primary area and looking pretty good on the graph right now. I feel okay. I got two little keepers in the box, and I got 5 or 6 hours of fishing here to get some of the right bites, and we'll be sitting okay. So, but yeah, feel good. Looks good on the graph on a 360, bunch of bass popping up on that thing, and we're gonna get us some big ones. That's the goal and the plan for sure. So, giving one a fighting chance to bite my Carolina rig before I pick my crankbait up.
We figured yesterday you made over 700 casts. How did that feel?
The only thing that's sore is the top of my thumb is raw for the line burning off those reels. I was throwing so hard and so many times, but there's like, you got me. The very top of that thing, the majority of my skin's gone off of it. It was bleeding last night in the shower. But I made 3 casts of this and I'm picking my crankbait up. I can't stand the pressure. I gotta throw it. Gotta throw it. My buddy Logan,
John trying to get him to buy the Carolina rig. The landing percentage is much better on that single hook Carolina rig. He lost more fish than he was able to put in the boat there yesterday, so
It's
trying
all
to get
right,
him to
you
bite
still
other
owe me.
things.
Kyle Norsetter.
I had 2 1-pounders. I got rid of one. I caught a 3-pounder in a 2-pound body. Yep.
I'll be so happy if he's 113. Yesterday I complained, but he's probably 1.6 or something. 1.9. Number 4.
See a little group of fishermen there, similar to what we saw more of last year.
Yeah.
Group of fishermen around a, very rare area of hydrilla not far from takeoff.
What's great is on the private map, the fans may not see this, but we can see this. When you see 4 or 5 boats lined up, I already got a good picture of how the grass grows and where it grows. They all are lined up in boats.
Sometimes they will not eat it unless it's on the wall.
Right up.
I kind of feel that
down the
happening right
edge
now.
of a good hydrilla bed.
Oh my gosh, he's underneath it. I saw him before he ate it. He come and sized him up. He said, "Am I gonna eat that today?" Yes, I am.
Got a 1-pounder that's going to afford him.
I don't know.
maybe
How
a
many
little
little
bit
ones
of
can we
upgrade
catch?
here. 1-pounder is small stick there. Well, we saw JT Tomkins looking at a couple of big ones on his screen a little while ago. Let's get back over to Lake Beauclair. Check in with JT in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
There you see a fish real close to the bottom and about 45 feet. So there's bait just above that fish. Fish going up to it, getting closer. Fish is at about 30 feet. He's hooked up. He got it.
There we go. Finally got one. But they're so hard to catch, even they're not getting it good. Even when they do bite, they don't bite very good.
Good one.
So, but there's tons of them out there. I mean, part of me wants to stay here all day and try to shoot for 30, but the thing is, getting 5 bites out here is no easy task.
He's a winner here, Davey. Whether it was with B.A.S.S. or not, he has won a 3-day semi-pro level tournament here on the Harris chain, so he's one to be reckoned with for sure.
Yep.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how long he stays out here, and especially knowing the potential. We got a little glimpse of it right there. Good one there.
Yeah, and when you're able to see those fish, you know that they are there. It certainly helps. But get them to bite is a whole different story, like he said.
I'll let you know about Bassmaster. It's an initiative by B.A.S.S. to advance the sport of fishing among females worldwide through the use of workshops where people can sign up, women can sign up and learn about the sport, everything from tackle and baits, finding fish, to actually the ins and outs of the bass fishing business. These seminars are free. As a matter of fact, there's one on the St. Johns River, April 20th. That's next weekend. They're free. Check the QR code there and see. You might want to sign up and come and learn a lot about bass fishing through the program called Bassmaster. Bassmaster.com, the place you'll find out about that. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, the Harris chain of lakes here in Leesburg, Florida. Great to bring you this live coverage sponsored by Dakota Lithium. We got day 3 action going on here, a crucial day like every day in these 4-day events. What's crucial about today is you've only got 10 spots available to you to move on to Championship Monday. Decide the 3rd stop of the year, so very, very important. The moves you make today, and boy, there are so many different moves you can make with 8 lakes to choose from. There's our leader, John Garrett, who is now set up on what brung him to the dance, as you might say. What is the place that has paid for him during the course of the first 2 days of competition. See how it works out today.
He's at the place and he's got the crankbait in his hand. He's got the bait and he's at the place. We'll see what happens. I'm sure he'd like a little win.
Stay on one hook. There we go. Not a big one, but a good sign. Good sign. That thing is probably scared. Feels like it's gonna get eaten down there. Number 3, where you at, Whitey? I'll be getting rid of him in a little bit. That's right, let's go.
I believe that's the smallest one we've seen him catch there.
Yeah, from that spot, yeah. He knows, he says, there are plenty of big ones around. Hard to catch, but plenty of them. And Lester hooked up.
I don't know if that'll help or not. All the same size this morning.
Brandon Lester's going to cull and upgrade there. Depends on how big, but he's going to balance beam him. Off to a better start than he was yesterday. And as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge, Mike Sukon, our guy over there, was helping me crack the code and break down the numbers of some of the big moves from day 1 to day 2. So guys were outside the cut, maybe had a big day 2 and jumped into the cut and are fishing today. Some guys were in the cut, but their big move yesterday put them in contention to win this event. And others, they maybe were way down the leaderboard and had a big move and aren't fishing today, but salvaged a lot of points. And some of those big movers, I've got 2 of them pictured here. The only 20-pound bag yesterday, Ed Lockerin. 15th to 3rd isn't necessarily a big move, but what it was I'm on the outside of the top 10, still 7 or 8 pounds behind the leader, and now I'm in 3rd place and I have a shot. My mentality is now I can win this event, and that was the move he made with a 20-pound, 9-ounce day yesterday. Austin Felix's big day yesterday was anchored by an 8.7, the biggest bass of the tournament so far. Went from just inside the cut in 45th up into 14th place. He's starting to think, hey, I was hoping to make the cut. Now I'm hoping to make the final day cut and fish in the top 10 on Championship Monday. Some other notable ones, Kobe Krieger, 95th place on day 1, the Floridian. He's farther south at Lake Okeechobee as his home lake, or where he considers hometown. He moved from 95th to 31st. That's 64 spot increase. Absolutely massive for him. He's well within the cut, and another good day. He could make even more money and points by moving up closer to the top 10. Will Davis Jr. outside the cut, 67th, moved inside the cut to 24th. A late catch by him yesterday. I think it was a 6-pounder, helped get him inside the cut. Another big mover, Jacob Fouts, 73rd, jumped into the cut in 44th. Fishing on semifinals Sunday, huge for him. And I mentioned guys who maybe were outside the cut and still did not make the cut, but really salvage points for their elite career, their season, and hopes of maybe making the Bassmaster Classic. And you really can't have bombs in the Elite Series. A 75th and 85th has to be your worst finish out of the 103 Elite Series pros. So Caleb Kufal on day one of this tournament was 101st place, had 4 pounds or so. For his, I think he had 3 fish for 4 pounds, jumped up with a good day yesterday to 75th. So those 26 additional spots for him will loom large for the points going forward. And we talked about it. When you're that far down, you had very little weight. It's actually hard. You have plenty of places to move, but hard to move weight that high. So a good day for him, gained him another 26 to 30 points. And Davey, at the end of the year, when you look at your elite season and say, where could I have saved some? He'll be disappointed at 75th, but not nearly as disappointed as he would have been.
Good stuff from Dakota Lithium. Screen of knowledge
Yes,
there,
sir.
buddy boy.
And Lester hooked up.
Jeez, what a bite, dude. Oh my gosh, that was cool. That's what I'm talking about. First swim jig fish all week. I rigged that up last night. Oh, that was cool.
5th angler to get over 10 pounds today.
Yeah, he's ahead of schedule from yesterday for sure. Had a great day one, did Brandon Lester. Did well enough to hang in that top 10, and now he's doing a little better today.
And this was his window yesterday from 8:37 to 9:15. That 45 minutes was when he caught his limit yesterday. He already had a limit before 8:30 today, and now he's culling and upgrading over 10 pounds.
Cody Huff is over 11, near 11 and a half, and Bryant Smith is over 10 pounds.
We've talked about this a little. It's good to see the Tyler Williams and the Brandon Lester guys that are consistently catching good, solid
bass
limits without those big ones. I don't know if you come to Florida and win without having one of those 6+ pounders. I just don't know. You have a great finish, but
yeah. Just when I get a bite, I'm like, oh, there's a 6.
I mean, it's 9:15.
Yeah.
That's number 4.
Yeah, we're looking good.
First 5 are bigger than the last year.
Yeah.
Yesterday, right?
That's right. Let's get it. Number 4.
the size is not nearly what it was yesterday or day
Not
one.
That big, but I love you.
John Garrett's getting more bites on this spot than he has.
That's his story on day one. Big limit, 24 pounds and only 7 bites during the course of the day, 7 keeper bites.
Davey, I don't think Jordan Lee has really caught a monster this week. I'm looking at his Bass Track fish now. They're all 3.0s and 1 3.5, and he's been a little bit low on his. He's got 15.5 right now, and could have a little bit more.
Brad Watley, one of 2 in our top 10 who made the big move, the big gamble, you have to say, to go all the way to Lake Apopka.
Yeah. Here we go.
Don't come off.
Ooh, get it.
Get to him. Got him. I'm glad to see that bite for him, and I'm sure he is glad to see it, because I'm not so sure. I like what they're doing, their mentality to try to win, but I don't know if today is the day for Lake Apopka. We're going to find out.
Brad Watley, big day yesterday, figured something out at the end of the day, fishing those shadows, dirt shallow. Let's talk about his plans for this entire thing with our Bass Pro Shops top lures and Brad Watley.
Hey guys, Brad Watley. We're here at the Harris Chain, sitting in second place after day 2. And this is what I caught all my fish on today. It's a Epic Baits 3/8 ounce swim jig with a Bass Assassin Elite Shiner. Picked it up today, I caught a 4.5, I think was the first fish, and then threw it right back in there and caught one close to 3, you know, on back-to-back casts, and then you just kind of, you know, locked that in my hands and kind of rode with it all day.
Into our third hour fishing at this Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, the Harris Chain of Lakes. Are 50 anglers who remain after the first 2 days of competition, shooting for 10 spots in the final. Championship Monday, coming up from here in the heart of Central Florida. I've seen a lot today, but what has not changed at the top of the leaderboard is the fact that John Garrett, the rookie, is on top, as he has been after days 1 and 2, trying to win this thing wire to wire, but we got a long way to go before we get to that final wire, that final tape you got to break to. Big blue trophy in your hands. That's what he says he wants, though, so we will be following him and all the rest of our 10 with whom we're in the boats all day long. Right now, we're ready to bring you some on-location coverage. Great deal. Got Dave Mercer and the man who always brings it, the one and only Gerald Swindle. Guys, take it over.
Thanks very much, guys. A great tournament, a very rare semifinal Sunday. Yes, 50 anglers remain, and unfortunately, Gerald Swindle is
not one of them.
No. This one went wrong for a lot of anglers.
It did. It wasn't just me. You know, I looked down there. There's a lot of great guys that are really good shallow water, scrappy fishermen that just couldn't get it together, like for whatever reason. So this was a tough one to figure out. Props to the guys who's catching them.
Tough one to figure out, and it seems like it's one of those ones that, I mean, our tournament leader, John Garrett, told me at takeoff on day number 1, he said, I'm going to a different lake, a lake I've never fished before, because he said, my pre-fish was so bad, I just need to go to a different body of water I've never fished to get confidence, to be positive. I mean, do you think he's full of crap, or is that real?
I mean, if he'd never been there before and he's sitting on that rock pile, that's kind of, you know, I don't know, but sometimes you got to get confidence. You just got to go somewhere different.
Well, let's head out on the water and catch up with the barrister, Edward Loughran III.
He's in Lake Apopka. How many guys went to Apopka?
I don't know. Why are you asking me questions like that while we're on TV?
Because I didn't go. I heard rumor maybe 15, 18 hit the small lock. We get to sit down now and watch Ed fish, get the shadows off. Pitching in some reeds. Flat reeds.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. That is fun. Oh, airborne. Hey. Sky miles.
Style points.
Water looks pretty green in there, though, like it did. I thought it might be clear.
Yeah, it felt like some anglers had mentioned, you know, that being a big problem going into this event with the storm, chasing clear water. But see where he's catching them.
I think the interesting thing is, without talking too much over Ed, because this guy, when he says something, you know, he don't mess around with no small talk. He's telling you what he's thinking. So I think
he's a lawyer. Words are money.
Yeah. Brandon Lester, I call him Mr. Harris Chain. He never comes here and doesn't fish great, man. It's on Eustis, a lake that I did not spend a lot of time in. You know.
So good in Florida.
He has been just magic in Florida, you know. It's crazy. It looks like he's fishing some between docks and just beating around there. But, you know, the water's that color, Dave, in almost every lake. Like, it's not clear. Beauclair probably had the best clarity, probably 6 to 8 inches, maybe 6 inches. Harris, 1 or 2 inches on a white jig. But what really got us was the high winds and the 2 days off. It blew in 2 different directions. So it destroyed 2 sides of the lake that really just stirred up the mud, the dirty water. And I think that kind of got me on some of that stuff I was fishing, because it really blew into it. And it just seemed like the fish wouldn't chase as good. And the guys that made the adjustment to get in more protected areas right off the rip, the water might have stayed a little bit cleaner. Shad might have spawned. But you're hearing a lot of stories now about guys catching them in little tiny areas on a shad spawn for an hour. Like Carl. Carl barely made the cut, but he's caught over 50 keepers off one clump of pepper grass he said is as big as your kitchen table. And he said after he leaves there, he said, not so much, mate. He said, but right there, the shad spawn, and then Colby Krieger catches 19 pounds off 2 trees. You know, so you hear in those stories how small an area, like as big as this place is, how small the areas are coming to play.
Is that the story of Florida, really? When you,
a lot of times I think so.
There's so much vegetation. It's not like it's like a terrarium, basically.
Right.
There's vegetation everywhere. They can be anywhere. But they pick certain spots and load up on it.
And they do. And I think that leads back to why you always see so many locals in the same area. Because the bass want to be where they want to be. So you always hear people say when you go to Florida, if you're not fishing around locals, you may not be around a lot of fish. But they do want to get in tight areas.
JT Tomkins, a great view of his forward-facing sonar. Obviously, the EQ Angler of the Year from last year's Bassmaster Opens.
And I'm taking it looks like he's in Lake Clarendon.
He obviously a Bassmaster Open winner in the past and fished his first Classic. It was pretty cool after he fished that Classic 2 years ago. I stood by him at the Toast, and he was so, the Classic had just finished, but he was so focused on, he's like, I need to be here. I have to find a way to qualify, and boy, he has found a way. What are we seeing here on that screen, G?
Looks like some, could be eelgrass. He's moving it around, kind of searching. It looks like a pretty good clump of grass right there. And he's probably trying to pick out the isolated fish on the grass, so you see him kind of panning back and forth, typical live scope maneuvers. So it's like a little ball of bait or possibly big fry right there in the center, how fluffy it is. A couple of potential prospects right out there. So scoping, you're looking left to right, but not in a real rapid pace. You gotta, if you have your settings too high and things too high and you go back and forth too fast, you miss them. So you go pretty slow like that to try to get the full read of the fish. And you can see those are better fish there. He's cranking over the top of that one, trying to get, but see how slow and methodical he's moving his foot, really trying to read the bottom. And there's 2 fish right there above the eel, right out in front of the eelgrass. I did a lot of scoping and doing a lot of tilapia.
JT Tomkins is the reigning Angler of the Year from the Tackle Warehouse EQ list. But let's have a look at the incoming anglers are trying to make their way here, because just when you think these 9 are pretty good,
there's 9 more hammers coming.
9 hammers coming.
Lowe's just keeps delivering the box of hammers. Maybe we should get Lowe's to sponsor Bass.
Yeah, I look at a list like that, G, and I'll be honest. There's days when I look at your job and I'm like, God, that'd be cool to be Gerald. But I'm really just happy to be the guy that moves the hole that makes the words. It's not going to get
you're looking
easier.
at like Dakota Ebear, Mike Sermon, old hand, but new
Cody
style.
Meyer.
Cody Meyer. But let's not forget the West Coast legend, Trevor McKenna. You see some guys there that can catch them. JT's hooked up. He got one of them to bite.
That's how they've been eating it, son.
Like he was throwing a glide, maybe.
Clutch boss in the throat.
Has he said what glide he's using yet? Does anybody know?
I do not know. We'll
I
try
don't
to
know how to
find
get
out.
it out. How do you do that, bud? Ooh. There we go.
It's a big glide.
Just freaking choked. I hope y'all saw that on live.
That's
that
what I
was
looked
sick.
like last night after getting them ribs Lulu brought home. It's aggressive.
That was
It's always hard to put things in perspective.
I got
with
2 of the
JT.
right ones now.
He's a little man. Things look gigantic.
Could be a 6-inch glide or 8. I don't know. But however, he's making the glide work.
Making it work in a big way. JT Tomkins, the reigning Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year. We got 9 more trying to make it through the Opens. But the quest for these 50 anglers remaining in this tournament is to get inside the top 10 and make it to a very rare championship Monday, where we'll give out our 3rd Elite Series title of the 2024 Elite Series season. Gee, I love hanging out with you here. And the good news is we're going to go to commercial, but we're still going to be here.
We're going to come back?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, it's the longest I've been here on a championship Sunday this year.
Who knows? Unless we get fired in the commercial break, we'll be right back. Bassmaster live from the Harris Chain of Lakes.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
On location coverage here in beautiful Leesburg, Florida, for the third stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. And this year, Humminbird Unlock the Lake shows how our anglers shake out on this body of water. And G, anything stand out to you when you see that?
Yeah, there's 5 of them guys over there at Apopka. I guess that's the great thing about having a Humminbird, and you got the Lake Master chip. You can sit in your room and study where you want to go and practice. And I guess a lot of guys figured out that Apopka was going to be pretty hot. We got Garrett and Clariton, JT Thompson right outside that. We got Gaston in there, Lake Dora. We come back around. We got a couple of guys right around the Dead River. Brandon Lester's in Eustis. We even got a few guys up in Griffin. Spent some time in Griffin, and look at them munched up right there up by the weigh-in, man. That's called the recycle bin. Several guys have stopped in to recycle aluminum cans. It's a nice shad spawn up here. Kennedy's up here. Look all the way over at Griffin. You got Card, Red Wine. And you got Cox
all by himself,
trolled out across the old refuge. There's a lot of guys. We already talked about that. There was a lot of us that tried that, and you'd run out of batteries no matter what you got trying to get there and back. I didn't.
Moments ago with Brad Watley, left the dock in second place and hooked up.
I didn't realize Watley was in Apopka. I seen him yesterday in here. So maybe he's changing areas, knew he beat his area down, making a good adjustment. It's a nice keeper too, man.
He was one of the few anglers I talked to before the tournament that had a good pre-fish. Like, so many anglers,
right?
I mean, came into this really apprehensive for a Florida event, for an event this early in the season, because it was a little fickle this time around, but Watley had a great pre-fish, and obviously that's turned into a great event for him.
It was a really tough, weird practice for me. I spent my first day in Griffin, the last couple hours that day in Eustis, second day Dora, Beauclair, third day at Harris, and I had a really big day in Harris the last day. Like, I really thought I had it dialed. But
from Brad Watley
to John Garrett,
your tournament leader, former collegiate champion.
Let's see what's going on the rock pile right there.
This from moments ago.
I guess DT 14 or DT 10. No wind. Oh, it's a tough bite.
Fished the Classic in 2016.
That's a big one, dude.
Part of the college
That's
program.
A giant.
Oh, here we go.
No, it ain't a giant either. What the heck, man? I hate saying that and not being big. I hate saying that and then being big. I ain't gonna say a word about it. Just my anticipation of what's down there. Is that 5? I think so. There we go. There's a limit. It's a little better one, chunky one. I hate to tell him that I don't know if he's gonna make it back to weigh-in. I hope not. If we get rid of that sucker.
Again, that was moments ago.
DT 14 is what it looks like, but possibly 10. And the DT bait's known for not having a rattle. So with a non-windy day, see how slick the water is. It's a great bait for still triggering a reaction. Look at this 360.
Yeah, so
you can really see the rough spots as the 360 spins.
There's an absolute ton of fish here. Like we're talking tilapia, crappie, just caught a catfish, looked like Ronnie Moore. And and some bass mixed in with them. But that 360 is really the only way I could tell the difference between where the bass are versus where, you know, the other stuff are, whether it's a tilapia or whatever. But that 360 is basically like the side image, and so it's mega, and it's just sweeping around the boat constantly. And I'm looking out to 80 foot, which is about the farthest out I could get my crankbait to the bottom to. And those bass, you know, on side imaging or 360, they leave a very distinguished shadow. I've said it the past couple days that it's more of a bean, a black eye pea shadow, like a small cup. Those bass kind of curve, you know, that shape right there. Their shadows do. And that's literally the only way I could tell the difference on what's bass and what's other fish, just because there's so much stuff here. And when I see those groups of bass swimming around, I make as many casts into them as I can, but they're just constantly on the move, just roaming this shell area. And every now and then I get lucky and trigger one to snap. That's extremely difficult. But that 360 has been the deal for me here. Also, when I fish home at Tennessee River, and they'll probably play again next week at the St. John's. I mean, it's definitely certain situations you don't want to leave it off your boat for sure. I got a couple right there.
I think the cool thing about the 360, and for the viewers at home are watching, you hear a lot of guys talk about front sonar, live sonar. 360 is not completely live. It's a delay on a sweep. But what it does is it's printing an actual perfect layout of the bottom. So if the fish is way up in the water column, he won't see them. But like he said, if the bass are down holding to the structure, he's going to see them. And when he talks about the hook, like the little bend, it's because the bass has, his air bladder is more arched. So it shows that part, like that's what it's reading through. Like it sees that little hook. All right, where a gar, his air bladder is real straight. So it doesn't look the same when he's on the bottom. It's a longer shadow.
I'm so impressed. You just turned this whole segment into Bill Nye the Science Guy.
I'm just saying,
I did not expect this to come from you, Gene.
I run both units because 360 is such a valuable tool when you mix it with my Garmin Live Scope. But being able to see the bottom, and like he said, if those fish are moving, and he kind of, you know, you might find a piece of structure or something when it's spinning that you don't know is there. And you can see there's some really big boulders, rock right behind him. But a 360 is such a cool deal. But it's not 100% live. It's a 15, 20-second delay. It's according to what you have your sweep on. And if you turn your sweep speed too high, you're going to lose a little bit of the quality. So it's a fine line. About mid-speed is what you want it. But I do think he's right. It could play a big deal at Apopka. But Tennessee River 360 is 100% lights out.
John Garrett, an incredible part of our rookie class in 2024. As I said, made the Bassmaster Classic back in 2016 as part of the collegiate program. And he's been one of those guys fishing the opens that
stayed steady.
But he's been knocking on the door. I mean, there's other Sam George, another guy like that. You're just like, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when they're going to make it here. But his presence has been felt, and look at that Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year list. Trey McKenna leading that, Tyler Williams right behind him, JT Tomkins, Kyle Patrick, John Garrett in 5th place. And it doesn't look that much different than our progressive angler.
And the old man of the bunch, Milliken's the 7th, don't rule him out. But Trey McKenna's really stepping out in front of it. The rookie race is tight. I mean, tight.
Robert G's in 10th. He's had a 3rd, and he's still in this tournament. What is wrong with this world? Incredible rookies.
Young guns.
Welcome back. On location coverage, Leesburg, Florida. And let's get out on the water with Wisconsin's Kyle Norsetter having a great week here in his 2nd season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Looks like he might be on a little offshore grass. showed into being Harris chain also, didn't it?
Wisconsin anglers and Canadian anglers really have a great track record.
That's it. They do.
In Florida.
Yeah.
It's grass anglers. I mean,
Oh, come on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, that's it. That's the fish.
He is hooked up with a nice one.
a big fish will make you make strange noises.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, that's what we needed. All right, we need one.
White chatterbait.
Let me pull the sword out of your back, Gerald.
I threw it 3,000 miles.
He was pinned. I could have freaking took a nap with him. I can't even get it out. Oh, good call. You know what that means?
White chatterbait.
Big side live well. Shaking.
Smallest fish 1-4? Not anymore.
Absolutely shaking.
Jumped him with 4.
Take that foot.
You read Dr. Seuss too growing up.
Number red.
I didn't read
314 for a 1-4.
314. I guess 4. I may not have caught the big ones, but I can still judge them. I caught 1-4.
Heck of an upgrade, I'd call it.
Yeah.
I agree. That is a great upgrade right there. Oh, look at that fish.
Scary moment right there. Oh, gosh.
Why did they do that?
Because they want their life to flash before your eyes. Man, what a shot. Camera guy doing a great job. Great job.
The unsung heroes of this sport, like
Man.
the evolution to go to live bass fishing, I mean, it's literally been on the backs of Bassmaster camera.
Yeah.
You know, they're out there.
JM, Wes, and the guys have always brought it, and they always figure out a way to make it better. Make it better.
Let's get over to our tournament leader. He's led since day number 1. Former collegiate champion, his first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series and only his 3rd Elite Series event, trying to become the 2nd rookie champion of 2024.
He's hooked up again.
Why not?
Why not? We should cut to commercial.
Nope, I snagged him.
He said it feels big.
Snagged that sucker. I got my heart going. I snagged it and it had his mouth open and was just doing that, had a ton of pressure behind it. Felt large. Now, I don't know what we're doing here. Hey, stay in there. Stay in there.
Using that TH Cullen system, the G-Force.
I wonder who makes a penny on that.
I don't know. Buy them.
Gee, I wonder.
Back to Thompson, sitting out in the middle of Eau Claire, probably still working his glide, looking for isolated grass. Yep. And I found out it's a clutch glide.
Nice. I knew you would dig that up. You got sources.
Yes. Well, they text me when I didn't know what it was. I've already ordered 2 off Tackle Warehouse sitting here.
I bet you're not the only one. 3 fish so far today, 10-4, so he's working on a good limit.
Yep, 2 key bites.
All right,
you can
guys,
see
so
he's
we're still playing around with
those
some
isolated
big baits for now. And we're going to do this and kind of until I feel like we're running out of time. But I really want to do this all day because I know that's my shot to catch that 30-pound bag because they're there. I mean, the 2 bites that I've gotten are the 2 smallest bites I've gotten doing that pattern, which is, you know, a 4 and I don't know. I caught them and threw them in a live well. I really have no clue how big they are. They could be 2 3.5s. It could be 2 5s. But I know that's the pattern I need to be doing to win. It's just getting 5 bites doing it is nearly impossible throughout a day with how much pressure these fish have seen in the recent months. So, but we're gonna keep on grinding. If I can pick off one more, I'll feel really confident going to my brush, and then knowing I just gotta catch, 3 or 4 3-pounders. Just make sure if he stumbles, I'm right there waiting. So, got 2 good bites to start today. It's a little better start than I've had both days of the tournament. So, if we can get out there, and I know there's big ones in the brush because I'm seeing them. So if I can just trigger a few of those fish to bite, we'll be sitting around that 20 to 25 pound range like we need to be doing. So we're around them. I'm seeing plenty of big fish to win this tournament. It's just all about capitalizing.
Florida always about the big bite.
But he's one of the few guys you're talking about fishing brush. He's got some isolated brush mixed in with some grass, so he's got a little 2-for-1 punch with a big glide.
I know that music is paying off for him, and it's paying off with him. With our Power Pole replay of the day, JT Tomkins.
Take it away, young man. Take it away.
Big bass, and no whammies, and he has definitely got 2 big ones today of his 3 fish that he's already caught.
But
JT Tomkins moved into 2nd place. Big baits like that, it's not as easy as it seems to boat that fish.
No, it's the big glide is one of the hardest baits from catch to land. Things can really go wrong from almost getting them in the boat. I've seen it just devastate, heartbreak Carl Jockelson, which I put as one of the top glide bait guys on the tour. It can make you famous and it can make you mad all at the same time.
Well, it has made JT Tomkins pretty famous here today.
Yes, it has.
Power Pole replay of the day. Let's
go out to Mr. Harris Chain, Mr. Brandon Lester.
People love Florida, but Florida loves him. It is incredible. And the thing about him is everybody seems to struggle one day, maybe 2. You're going to have a struggle in Florida, but his struggles seem to be
16 pounds.
Well, at 11, 12 as opposed to 7 and 8.
No, it didn't. I can't wait till a big one grabs this thing.
Is he chatterbaiting, Dave?
I've been throwing a chatterbait, throwing a swim jig, a worm at times. He literally, watching him fish, you'd think he lives on this body of water. Like, he's so calm, and it's just like he's doing exactly what he loves to do.
Yeah.
On the other hand, his daughter Shiloh does not like me one bit. Smiles at me all the time.
But
I go to give her knuckles and
not so much.
Shuts me down.
He's swim jigging a little bit there. Chatterbaiting.
Kind of painful for you to watch, Swindle, because I imagine
that was my deal, man. That's what I figured out on day 3 of practice, and it's a different technique with it and style. And was actually able to talk to Carl about it, get him kind of told him what I was doing. He called back, said, I caught a couple of nice ones doing this. We're going to be fine. The wind blew, and I just never could get it back going again. And I probably should have just bailed and went to Eustis or somewhere different where took the pattern and fished a different stretch that wasn't so blown out. Mistakes, you got to take charge of your own mistakes. I did it.
Well, you know what it's time for? Check in with the barrister, Edward Loughran III.
The third. The man is methodical, but yet stern.
A real-life lawyer when he's not here. He's in a courtroom.
And he'd like to say, Your Honor, I'd like to challenge this call because I'm about to give this bass the gavel. I feel it right here. He's about to slackline us one up in Apopka. What? Looks good, man.
That's postcard Florida fishing right there.
Oh, there's the guy. Well, get it.
Sorry.
Your Honor. Come in here, you dirty crook. Yes. What a nice one.
Number 4 for Ed Loughran.
Putting his poles down, holding the boat position.
I started calling him the barrister. I mean, I never run things past people. I just thought he's a lawyer. I mean, it makes sense. He's the barrister.
Yeah.
And, you know, after a year or so of calling him that, I thought I'd ask, you know, do you like that? And he said, actually, my lawyer buddies think it's pretty cool. So.
£2.
Boy, he's tapping a lot in. He
4
is
fish so far.
He is on point. You see him saving the weight. The man is methodical in the courtroom and methodical at Apopka.
What would you expect from a barrister? I mean, that's...
You can cross-examine the bass now, sir.
Well, he is trying to chase down our tournament leader, the same leader we've had since day number 1, John Garrett. Who is the scariest critter on that list?
Jolene.
He's trying to be quiet, isn't he? Like he's, I'm just...
Deadly JoJo sitting in 4th. Y'all keep your eyes on him, people at home, because he
Also
will make a move.
In 2nd place for Angler of the Year, so look out. Welcome back to our on-location coverage in a beautiful, spectacular semifinal Sunday here in Leesburg, Florida, but it's all going to go down. Everything's officially unofficial until they hit the weigh-in stage this afternoon, and we load our Yeti hot seat. Obviously, it would be loaded with our tournament leader since day number 1, John Garrett, but it all happens at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com, so make sure you check that out, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com. Who will be the 10 anglers moving into Championship Monday, and that is a beautiful duck.
We'll have 40 going home and 10 trying to make dreams come true.
Oh, and just like that, the duck flies away.
Yeah, it's kind of like my bass. Garrett's back. John Garrett back out, sitting there on the same area, cranking the DT plug, working that Rapala. I was going to say something about that, like we seen him snag that fish. I actually made a YouTube video where I was cranking a big school, and there's one thing about a DT, it's quiet enough, you will accidentally snag more than you think because they don't hear it coming and they get out of the way from it.
Okay.
So you would, oh, he's got it. It must be a Carolina rig.
Bird dogging it.
Give him a little slack. He's still dragging it. I fished that same spot, and the only bite I had there was on a Carolina rig, and he was doing basically the same thing, just stomping it, pulling it, thumping it, and pulling it.
We're a bald eagle now.
But he almost gave him the gavel. Oh, that's a good sign.
A bald eagle's a good sign?
That can't be a bad sign. Better than a buzzard.
Not good
that
if
was
you're
circling
a
me.
chipmunk.
The buzzard was down there circling me at the airport when I was there. I said, boy, I got to move. See John looking around a lot. I don't know if some other guys are fishing close to him. I've noticed his.
I just heard him say, has he got one? So there's obviously, I know Cody Huff was in there. When they do that with a Carolina rig, do you think? I mean, how often do you think it's them grabbing the weight?
I do think it happens sometimes, especially if you have a shiny weight.
Okay.
Like if the weight's silver or red or something, they'll grab at it. Just because that's where the bead's at and the noise is at, and they're probably just popping, trying to figure out what it is. And then sometimes it could be some fish that's been caught and released, that just.
All right. I tried her.
He gave her the 2 casts, the old college try. That's for me. Now he's going back to what he's going to do. He's going to crank.
How do you make that decision?
It's just confidence, man. I think he's got so much confidence in what he's throwing and his technique. And it's the weirdest thing, being out there by yourself. There is no coach. There is nobody to give you a game plan. The closest thing we've ever had to a coach on the water that can correct our mistakes is live scope. Because it can tell you if your cast is bad or good, but you have to make that gut decision.
Well, guys, we have switched.
I'm Garrett, fishing offshore. Trey McKenna, fishing boat docks.
I swear. Hang on.
FBD's on them boat docks, fishing boat docks.
There we go. We've switched approaches.
I love fishing boat docks,
fishing
man. I'm telling you.
A dock now, just trying to, I don't know, look for any kind of window to open right now. I don't know what's going to happen, but like fishing like this, how I'm fishing, you know, you get to put your bait kind of where nobody else has. That's what I like about this. So like I said, I'll fish the front of the dock, but to me the best part is back here because I know they don't get shown baits as much. And it's shallower, so it's more of like a reaction bite. They don't get to watch my jig slowly sail from the top of the water all the way down to them. They just, boom, it's there. And sometimes they bite it like that. Or sometimes they just don't bite in general. But
Not often they don't bite for him, it seems. No. What? Skeeter boats, a big fish alert.
Uh-oh.
John Cox with a 7-pounder. Yesterday, he had a tough day, but I kept saying if he gets in this top 50, there is definitely a shot he can rally into top 10. And with a 7-pounder, that is our Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert, I would say look out for John Cox.
And I bet it's probably not 7.
You think he's, what?
Small iron. But I did see his location. He was back in the marsh. A lot of us tried that. It's trolling motor only. But John having an aluminum rig and probably really juiced up batteries, he controlling faster. It ain't getting in that's the problem, Dave. It's the getting out. When I talked to a couple of guys who trolled in, and you troll on wide open through just matted hydrilla for a mile and a half, 2 miles, when you get in there, your batteries are 40 to 50%, 60% depleted. By the time you fish and try to come out, you may not make it out. It's a kind of a scary moment because you can't crank your big motor because it's a no outboard, has to be a certain size. But Cox with the lighter rig most definitely has an advantage getting in there.
He's also, I can guarantee you, not even thinking about that.
He don't care if he gets out. He's John Cox. He'll hook his wacky worm to an 8-pounder and it will drag him to the Yale Canal.
He's the only angler I've ever seen leave takeoff one morning and literally, you know, you guys got to idle to a certain point, but then you put your hammer down, right? He just idled right across the river, said, I'm in no rush, but it's time to get our gavel ready because we're going back
We're
to the
about to
barrister.
have some court. Whew. Let's see if we can cross-examine the witness. Look at him. He said, y'all can't handle the truth. I am pitching up in these weeds. He is fishing super slow, and I'll give Ed this, man. He's a great methodical fisherman. Fished around him. He's very patient. Making long pitches back in. You see how high he's got his rod up. He's trying to clear his line over the grass. And there it is, the gavel back on him, son. Contempt of court.
Your Honor, Exhibit A.
I will now show to the prosecution.
A limit of bass.
Mm-hmm. But you notice he was pitching way back in there, using that technique, keeping the line high, better hook set. You don't want your line tangled up. He's going to measure him just for safety.
12 inches here, right?
12 inches. We have the Florida pass we carry with us for 12 inches. And we'll be using it next week at Palatka. These two tournaments are 12-inch limits. He's got his own culling system to deal he works. He got his own. Everybody's got their own system
5.
once they catch one.
They weigh less than one of mine yesterday.
Putting a case together. Putting a case together. Getting the top 10.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's just a matter of time.
He has a strong case for making the top 10.
I know I'm not going to sit
I
down here
like
and
it when
die
Ed's
here.
on live because the court humor is just.
I don't get another big fish here pretty soon.
We don't have any lawyers. We've been sitting on all this content with nowhere to go with it.
I mean, Court talk hasn't been this cheesy since night court left the air.
The barrister is dropping bombs
I
in the
know it
court.
could have been a 4-pounder.
Uh-oh.
Back over to Trey McKenna, our leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and the youngest pro to ever win an Elite Series event.
He's skipping a jig up under dock, something I love to do. He's working it very methodically, coming in.
Oh, my.
Close. He's working closer and
There we
closer
go.
to the bank.
There we go.
Oh, boy.
Get in this boat. Let's get it, boys. Come on. Let's get it. Come on, baby. What I tell you? Woo, son, right decision. I don't know why I wanted to come here, but I did. On the knees too, son.
Oh, that was a different fish than we've seen him catch. That's about a 4-pounder.
Green.
That wasn't a pound.
Take that all day long. Take that all. The main thing is trust your gut, guys. I mean, like that. I haven't fished any docks. Like, why would I fish a dock? But as you can see, you get a gut feeling for it. Okay, pause. If you get a good gut feeling for it, just go do it.
That G-force culling system
Just
don't
go
want him
do
to
it.
go nowhere.
Well, he followed that feeling, and that feeling paid off. Trey McKenna with a big cull right there.
Yes.
And
What
we
an
may
up.
be spending another championship round with him. Because although he's not the barrister, he is making a strong case
He is making
to be
a
part of
strong
tomorrow's
case.
party.
Yes, sir. I think all the guys are, man. You know, just seeing them have their momentum. Seems like they got the right attitude, the positive mental attitude for the young man, making great decisions, doing what his gut says, and that's what it takes. What a strong top 10. Thank you for having me on, Mercer, and the
Hey,
folks at home.
Thanks for being on. Never again. We're not doing this. Rest of the season, you're
I don't-
fishing,
we're
right?
breaking up. We're breaking
It's fine.
up.
Breaking ups are hard to do, but sometimes it's better
I
for
love
both
you, but
of
I'm
us.
leaving.
All right. Well, don't leave because we'll be back from the studio.
It's the Bassmaster Lowrance Elite, the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida, sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. About halfway through our 4th hour of fishing of 8 scheduled hours, more or less, for these 50 anglers who are left on semifinal Sunday here. Trey McKenna, one of those rookies who has done very well in this. He's been in and out of the top 10. Currently, he's residing in the top 10. Coming off a fantastic performance at our last stop, Lake Fork in Texas. Wow, can't say enough about that performance. Get out to Brandon Lester. Brandon Lester is legendary for loving fishing here in the state of Florida. He's been operating like he really knows what he's doing through the course of this tournament here. And he does.
Gosh, that fish was in the dirt, dude. And he was on it as soon as it hit the water. Oh man, that was cool. That was cool right there.
Seen that a lot this week, the fish being in the dirt, literally.
Yeah.
Skinny, but he's still
just 6 inches of water or less.
Lester got a few ounces out of that cull there.
That'll definitely help him. Definitely help him.
A lot of anglers making ounce culls, 2 ounce, 3 ounce, 4 ounce culls. And you started to see a little bit of separation in the leaderboard. Normally we have 3 to 6 anglers within a pound when you're going down the leaderboard list at least. We go from about a 5-pound lead from John Garrett to second place for Brad Watley. Then it was a pound to Ed Lochran, a pound to JT, a pound and 3/4 to Trey. There's some different gaps that you're gonna have to have an uptick day to make up some ground based on John's first 2 days for sure.
KJ Queen.
Seeing a lot more activity now, a lot more fish popping the top of the water. Just seen 3 or 4 real great big ones. I got me one. I can't tell if she's on a bed or not. If she'll hold on that spot, she's a toad. She's a big one. So I'm hoping I can turn around here and get her to bite. They're getting real finicky, real smart fish. They're starting to get used to me being here in my presence. Been real stealthy, real quiet, but they still can feel it. But they got us one more decent fish. It gives us 4. So now it's just time to just go freaking try and get a big one. And we're around some toads in here. It's just whether or not we can make them bite. If we can make them bite, we'll have a shot at it. Come for old Johnny boy.
KJ Queen, hopeful signs. He's seeing a little more life in this place where he's scoped out here, or actually scoped.
Yeah,
a little bit of it.
Opposite of scoping. Yeah,
opposite of scoping out. Yes.
I spy him.
We have a new language that we have to deal with here. Let's catch everyone up to what's been going on so far here on semifinal Sunday with our Yamaha midday report, and start with one of 2 anglers in our top 10 who made the trip all the way down to Lake Apopka. Taking a bit of a risk, Davey Hype, for Ed Loughran.
Definitely a big risk, in my opinion, for Ed Loughran. The Yamaha Midday Report, certainly good to start with him. He's in 7th place right now. Started out this morning in 3rd place. Did not go to this lake at all yesterday. Only heard bad reports from the guys that went to this lake. Most of them not fishing today, but said, hey, I had a good day there in practice, had a good day, some of my fish there on the first day of this event. I'm gonna go back. I think it's my only chance to win. But he thought maybe he would fish in some of the other lakes, try to get a few fish in live well before he went. But this morning, all in for Ed Loughran going to Lake Apopka.
Kyle Norsetter from Wisconsin having a great tournament down here in Florida.
Yeah, really surprising that Kyle only has a few boats around him there today. Some of the best hydrilla anywhere near takeoff. And he's been able to take advantage of that, catch a lot of fish. Said he caught between 20 and 30 bass yesterday. Basically just fishing a white vibrating jig, really slow along some hydrilla, not too far from takeoff. A lot of his fish have been coming from. A lot of fish, been able to cull, get his weight up just little by little each and every day. Currently with 44 pounds. Kind of been the area that he's been in, you would hope to be in today, but still a lot of fishing time for him. And I think we'll see him keep this chatterbait in his hand. Really surprising to see him catching them as well today without any wind at all.
Norsetter moving up 2 spots into 5th place from 7th. JT Tomkins, our Angler of the Year from the EQ Series last year, saying he's been saying it all week, man, I'm around them. I know where the big ones are. It's just hard to catch them.
Yeah, you nailed it, Tommy. He was the only angler that I talked to that was super positive about his pre-fish. The dock talk was almost a little overwhelming. He said, yeah, I had a 28, 30-pound day. I think I could go do that in this tournament. Didn't hear anyone else say that. Said he caught one almost 10 pounds, one real close to 9 pounds. He weighed them in practice. Having a good day today. If he stays with that glide bait and those open water fish, man, he could make a run on this guy, John Garrett.
John Garrett currently with a almost 6-pound lead unofficially over the rest of the field. He's trying to win this thing wire to wire, and he looks very, very comfortable where he is and very patient, Davey Hype.
Yeah, you have to think about the time of day and where John Garrett is. He's got a substantial lead this time of the day, and really from 10 until about 1, maybe 1:30 has been when he's put most of the fish in his live well that he actually takes to the scale. So he's really way ahead of the game today. The only thing concerning to me is he's had more bites in his primary area, but the fish have definitely been smaller today than they have yesterday. Yesterday he had those good bites, really had the bites to give himself a lead like we don't see very often in the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he was only able to put 2 of those fish in the boat yesterday. Had several of them jump off, come off beside the boat, just had some bad luck. The fish just nipping at his bait, not really wanting to eat it well.
Has been a great week for John Garrett, 24-2 on day number 1, by far the biggest bag in the tournament so far, and backing it up with almost 20 pounds on day 2. Ed Loughran now in 7th place, started the day up there in 3rd place, 6 pounds behind our leader to begin this day 3. Of course, we remind you, if you're just checking in with us, we are looking for 10. Only 10 will qualify after today, after the 50 who are left are wrapped up with the weigh-in, but that's a long way from right now. There's a lot of ups and downs for all of these anglers among these 50. And one big fish can make a huge difference in your spot at the end of the day. Back to the Elite Series after a World Championship. I just finished that up at the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, Tulsa, Oklahoma, presented by Jockey Outdoors, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Great event. Had a brand new event there. Progressive kicked up the volume a lot, sponsoring the Celebrity Pro-Am, the stars of media, of country music, pop music, and sports stars as well, including Ross Chastain, NASCAR driver for Jockey Outdoors. And Ronnie Moore caught up with him for a little interview. Let's listen to this.
Never know who you're going to see at the Bassmaster Classic. Ronnie Moore here with Ross Chastain, NASCAR driver with Team Trackhouse. Ross, I heard you were a part of our Celebrity Pro-Am. You got a little fishing in this week during the Bassmaster Classic. How was it for you? Word is you may have caught the first fish in your boat.
I did, yeah. It was beginner's luck for sure. I'm a Florida boy, grew up in Southwest Florida, and haven't done a lot of fishing in my career. Once I decided to move to North Carolina and wanted to be a NASCAR driver, I dedicated my life and my career to it. So now that I'm with Trackhouse and Jockey, they've allowed me these opportunities to kind of take a step back and take a quick break before these races to do things like this. So this is my first classic, and I had a blast. But yeah, just the family atmosphere here is just incredible. From the competition, obviously they're competitors, and I can see that. I can see, just like us in NASCAR, that they are competitive with each other, and winning the Classic, what that means can change their life. It's like our Daytona 500.
Pretty cool to see Jockey partner up. When I got to see the schemes of y'all's cars at Bristol last week, really cool to see the outdoors. Fishing and racing go hand in hand. If you're a fishing fan, you're a racing fan. Really cool to see that partnership. And so for you and Jockey, this is a year-long deal, and you guys are going to have different races with different schemes, but it really does bring all aspects of the outdoors into one.
Yeah, I'm getting to truly live through the brands that I believe in, and the family atmosphere at Jockey. It's never been more truly. I feel it and I sense it here at the Bassmaster Classic.
Ross Chastain, NASCAR's Ross Chastain at the Classic. Speaking of which, today on FS1, the stars of NASCAR battle in the Lone Star State. The pre-race show kicks off at 2 Eastern. The green flag will fly at 3:30. All goes down in Texas today on FS1. Ross Chastain and all your favorite fishing race car drivers, and there's a few of them. There's some good fishermen among the NASCAR ranks.
Catch a couple, and Ross obviously, and
definitely some fishing NASCAR drivers, no doubt about it.
All right, back to Giant Lake Apopka, 30,000 acres, the biggest of all the 8 lakes in the Harris Chain.
There is a lot of crossovers between NASCAR and bass fishing. These guys drove 70 miles an hour for about 50 miles to make it to their spot to do their work. You know, it's just. They get to stop driving.
They get to turn both directions also.
The no wakes are like caution flags.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
don't do that.
Waiting on that big bite, and that looked like it was it. So straight up Ronnie Moore move there. Get a shot of Mountain Dew.
Just crawl into a bottle of Mountain Dew.
See Reed jump before I hit her? God almighty.
Rarely do you see it.
Look at his rod.
Pop the line like that. You know, that is crazy.
You mentioned the Reed jump before he hit her, the sign of a big fish turning on your bait, and then you get that bite. And one he's been waiting on for a few hours. It's unfortunate.
Again, Brad Watley and Ed Loughran of our top 10, both anglers who made the big gamble, the big long run, and lock through to get into Lake Apopka.
It's not paid off yet. Loughran just had a little more than 6 pounds, and Watley's at 4.5 pounds on 4 fish. Several of the other guys down there, Hackney and Corey Johnson and Mike Huff, are not tearing up the world.
And it's more heightened, Tommy. They got down there much quicker today than other days. Other anglers have gotten down there, but you lose an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back, your 8-hour day turns into a 5-hour day. So every cast is got a little bit more heightened expectations on it that it needs to happen sooner than later.
Yeah, you bear in mind, they've got to, the job one is make it into the top 10. You don't want to show up with 1 fish or 2 fish or 3 little tiny ones.
This is the day that Bassmaster Classics are made. Day 3 of competition, when you've beat out 50 of your competitors, they're not fishing today. Maybe you start the day in 37th, but you have the opportunity to move up to 10th place or something like that, or 11th, and gain 25 points. The same goes for those in the top 5. With how close some of the weights are down the field, you fall from 5th, you can go to 27th real quick, and those 22 points, they don't play nice later in the year when you're looking for points.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ronnie, that this is the day that a lot of people can make or miss the Classic, you know, with any one certain event on the 3rd day. But for Brad and Ed, they're thinking about hold a blue trophy over their head today. And maybe they should think more about the Classic, I don't know, but they made this move today to try to win.
Brad Watley from Texas, Ed Loughran from Virginia. Came off a lot of momentum with 3 straight cuts to end 2023. He's looking for this one to get going in 2024.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Loughran. We're at the Harris Chain Bassmaster Elite event. So like with most Florida tournaments, if you have 1 big fish and a bunch of 1.5-pounders, you're gonna be in the mix. That's just kinda how it works. You get 2 big bites and then a couple of other decent fish, and you're just gonna be up top. 1 fish in Florida makes a difference so often. And for me, yesterday it was a 6-3 that I caught on a drop shot. And the bait that I ended up drop shotting is a Junebug Magic Worm. And it's Junebug Dream, and it's a Missile Baits drop shot worm. It's terrific. It didn't save my day, but it sure made it a lot better.
Ed Loughran, Brad Watley taking that big chance, that run down there they need for things to start paying off. As you say, Davey Hyde, sooner rather than later, because time is limited on this day. We're already approaching the halfway point, very close to it, as a matter of fact, just 15 minutes away.
It is bad, but I don't know if it works or not. It's become more of a mental thing. More of a mental thing.
That's not him. Stay on, baby. Don't you do it. Yes.
There we go. More like the size we've been seeing.
First cast, man.
Let's go.
Does that fire you?
Woo! Little deer tail action. Smells delicious.
May have found him another bait.
Ooh.
That's more like it.
Haven't seen him throw that hair jig.
Don't let a Tennessee river fisherman have a rotation of baits. They're used to employing that offshore, no doubt.
Oh, that was the best bite I've had in a long time. There we go. There we go.
That's the first cast on that.
First cast. Oh, dude. Got my little finger shaking. All
right, 3-pound upgrade at least.
Yeah.
110 is his smallest.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I'd say a solid 3-pound upgrade.
Almost a 10-pound lead.
He's not been throwing that bait. He said, I'm trying to think of some more baits with 1 hook that they may bite, and I must admit, I've caught a few on that 1 hook bait myself when they don't want to bite other things.
Well, and you see it. Day 1, heavier wind through a crankbait with a lot of noise. Day 2, a little less wind. He had to rotate to a silent crankbait. And now we're seeing another approach on day 3 when it's slick calm.
John laying down basis for wire to wire. We're a long way from that right now, but right now, how about some Northland Daily Trivia? How many anglers have fished more than 300 B.A.S.S. tournaments? Would that be 7, 10, 13, or 16 anglers who have fished more than 3, and that's a lot, 300.
Such, is this active
B.A.S.S.
or
tournaments.
active or unactive?
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
All in, Such.
All in. We're all in on this one, Daily Trivia. Think about that. How many have fished more than 300? Get an answer, and we'll be right back to pay it off. Yes, very much looking forward to that. All that NHRA qualifying action just around the corner from Las Vegas here on FS1. Meanwhile, we are in the middle of our live coverage of Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from the Harris chain of lakes, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. A bit more fishing to show you live here. But first up, let's take care of some business. We started with the Northland Daily Trivia question was this one, very much B.A.S.S. related. How many anglers have fished more than 300 B.A.S.S. tournaments? This is the whole universe of B.A.S.S. anglers have fished more than 300. 7, 10, 13, or 16, Davey Hike?
That's a big, big number. I'm not sure here, but I'm going to go with B, 10.
B, 10. I'm going to say 13. I'm going with C. Ronnie?
I think it's 13. I know Charlie Hartley is 19th, and I don't think he has 300, so I think it's a little less than that. I think it's 13.
All right. Who are the Iron Men out there? How
There
many
are
of them are there?
16
of them have
Oh,
fished.
wow.
More than 400, it says. Okay. Or is that 300, Such? Still 300?
16,
2 over 400. Okay.
Wow.
Well, guys, I want to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I want to talk about a guy who doesn't nearly have 300, but if he keeps it up, he may be on the 300 B.A.S.S. tournament track. Young angler JT Tomkins, and about an hour ago on Bassmaster Live, we saw something very unique from him, and I'm going to try to explain it a little bit more. Yesterday, we had him on Bassmaster Live. He caught him on a jig primarily. Today, he noticed that, hey, the jig isn't necessarily attracting them. I've switched up to a jerkbait. He caught some fish. But then he also mixed in a big glide bait. And so I'm going to play this catch just so you have some references. You can see him working the glide. Most of the time you work a glide bait with your reel handle, quick turns of the handle, not the rod necessarily. So he landed this big glide bait fish, and that fish obviously got it very good. That is exactly the way you want him to bite a big bait like that. And when we look at his graph paired with his action there, I want to pause it for you real quick before it happens. So I'm going to try to identify for you right here the topmost mark. Let me clear that off. So look at those two marks. That topmost mark right there is the bait. It is his glide bait. And then right there in the circle is the bass. Watch how this fish reacts as he does those subtle turns of the handle. And then when he realizes he gets the fish's attention, how he starts to really speed up his retrieve, and that will really fire up the fish. So you can see that fish starts tracking it, and then it gets right up beside of it, and one more twitch of the handle, he gets that fish to commit. And that is all instant feedback from the live technology, and I'm showing a replay here again. Once again, you see that subtle tweaks of the rod. I'm going to rewind it just a second to show you again. So subtle tweaks of the rod, and right there is the bait. Right below it, or right below it is the bass. Now let's clear that off and go again. Subtle turns of the handle, and then he starts speeding it up, and that is when that fish absolutely fires up there quicker than it had been, comes up, and that is exactly the way you want him to eat it, and that is the reaction that you want. And that can be, Davey Height, 3 or 4 casts of a certain cadence of, I'm going to make it go a subtle, turn, subtle glides of the fish, of the bait, or quick glides, making it really twitch and react and look erratic. And so for JT Tomkins, trial and error is big, and he got it to work on that one, and that is a key fish. He said that's number 2. It's actually the 2 of the right ones. He's got some other fish, though, as well.
Great stuff from JT Tomkins. JT Thompson's one of the anglers putting heat on our leader, John Garrett, and still not getting a whole lot closer. Who, in terms of weight on the day, here's a man who's putting the heat on. Biggest weight of the day, 15 pounds and 8 ounces. Our marathon peak performance is Jordan Lee.
Certainly Jordan Lee has to be the peak performance from marathon. started out with a 3.8. Yesterday we had a camera on him. He started out with a 8-ouncer, I think it was. But today they've been all 3-pounders, and we talked about that this morning. For somebody that can average that 3+ pounder, they're going to work the way atop the leaderboard. And Jordan Lee has to be our marathon peak performer for today. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera with him, but looks like we're definitely going to tomorrow.
Boy, it sure is pointed that way, and that's sort of really good that's really bigger than middleweight for a keeper here to see 5 of those. That's unusual.
Now, I think he rounded down those weights as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to do that.
So.
And he could be very deadly. You catch a 6-7 pounder and you have your baseline fish or 3s, you're going to have that opportunity for a big bag today.
Well, last time here, 2022, day 3 was big fish day. Clifford Perch had a 913, 20+ pound bag, got in our top 10. And John Cox, he entered.
Oh, John Garrett has found another bait.
Oh, that's a real big one. Stay on, baby. God, that thing feels huge. Oh, no. No. Ah.
Ooh. That doesn't happen very often on that bait. Everything's going well until the fish jumps. Throws that jig right out. Had some tough luck yesterday with these fish jumping.
Mm-hmm. Well, that one jumped right toward him, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it did.
Took every bit of slack out of it.
That's okay. Just hook up again on the next cast.
That's the solution to that.
Don't you come up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ah. Getting some revenge on him now. Got my heart racing.
I'm going to say Lake Apopka better turn on, because now that he's figured out and these fish are liking this hair jig along with that DT.
And he's got a Carolina rig he could also rely on as well. Like he's just starting to build. Normally you're narrowing down your bait. He's starting to expand a little bit more.
Number 3.
Another 3-pound cull. Saying John Cox had a 9 on Bass Track last time. It came in as 11-pounder. He put one in 7 pounds today. Who knows what that's going to come in if he needs a couple more of those.
The other John Garrett, everything coming together for the rookie from Tennessee. John Garrett now extending a big lead, trying to go wire to wire here. Coverage will continue on Bassmaster.com. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back to Live Mix here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite Series event on Harris and beautiful Leesburg, Harris Chain of Lakes. Uh-oh, and there's Seth Fighter idling over there. I didn't think he made the cut. We're talking about how the great fishing here behind these guys that they can't fish in.
Yeah, he's testing his boat or something, I think.
No, I'm sure it's a service crew just messing with y'all. I like making y'all jerk your head around. So this, one of the conversations we sort of had, we didn't, because it's been interesting. You know, last week the number one story in the universe was the total eclipse of the sun, right? And some of the guys mentioned that there was something funky going on here, and suggested possibly that the eclipse had an impact. What is your thoughts on that, Brian?
100%. There's that all affects everything, the wildlife,
You know, obviously the fish, just things did not add up, in my opinion, the way the fish were acting. You know, generally in Florida, when you find habitat, you found what you need to find. You just have to figure out how to catch them. When I mean habitat, you got these circle bowl lakes, you got shoreline Kissimmee grass. If you have any habitat outside of Kissimmee grass, it can harbor a lot of fish, a lot of numbers. And when you would find that this week, you just could not find the fish. You might catch one and go forever and not catch another one. Everything I know about fishing, which isn't much, says should be out there. Post-spawn, early post-spawn is hot. It's summertime here, and they're just not there. So something with this solar eclipse had to have changed some kind of behavior with these fish. No doubt in my mind, did not add up this week. Something behind that. Yes, sir.
Come on, John. You're an astronomer.
I think that did you say ass astronomer? The biggest thing to me that is the factor we don't know, because we have no way to test it, is the water quality. I think there's some water quality issues going on in the chain of lakes, not the entire chain. Some areas of certain lakes, I think, have some kind of water quality issues, whether it's from spraying, vegetation dying, sucking the oxygen out. There's different factors that are going on with these lakes, as Brian was alluding to, that don't make any sense. Did the eclipse influence that? Maybe it did. The only other time that we've had a solar eclipse was when we were practicing on the St. Clair, and I had like one of the most phenomenal days there I've ever had, and that was pre-live scope. And then, so that I couldn't see the eclipse then either, and so I didn't see the eclipse here. So I guess it happened. So I didn't see. I think we're too far south to really get a good look at it. But yeah, I think the water quality is something that needs to be, because when you had the right ingredients, you didn't have the fish, like Brian was saying. And I think some of those areas, it could have been a real water quality thing going on.
Huh. Well, moons, sun impact it all, right? We know that. There's no doubt in our minds, right? I mean, y'all agree with that? Whether it's
100%.
There's a lot of influence, yeah, and it's more than most people probably realize. Whether moon's overhead or
it's
below
the same
feet
way
and all
with
that.
ducks, and the same way with turkeys, the same way with deer, it's the same way, So, and we had a complete eclipse in Little Rock, and it was like being evening and morning within 4 minutes. I mean, it got that dark.
Wow.
And dang, it's dark. It really is dark. And then next thing you know, the sun's coming up again.
That's
it
wild.
was just really cool. Cool light.
It's such a rare thing. It has to affect everything. It has to. I mean, it's not something that happens every day. I know the moon is everything we do back home with tidal water. I mean, the amount of power the moon can control the water movement and the way fish feed and stuff like that.
Right. It makes everything crazy.
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't say this, but my job is I moonlight as a law enforcement officer. So I'm on water patrol, right?
I was gonna mention.
And so my job during the eclipse was to be on the water, make sure everybody behaved. But at the same time, during the eclipse, it was like monitoring the bridge. It was a fear that people would be jumping off bridges. Now, the only reason I say that, I mean, that's for real. We did that. Nobody jumped. But the only reason I say that is that there were zoologists and wildlife biologists all over the country who spent the eclipse at a zoo bring the animals. Now, I haven't heard anything that came out of that. But, I mean, they ipso de facto know that moon stuff and sun stuff, solar stuff does impact wildlife, and they were monitoring animals all over the world. It just blows your mind. So it had to have some sort of impact. I do believe that, but I don't know. I just had some of the anglers mention that they were. You know, y'all probably don't realize this, you know, but fishermen look for the thing when they don't catch something.
That is the truth right there.
And so the solar eclipse was a good thing to blame.
See, that's why I was choosing water quality, because I'm not a biologist. I can't prove it, but that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Water quality. How about you, Brian? You went with the eclipse. Okay.
And I'm not blaming it. I'm mad at myself, but still, like, it sounds good. You know, that's why I didn't find them in offshore grasses, because of the solar eclipse. But I feel certain it affected something. Obviously, it affected some people, and some people are fine through this. But it just is. It's interesting watching how this tournament is going on. You know, once you can really watch how these guys are catching these consistent better bags. I would have bet everything I own this is not what you would have saw, you know. But that's fishing, man. It's pretty cool. Sometimes you can ignore the obvious.
Right. Something that's obvious to me, that, you know, you got John Cox back there in the top 10 or 15 here. You got this guy. He's the sneakiest.
He's getting big.
Quietest, sneakiest angler out there. I mean, and he's kind of like Brian Schmidt in ways. And he's up there. He's one of those guys that can come up with that 25-pound sack, 30-pound sack.
Yeah, Lester's really, really good in Florida. He really good with the you know, chatterbait and swim jig and spinnerbait and flipping. All that kind of stuff just comes really for him, and he does a really good job of adapting to whether it's on the Toho chain, the Harris chain, wherever he's fishing. He's gonna make his style work, and he does a really good job.
He's just a lot more versatile than maybe John Cox, you know, because he go offshore and do something.
I'd say so. Yeah.
But he would be scary if I was John Garrett. Of course, and John Garrett's very aware of him. So.
Oh, here's Ed.
He's looking like the mummy.
Flipping into somewhere.
See, and this is what the discussion we were having earlier in the day is it's refreshing to see somebody flipping. And you know, and he's been doing that. Of course, Lester's been up on the bank throwing all morning long, and Brad Watley, Ed, and a few of the other guys. I mean, this is really, you know, this is what you think of when you come to Florida, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this is what, you know, a lot of guys plan their vacations around, is coming down to Florida and flipping reeds and grass clumps and things like that with a D-bomb or whatever kind of flipping bait you want to pop in there and try to get a big bite. You know, that's what Ed's throwing is a black and blue D-bomb. I think it was the Bruiser Flat is what he told me. He's fit 65-pound braid. There's no play in these fish. It's literally bite, set the hook, reel, and flip them in the boat, whether they're 3, 2, 1, 5, 8. It doesn't matter how big it is. He said they're coming in the boat. It's fun.
We almost had to do it that way.
Yeah, you can't let them get around. Those reeds are awful about fish coming off. So the bigger line, I think, is actually better when you know, so that the line doesn't cut down into the reeds as much.
JT.
So before we'll stay with Ed for a second. Y'all stay with him.
Mm-hmm. So,
and I think one of the things that a lot of people miss out on is the size of the weight. We're talking lines, we're talking D-bombs. That bait becomes different on a quarter or 5/16 or a half or whatever. Tell us a little bit about what, I mean, I'm assuming he's throwing a tungsten weight.
He's throwing a 3/4 and a 1.5 ounce
no
tungsten
kidding,
weight.
that big.
Yeah. A lot of times there's something with that speed as that bait pops down. And if you're in a harder bottom area, which is preferably where the fish are going to be, usually where the fish are going to be down here in Florida, that bait's going to hit and make contact on the bottom. That triggers a lot of strikes as well. So you get that 3/4, 1 ounce, 1.5. When you have the speed factor and then that weight hitting the bottom, I think a lot of times the fish, even if they're not right there looking at it to eat it, like that pulls them over into that area. They're like, hey, what was that?
Okay, so
it comes over there. They'll come over, and then as you lift it up, then maybe you get that. Maybe get that bite.
So let's look at where he is right now. Of course, obviously, we could probably get the guy to look at the depth finder. But how deep is he throwing that 3/4? Because I think there's a point to be made here.
With the water levels being high, I would guess 3 to 5 feet. What would you say, Brian?
Yeah, maybe definitely somewhere down there. Maybe a little less. I remember him.
What my point, I think a lot of people in Florida would do, even if the water was down, and do that in 2 foot of water, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So a lot of people think, well, it's too shallow, whatever. No, I mean, if you're getting it right in front of that fish's face, and you got to use that. So 3/4 and 1.5 feet of water is not that out of the question.
And you're just being more proficient at what you're doing. So like next to those reeds, 1/4 or 3/8 would probably be better. But you're not always going to have that perfect cast. There's going to be times there's little bits of junk blown in there, a little bit thicker reed patch. You're just getting it in there more off of your weight.
I got you. All right, go back. I'm sorry. I just think those are things that you guys go right across because y'all know so much, but there's a lot of people out there that would like to know more about. I mean, there's still a lot of shallow water guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I think that that heavy weight does two things. Like I said, you get the speed and you get the thump of the bottom. And then there's times when that lighter weight is, and sometimes it's the phase of the fish. If they're in that post-spawn funk and hanging out under it is probably not going to be good for that. But you can also get through the matted stuff and then bring it slowly up to the top and then kind of wiggle it. And then sometimes those more timid fish will bite it that way. But there's no way to get a lightweight through that.
Right.
If you're fishing some of these more sparse ones out on the outside, then maybe you can throw 1/4 or a 3/16 or something like that, have that bait slowly dropping down in front of them, and that's more of a post-spawn thing. But as those fish are starting to spawn, the more aggressive ones, they're going to be territorial towards things on the bottom. That, to me, is 100% a trigger.
Yeah. And at the same time, when they're guarding,
when they're garden fry, they're up in the water column. That slower fall tends to be better from what I've seen. How about you, Brian?
100%. Yep. This is an interesting fishery down there. I went down there for about what do you say, about an hour and 20 minutes one day of practice.
It wasn't long.
Oh, somebody I talked to was going through the lock, said it took 37 minutes to get through the lock, so I immediately went and put it on the trailer. But my little run around there, it's shallow and way out in front of where these guys are fishing. It's a foot deep, but you can actually get on pad or sit down out there because it's a foot of water with about 4 foot of just muck. Nasty old decayed vegetation. And then you get inside close to the bank, and certain areas of the bank are deeper and hard bottom. And it's just like those must be just magnets for the fish down there because everything's so nasty and just a few areas have the harder bottom. But it's kind of weird, like way offshore, you're out there, you're like kicking up nasty water. Well, you could come right off pad and never know you hit bottom. It's just all muck.
Right.
It's weird.
Well, got a little baby gator jumping around on that vegetation over there.
Those will about a D-bomb.
Yeah, they will. And a frog.
I'd like to see Ed pick up a frog for a little bit.
Well, he jerked him
like a bass,
completely over the boat.
There's bass right there. Yeah, he did jerk him clean over the boat.
Back in the day, this siltation and everything that we're talking about, which is brought about by the locks and the all the fun, the channelization of getting the water here and that kind of thing, keeping it out of the neighborhoods and drainage, et cetera, and it's this way all over the country. Toho, remember Toho got that, and then they went into Toho and drained it and dredged all that stuff up, made islands,
scraped
and really and truly made
brought Toho back. So it was it's kind of a neat deal. I doubt they would ever do that for man. Cool. Every ounce counts, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's this, you know, you got to make sure that you make the right call. The first day I called the wrong fish on my first call, and I was like, damn, that was an idiot. And then I ended up calling 3 or 4 more times. Didn't matter. But, you know, if you don't get that bite then and you make a wrong call, it can cost you big time.
Yeah, it was just an ounce being in top 50, I think, for Cliff Perch. I mean, it just,
right,
just
1 ounce. That's right.
It's showing Ed's just caught a 5-pounder.
Well, maybe we'll get a look at that action.
He's jumped up to 3rd.
Not worry about upgrading ounces, you know.
But yeah, while we have a little second here to wait on Ed to catch us a 5-pounder, Autism Awareness Month. We got both have our wristbands on, and a lot of guys are wearing them all year, which I think is amazing. We're doing the fish decals on all the elite guys' boats, and that's cool because they go on in April and they don't go off for the entire season, which is really humbling and awesome for creating awareness. But this year's the year of the caretaker. That's what we're going to talk more about. Is that, you know, when you have people with autism, there's a certain percentage of those that require 24/7 care, and those people that require 24/7 care, it is a big burden. It is a big burden, and those caretakers need a little trip. So I've partnered up with the Winners Travel Foundation. They've donated 2 trips to caretakers, and we've got 9 going on. You can go on to missilebaits.com, and then there's the link. That's the easiest place to tell people to go. The link is right there, and then you can get on there and nominate yourself or nominate anybody to possibly win one of those trips. A free trip anywhere you want to go in the continental United States. They've been doing this for years. They do it for veterans, and they do it for caretakers of people with disabilities. So they thought this was a perfect match. And Dr. Clay Louder, he started that foundation. He's a big bass fisherman. He's from down in South Carolina. And just humbling when I started talking to him last fall about possibly doing something together. And he threw out there, we'll just go ahead and give you 2 trips. And so that was thankful. And then later, after those nominations are going to go on through the rest of this week, all the way up to the 22nd of April. If you know anybody or you want to be nominated, go ahead and jump on there and get nominated. And then we're going to pick the winner by the end of the month. We got a panel of people that we're going to kind of go through all those applications. And then we're going to be doing, after the St. Johns River tournament, we're going to be doing a bunch of different pieces. We got some cool, unique stuff. So we're going to be raising some more money for various autism charities as well. So that's kind of what we're doing here for this year, 2024, on the autism awareness.
Great deal there, man. You know, incredible cause. And
then, really, John, we always know that. Go ahead and show us some autism socks you got there.
These are. I got a couple different pairs, but these are the ones that I'm wearing today. I had a pair of them on yesterday. We're going to be auctioning off a pair of the special autism socks. They're not ones I've worn, so don't worry. Don't worry, Steve. Yeah, they're going to be. That's going to be part of the auction that's going on the week after the St. John's.
I got you. So, well, that is and I really admire you. I'm just 100%. You've been doing it for a while.
15 years or so, and we had a lot of people that help out. It's not it's not a one-man show for sure. It's definitely a team effort. So Eli Delaney really kind of got me into it and got Ike and Ellie into it. Ike and Ellie with it as well. Brandon Polinick does a lot with it as well. A lot of guys have kind of jumped on board for the month of April every year, and always talk about it, help promote it, and just make more people aware of it. Is all you got to do is say something and mention something. Oh yeah, my wife, like this morning, I had a friend of mine that we work with on some bait design stuff. He texted me and said, "Hey, my wife does autism research."
Really?
She works with a company that does a lot of research with autism. I said, man, that'd be awesome to talk with her at some point. He said, yeah, absolutely. So, it's about it. and then you find out that there's so many people connected to it. Either they have it, or they help teach people that have disabilities of some sort, and a lot of times autism is in there. It touches everybody.
Wow, very cool. What I want to make sure that everybody goes one more time on the
go to missilebaits.com. The very first slider that comes up on the website is where you can nominate people. Just click on that, and then you can fill out the form.
And that nomination is
for caretakers of people with autism.
Nominate people that taking care of people.
Yep,
that's right. Well, that's fantastic. I'm going to do that on the next break because we're fixing to take a break. And we need to take a break, and we'll come back here and live mix. We appreciate y'all being here. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, John. You guys are always fantastic. And for those of you watching and listen, we're not done. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome to the Lowrance Elite on Harris. Beautiful Leesburg, Florida, Harris Chain of Lakes. And we got a derby, man. We got an interesting derby. Before we get, I've actually been looking forward to this hour on Live Mix for a lot of reasons. But we got Gerald Swindle with us right now, and Leanne Swindle. Ooh. We had Leanne yesterday, and I thought, man, it'd just be great to have the husband and wife team. And so the first thing we're going to do is stand up proud there a little bit, Leanne. We got tell us about your T-shirt.
Oh, my shirt. Can you see it? Can you see it? This is our next drop for next week, so I figured why not wear it today?
Tease it up. It says, strength is what we gain from the madness we survive. Strength is what we gain from the madness we survive. And
we're surviving some madness right now.
And I think that shirt appeals everyday life, man. Whether you're a turkey hunter and you call in a Jake and not a gobbler, or you're a camera guy and everything's going bad, sometimes you get your strength from the bad things.
Yeah.
We try to inspire a little bit out there on GeraldSwindle.com. Selfish little plug there. Baby needs shoes because I went on money. So if you buy some T-shirts, brother might get home, you know.
I might have some gas money.
Yeah. We're back out on the water with John Garrett right now. Just seen him pop up.
So Garrett has tamed something because he ain't moving around a lot.
No, he is fishing a rock pile right there in Lake Clarendon.
I appreciate it.
He ain't moving much. He's got his little zone, and he's going back and forth, hitting him with a plug and hair jig, and he's going to ride or die, you know. He's going to ride or die. In Florida, so many times, Steve, it's one-on-one spot.
Yeah, 100%.
You know.
So one of the things that I've asked each group is what's the weight to get into the top 10? Because it doesn't matter what he did today. He's still not going to be safe. But you got guys like Christie and John Cox lurking out there right out. You know, what's the weight to get into the 10 by the end of the day?
I'm going to say about 45 and a half, maybe.
Really, that low?
46 at the most. You know, it's just we're going to have a great fishing day. It's beautiful, but, you know, you see how calm it is on Garrett right there. So pretty good. I don't see a lot of high weights put up yet. Guys struggling to catch limits with a 1 or 2 big ones. So I'm going to guess 46. Lily, you want to just throw a number out there?
No, I'm going to leave that one to you.
Could have race got him and just went 47. Just one right above.
I always go up one ounce above or 1 pound above.
Just bumped it.
Harris Chain has been pretty stingy this week. You know, we've had a couple of good bags, but a lot of guys are getting tied up in that 9 to 13 pounds. It seems like that 15, 16 pounds is kind of the breakover point. But you got to battle that having a rough day here.
Another one, grab it.
He's getting bit. They just won't quite take it. John's worked that area over.
I have covered tons and tons of old school Bassmasters where 9 to 13 pounds was it. You didn't. There might be one over that, but that back in the day, that was a lot of that.
And I just think that's what we're seeing now is what the lake's putting out. That big females are not out, and I don't know. The lake's just been a little tougher all across the board. All of them. Apopka seems to be bites, but I don't. You know, you don't see no giant weight coming out of there right now.
But it could come tomorrow, right?
It could come tomorrow. It could turn on. But I'm saying that these guys are grinding it out to get to 46. I mean, it could take 47. Just depends on if any new bettors pull up. But I sit there and look at Jason Christie nibbling down right there in 12th place, and John Cox is back here, and I know he's over in the marsh. So if any new ones pull up, you'll know today at the weigh-in because John Cox will have them. Because he's in an area where when they pull up, if he's in there, he's going to make it count.
Wow. You know, one of the things that always strikes me, for those of you listening, watching, is what these guys learn just from their keeping their eyes open at a weigh-in. Now, they're looking at fish, they're looking at a guy's hands, they're looking at his stature and how his eyes look. There's like, this guy's scary all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of pieces and parts of the game that you don't pay attention to until you have to pay the bills to do it.
Yep. The mental aspect of it.
I was thinking, well, maybe it just
body
needs
posture.
to change.
Is he sure, or is he just being cocky? There's a big difference.
Yeah.
And when you learn to read through the cockiness and realize, hey, this guy's just confident. He's not cocky. That's the one you're like, ugh, this guy's going to bring it.
Yeah. And that we're looking at one of those kids right now.
Yep. He knows he's sitting on the winning hole, and he
so
is.
In him, but
No.
he may have it for somebody else.
Yeah,
but he is
I've
a
never
very
seen
confident young man.
But he seems very comfortable right there with no decisions to be made. He knows he's going to stay there. And that's something I battled. I even talked to Leanne about in this tournament is not knowing exactly where you need to be in one of these can be tough because your feet get a little nervous. And I thought on day 3 of practice, what I figured out really took a lot of that away, and it did. I was committed to Harris. But being able to be confident enough to stay in your area and not run around in Florida is key. You know, if you're going to fish the bank, you just got to go and go and go, or you win it on a spot. But it's weird. We're seeing pattern fishing in live scope fishing. You know, you're seeing a few guys fish patterns, but everybody has their live scope on glancing around for that one random fish out in front of the grass or out in the middle of the canal. It's not completely out of the way.
Right. I don't think it ever will be.
No. It's too big a tool.
John's using it to stay on point.
Pinpoint his cast. I've always said, I think live scope, and Leanne, I've talked about this. I said live scope is the only thing out there that's a real time in fishing. You know, in other sports, you can call timeout, and the coach can come out and coach you. He can say, hey, don't.
Your footwork needs to be this.
Yes, you're dropping back too far in the pocket, center, pick your hands up. Like, they can coach you real game time. Bass fishing, we've never had that until live scope and forward-facing sonar direct your cast. It can tell you, hey, that's too far to the left, it's too far to the right, you threw it too far. So it's the first coaching assistant game time adjustment thing we've ever had come in our sport.
Really?
Other than that, it was feel and instinct.
And Leanne.
And Leanne, the ball. The lady that says, keep grinding it out, keep grinding it out.
How has that been for you, Leanne? I mean, I think we actually talked about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we?
What's that?
Forward facing and Gerald.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it a little bit. We've talked a lot about the last 3 tournaments.
It's funny, though. People think that I'm like old school and don't know how to use it or want it, but I have to tell you guys, I was like, listen, I'm the guys who left a very nice contract at Humminbird.
And a great friend.
And almost severed a friendship that I would have regretted my whole life with Tim Price to come home and buy one. So I left the contract.
And this was like 4 years ago.
Yes, this was after my first year back because I seen it. I'm like, hey, Daddy better get on this train and learn it. So I have been learning it, and I'm pretty efficient with it. My weakness with it is otherwise, the junk fishing, the instincts. I battle that so much that sometimes I trust my instincts and my strengths more than I trust live scope. Right. In the other anglers, it's right opposite. They're fully confident in that live scope. Right. They're fully confident in their cast and what. So they don't battle what we call the natural demons. You know, Christy and I talk about a Hackney. You got these instincts, and you're like, man, my gut says do this, but the graph may not say do that. Right. So that's where my biggest weakness is.
We've actually talked about a hypnosis.
Honey, can you find somebody to hypnotize me to make me forget what I know?
Oh my gosh! You know what you're describing though is when you finally realize that you're going to trust that compass more than you are your own eyesight.
Yeah,
and that's hard.
It's a battle.
It has been.
I have thrown a lot of compasses away because I knew that sucker was lying to me.
That's a great analogy, though, Steve, because if we were lost in the forest and it was mine and your eyes, and we're pretty good outdoorsmen, I believe. We've been around each other a bunch. And I said, no, Steve, I trust my eyes. You said, I trust mine. But the compass said, way.
Right.
So we may blunder around 40 days and 40 nights like they did in the Bible before we said, you know what, that compass was right.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at a lot of times, is trying to figure it out. And I'll come in and express my frustrations with Leanne. I'm like, I gotta trust it more. I'm efficient with it. I do it, keep it honest. But at the end of the day, if my gut says do something, man, I have a hard time turning away from it.
Right.
I get a little frustrated, I guess would be the nice word to say, because of Gerald's age, being lumped in with the old washed-up angler. Don't know how to adapt. I can't tell you how many times we get those comments on social media, and especially because it's a controversial subject. Forward-facing sonar, controversial. We make T-shirts out of fun out of it. We did the T-shirts, as I remember when Scope was a mouthwash. Yeah. It's all in fun, but some people get so offended by that, and they're like, he's just old and washed up, and I'm like, buddy, you don't know.
Yeah,
you do not know.
Better back off.
And I think that's just what people do. They want to lump that in that older guys don't know how to use it. I just think the older guys have so many more options.
Well, and that was one of the things that I, when I talk to people, I'm saying the first thing is everybody has to get to a point where if I bring up live scoping, no matter what your opinion, you have got to promise me you're not going to put your fist up. Because it's everybody's. If I say live scope, then they get in the corner and they put their fist up and they're like, "All right, I'm here to fight for I'm fighting for my ground."
Right.
And so you got the guys that'll say, "Hey, Gerald, you're old and washed up." Guys saying, "Those young guys can't go down the bank with a spinnerbait and catch them." I know John Garrett can.
Right.
I know Tyler Williams is out there with a jig.
Yep.
I mean, he's old school. They're mixing and melding. I don't know, having been a part of it and helped start the college bass in 2003. We had 6 teams. How many thousands of them are there now?
Right.
And I was talking to a good friend of mine from back in the 80s, John Torrey, and Johnny Shoes Torrey, and y'all don't even remember him, part of the Hempfield gang. I mean, he was Larry Nixon and Tommy Martin and John Torian. I mean, that's just what it was, But John was like, I said, John, when did you start tournament fishing? He goes, well, I was 27 years old, 27, 28. And I'm like, by the 27 and 28, they've had more tournament experience than we
They've
had.
More successful tournament experience, too.
Justin Havner won big tournaments at 13.
Yep.
That's crazy.
When we I didn't know a jig from.
I was fishing
anything.
with my dad in aluminum, fish a little jackpot tournament or something, and he was paddling around, had a little trolling motor. We were throwing a black pink tail worm, just having a good time. We were in the Derby, but winning wasn't part of the equation then.
Right.
It's different, though. And
it is different.
We talked yesterday about just how fishing has evolved. We were sharing with Kim about how the Classic used to be. Girlfriends couldn't stay with the guys.
Couldn't be introduced.
Well, and he even said, what did you say? He said the number of weddings that went on like the month before or the week before.
The class.
It was, and we had nighttime functions, 50 dances, costume parties. It was super strict. You couldn't carry but such amount of tackle. So the sport has changed a lot.
And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here because I know forward facing has been out here for years, but this seems like the first year that it's been all or nothing. That's what it feels like to me.
And
maybe
I think the misconception is you will hear people online or read what people type. They'll be pecking a keyboard at home going, I don't know what took y'all so long. This technology's been out there forever. No, let's be on hard no on that.
Yeah.
Because the has not been this good until the last 2 and 3 years.
It's been there for 6 or 7 years.
It's been there for 6 or 7 years, but it ain't been this good.
Right.
And each company has pushed each other to make it better. So now guys can totally depend on it.
I really enjoyed watching you on Fox earlier when you were talking about Garmin, but you were also talking about the advantages of 360 with Humminbird.
Mixed together.
And I thought that was really cool, for
that's why you're seeing a lot of guys do this. I wasn't the only guy who left to go do other things. Anglers you got to beat the best in the world, and the best in the world is getting better and younger, then we're going to have to adjust how we think. So we want the best of electronics. I'm going to have me a 360 regardless.
Right.
I'm going to have Humminbird mapping regardless. And I'm also going to have a Garmin 16 up there. Like, the contracts are not as important as what I stand to gain in knowledge or competing. So that's why you're seeing what we call the mixed bag of electronics, you know.
Right. And you know, there'll be some changes coming there, you know, because it's going to keep going and getting stronger.
I think what we talked about this before, and I think everybody at home and everybody that's on there typing or being upset with it, all I want you to think about is what we all should think about. Is there a detrimental conservation side of this? That's all I want to know. I don't care who's the best with it, who's the worst. Well, transducers. I don't care if your mother's got them on her, you know, her feet. I don't care. But I want some really good conservation studies and say, are we doing anything that could be harmful
and I think part
to
of
the future?
That's the wisdom of Chase Anderson. Always.
Right.
He's like, we're not going to jump off the deep end here. we got to look at this,
Right.
and they're doing that, and
Right.
there's going to be some good things. That, you know, eventually we will get to the point, because I can remember, I'm old enough to remember, and we were talking about this earlier. We were watching Ed Lochran and Watley earlier there, and they're flipping, you know, and the beauty of flipping, and how some of the guys this morning were saying, man, it's just so awesome to see some guys flipping.
Yeah.
But I can remember when they wanted to ban flipping.
Really?
Yeah.
Flipping?
That guy from California was it?
D. Thomas.
D. Thomas, and they thought it was an illegal. Actually illegal.
It was brutal on the fish. It was, you know, too long. 2 rods were too long, and just, you know, massive hook sets and this and that. Going to run the fisheries.
Well, here's the question I have, Steve, and this is going to be a good one. And of course, Leanne is in this, so it'll be a great husband and wife thought process.
Oh boy!
As we went crappie fishing at Grenada Lake.
Yeah, she told us about it.
So, and we fished with JoJo and his buddy Clay, and they had 16-foot rods, and they put 24 inches of line out, and you basically just hold the rod, and the guy was so good with the brakes and the front, he could take your crappie jig and put it on the crappie's nose. You just held it steady. It's like right here, and he goes, "Okay, pull him up. You got him." So how long is it going to be before? Because see, nobody's thought about this. We don't have a rod length limit anymore. What happens when 20-footer and I just troll around? I'm dead serious. Like, I quit casting. I just stick out this giant pole, 80-pound braid, and just pull them in the boat.
See, somebody's going to do that. You should have never brought that up.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, I watch these crappie guys, and I'm
You couldn't boat flip that.
It's hard.
I'm going to tell you, just holding that 16-foot rod, and in my left hand, which I would normally have on the reel, I couldn't. I just stuck it in my pocket because you would get the fish on, and he would take a 10-foot net and net it. So I'm like trying to figure out, what do I do with this long?
You look like some of our anglers on Live Scope and on Live. They just put their hands in their pockets and troll around. Maybe we should come up with more pockets on our AFCO sweatshirts.
Yeah, there you go.
Prop pockets. But you see what I'm saying? Now learning that your boat positioning, dink, back and forth, you know, and I think you and I both, we'll probably come to see some restrictions on the sea brakes and the boat brakes and the maneuvering of the boat, because the fine line between trolling, manipulating the bait, furthering your cast is there.
Yeah.
And the way our rules state, we can't do any of that.
Yeah.
So it's such a area, like when you put those brakes down and you start backing up, if you're not turning the reel handle, you have extended your cast.
Yeah.
Which is illegal.
Illegal.
So
there's so much of it that has to be looked at.
Right, and it's changing that fast.
And a lot of folks that aren't in this
quickly.
game, the idea of what we're talking about most of the time.
Well, we know we can't troll, so we'll go at it from that standpoint. We're not allowed to flip our lures out the back of the boat and let the electric motor assist the cast by pulling the bait.
Can't even long line anymore.
Or letting slack out and then reeling the bait deeper. So then we on the back, then all of a sudden you can cast, and when your bait's in the air, when you see a fish, you put them down, you start backing up. Well, your line's going out and you're backing up. You have extended your cast through the use of electronic motors.
Yeah.
So it's
mechanical means.
Right. So, boy, it's hard to pull. But I do think, and we all know it, we'll see a change in that next year. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see those become one of the first things that are illegal, because it's such a strain on the tournament organization to police it.
Right.
That's the last thing they need, is something else to have to
Oh my God.
worry about. single tournament.
Outside their husband not catching them and coming in wanting to throw rocks at squirrels. Me out in the yard looking at that squirrel going, if you don't get away from my boat, son, I'm going to hit you with this rock. We just dig in.
Well, you know, Steve, you asked me yesterday what's the plan look like. And I told you, I said, we don't really have time to sit around and mully-grub about this one. You know, we've got to look at, you know, we got to look at next week.
Yeah,
right.
We're going to head over there.
How do we do it, St. John's? What's your
Life's
typical?
an etch sketch. I'm going to shake it off and hit there with a fresh mind. I've had some really good tournaments at Apopka, and I've had some bad ones. And the 2-day practice is going to throw a curve in it. So after we come back from the break, we can talk about that. On the biggest decision on this whole run will be made in the next couple of days on where anglers choose to practice, because there's not 3 days.
Practice at all.
Nope, because you got 2 days. You better make the right decision. And I've already been sitting drinking coffee with her this morning going, I'm already laboring on that decision. So when we come back from the break, we'll talk on like where we're going to start.
All right.
Y'all stay with us.
Let's stay with us. We're here with the Swindles.
Yes.
Live mix. Hope you'll stay with us.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Into the afternoon and the final 3 hours of fishing for our 50 anglers who are left on semifinal Sunday at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain of lakes here, right in the heart of Central Florida here. Leesburg, our fantastic host city. What a great, great place with so much bass fishing history here, so much Bassmaster history, although not so much elite history. We're still writing that history right now. Last time we were here was in 2022, and then just 2 times before that over the 17 years or so of Bassmaster Elite Series history. Let's take you down and see the 8 lakes that make up this complex of natural waterways, canals, little ponds. A reserve back behind KJ Queen right there. They got it all in this place. As we get down to KJ Queen, who's been moving slowly up the leaderboard, let's catch you up on as many people as we can with our Toyota Midday Report. We'll start with KJ Queen, who's been sitting in 10th place for most of this tournament, but now he's moved himself up into 6th place.
He is slowly but surely working himself up to 6th place, unofficially with 46 pounds, 7 ounces. KJ Queen this morning started out like a lot of our other anglers have been starting out. Shad spawn around some Kissimmee grass, a few boat docks mixed in. You see him there with a white swim jig. But then you see him move on from that once the sun got up and no wind. Broke out a wacky rig, stick bait, a Cinco or something like that, and caught him a few fish. I think 1 or 2 of them were actually on the bed. But then you see him just moving around in some canals, some good, nice clear water, catching some other fish.
KJ Queen's dad, Jeff, is one of the best sight fishermen in the state of North Carolina. So KJ has learned well from dad over the years and has used it this week better than others for sight fishing that we've seen.
How about Ed Loughran? Ed Loughran having a great tournament here. He's had a great momentum at the end of last season. He's making 3 straight cuts and a little bit of a slow start this year, but he's making up for lost time here.
I love flipping myself, and I can just call this because I know exactly what's going on. Ed Loughran made a big choice this morning to give up what he did yesterday, to move way up in the standings, to give himself a chance because he knows the potential of Apopka Lake there. A long time to get there, about an hour and a half. The first bite you get, he jerked the first 2 clean over the boat, Tommy and Ronnie. 65-pound braid, and yep, there's a 1-pounder. But here's a good one a little later for sure. That's why you jerk hard on everyone, because it could be like that the next one. We'll see if they get better and better this afternoon, and if Brad and or Ed make the top 10, choose to go back there tomorrow.
Yeah, Ed Loughran's still hanging up there in the top 4 positions. He started in 3rd place. Brad Watley started the day in 2nd place. Took again this big gamble to go all the way down to Lake Apopka. Apopka? Did I say Opopka? Apopka.
Yeah, all the way up to 3rd place. He started out in 2nd place this morning, fell down while a lot of the other anglers were catching him on the shad spawn. He was the other angler that went to Lake Apopka. It's a little slow start for him, very much like Ed. He had a trigger off, and that first one that bit his flipping bait was in trouble this morning. The size has gotten a little better for him. I think the water is settling out there. Could definitely be better this afternoon for both of those anglers.
JT Tomkins, as we said before, has been telling us all week he is around the big ones. He knows where they are. He just knows, like everyone else says, they're hard to catch.
They are hard to catch, those bigger ones. But JT is one of the anglers that was very positive about his practice. He said, I had a 28 and a 30-pound day, caught one almost 10, caught one almost 9 pounds. Doing something different, catching those bigger fish, using a glide bait out in the lake, using his forward-facing electronics, fishing some brush piles with a jig. We saw him yesterday actually catching more fish with the jig and brush piles, just fishing isolated cover. Today he said, hey, if I can be patient enough to stay out here and get 5 bites with the glide bait, I know I'll have enough weight to give it a run tomorrow against John Garrett.
JT doing the best job of anyone of keeping up with this man. Determined, bound and determined to win it wire to wire. So far, he has occupied that top spot for most of this tournament, John Garrett.
Yeah, unofficially at 59 pounds, 6 ounces. On set to be, about 20 pounds a day is what he's been. The first day having 24 put him ahead of the curve a little bit, but on track to be possibly 80 pounds or close to it to win this event, which is much more than most people predicted. But he's found an area that's just got big fish. He's been very patient. I've been very impressed with the way he has been patient, knowing I need to catch 5 big ones to win. He's a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but certainly no rookie to tournament fishing. Been doing it his whole life and had success at every level. And with culls like that, you're going to have success at every level. But here's the big thing that happened about mid-morning. I guess it was closer to noon. He switched up with his hair jig, caught 3 or 4 really nice fish, has really pulled him away from the field.
More bad news for the rest of the field, although his lead now just 6 pounds and not totally insurmountable.
No, and I will say there are a few lakes that have given up big leads in bass history. Hartwell's won, Grand Lakes won, Harris Chain has won as well in 2011, I believe, or 2008, whatever it was. A 9-14 lead for Snowden vanished on a terrible final day. So not wishing that on John, but I'm saying it has happened, and it is a possibility we need to keep an eye on.
Among the suspects for big-time upsetter is this fellow right here, Trey McKenna, for sure.
He's got quite a few people upset.
It's a giant, dude. It's a freak. I'm talking huge. Huge. Huge, 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 huge. You better start fishing for roamers. Oh my gosh. You better start fishing for roamers, Tyler. Yeah, it's big. Oh my gosh, guys. Are we talking? Is this real? Like, do you want to have a conversation right now, or like, you want to calm me down? Like, am I fighting a fish? Oh my God! Yeah, come on. Hey guys. I mean, so we might have figured out what we're gonna do the rest of the day. So like here, I might have just figured it out with the jerkbait, because I hadn't got him to bite anything. So as long as this fish don't come off and I throw a fit, we should be fine. Should be fine, guys. That's a giant, y'all. Not a 9 or 10 pounder, so my weight was off, but I knew it was a big one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh yeah! Woo! Son! Might ought to be fishing for roamers. Woo! You said a big one? Did you say a big one? Because I thought that's what you said. I mean, I just... Yes. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Mm-hmm. Blue. 6-pounder. That's a 6-pounder, y'all. He deserves a kiss. Ah! Six-pounder. Right here. Hey, we might have just made the 10-day cut, boys. I feel like I'm on crack. Baby, crack. Is that a cold? I'll play it back. Here, I'll get you a good photo.
Threw the 6-pounder back. No.
No.
Davey, first 2 days, 17 pounds each day, very consistent.
Baby.
Bunch of threes, and
Where'd my
with
rock?
4 or so as his kicker, his biggest one of the day. His size fell off today, and it's been a terrible day. Bunch of 1.5s to 2s. Now he has that
Golly,
giant
God, if you
fish. If he
would've
could have
saw
only
that,
put
you
them
would've,
together, he'd have over 20 in a day, you know?
Yeah, still a lot of fishing
'Cause I
time to
almost
go,
did.
though. And he said he thought he just figured
I'm gonna
something
chase him.
out.
I'm gonna chase him.
Biggest
He
fish
went
by far this week. Of course, he
and,
averaged
like,
a little
tried
bit
to
better
grab it
fork than that
again.
fish.
Third time's a charm? Is that what I'm hearing? If he's not gone. Yeah, he's gone. What a guy. What a guy. Maybe he's not. I can see a blur of him. Or some kind of fish. Headed the right direction though. This fish is special.
Lots of remarkable things about Trey McKenna, leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points as a 19-year-old rookie. Another big thing about him is what he just showed us at the last Bassmaster Elite Series event. That was at Lake Fork in Texas, and just non-stop big bass all day for 4 days.
Yeah, for 4 days. You look at his total weight there, it's absolutely incredible. 130 pounds, 15 ounces. Came real close to breaking the all-time record. And real close at only 19 years old. And it just turned 19 years old just shortly before that. About a week or so before, he won his first Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. Absolutely incredible job there at Lake Fork, Trey McKenna. Using a jerkbait, forward-facing sonar, just out fishing the people around him.
Yep. Well, he's still doing it apparently.
Hey, we'll
that music
declare
gives me
that
one
as well,
clue.
yeah.
Sure is.
He's got to make up for lost time. Justin Hamner, Tyler Rivette, they stole some power pole replays of the day from him at Lake Fork, but we can go ahead and say, if day 3 was terrible for Trey McKenna, Davey Height, nothing over 2.5 pounds, this one will help make up the difference.
So it's really amazing that it took him this long, and I'm just being honest here, that it took him this long to catch a real big one, because we've become accustomed to seeing him target those bigger fish. He's had a knack for finding them. Like I just mentioned, everybody in the field either has this technology or has the opportunity to have it, and he has been able to figure it out at every single event this year. So hats off to him, and that's why he's got to be Power Pole Replay today. Thank you for finally catching a 6-pounder. We've been waiting for 3 days for it.
Finally.
Saying that's not going to be his last 6-pounder
of the day.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Certainly not for the for this event.
No, I don't think so either. Maybe not for today.
Yeah.
Got 13 pounds on the day and 3 1.5-pounders in his 5 fish.
My goodness. Let's get back to John Garrett.
That's the only thing. It's hard to make up weight on the leader when the leader won't let you make up weight. And Garrett's
All right,
holding
guys,
pace.
it's just after 12 and got decent little bag, nothing too crazy. We're one good fish catch away, another 4+ pounder from having our job done today. I'd love to get 5 of those that live here, but one more would really be nice. It's super sunny and slick, and they are not biting at all. It hasn't been easy at all any this week, but I've been throwing in more bass today than I have been this week. Just getting them to bite and getting them in the boat is the thing. But we got an hour and a half, 2 hours left, something like that. I think we'll get one more. I'm really planning on it anyway. Just gonna keep mixing it up. I made a bait change earlier to that hair jig and had 3 big bites in a row. They just, after they saw it a few times, they're done with it. So mixing it up between that and the crankbait, get us one more, have us another good day.
I think he's right on. He needs one more to hold that solid lead. I'm not saying he won't be leading it in a day if he doesn't cull again or good cull, but boy, you got to know that what you just saw from Trey McKenna, John Garrett is not got that trophy in his grasp quite yet.
That is of concern, I would think,
yes,
if he were able to see that himself. We're plenty concerned about the outcome of this day. Going to set us up for Championship Monday, among other things.
Yeah, Gators can move in on your spot. I mean, anything could happen.
Yet another thing that makes things tenuous out here on the Harris chain of lakes. A lot of things that can conspire to make your day slow down or come to an abrupt halt. But boy, they almost halted that gator right there with that one.
The gator's sneaking on down, thinking maybe there's an inner tube or a skier behind that boat.
I got a feeling that boat would be in some hurt, the motor at least.
John Garrett on top, got the 6-pound lead ahead of JT Tomkins, Brad Watley, Ed Lochran, and Trey McKenna moving up just now into 5th place. 8 lakes to choose from here. That is the promise of the Harris chain of lakes, side of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite here on the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. And fortunate is the man fishing here who doesn't have to spend a lot of his day doing this right here. On the move, losing those valuable fishing minutes that you're only allotted so many of during the course of a fishing day. But most cannot avoid that. I mean, there's just something about needing to be on the move that seduces everyone here.
It's like that carrot dangling right out in front of the mule. I mean, you just have to get what you can't quite reach. And Apopka has been that for so many people this week.
Trey McKenna.
You called it. The Sunday afternoon traffic's heating up there, Ronnie.
Yeah, you were right.
I think that's your dad. It just passed by for the third time.
He's moving out in that pontoon.
Man, if my dad has a pontoon and a Phoenix, they are rolling deeper than I thought they were.
He got in. I saw him in the shot this morning. Did you see him on FS1 in the background, sitting over there with his motor running hot, backed up in that grass?
Ready to go.
I saw the smoke coming out of that motor. He's like, yeah, but I got in the show.
Tyler Williams, New Englander. Talented bass fisherman, we come to find out this year of 2024. Of course, before that one,
That's a big one. That's a really big one. It's not that big, but it's good for me. Yes. It's a pretty good sized one. Yeah, not bad. Keep him hooked and see what we can do. You like where I grabbed it? That was a little risky.
No coning. Looked like a Statue of Liberty there for a minute.
Good for him. He was able to hold on. Usually they get that far out of your hand. He's gone.
I just needed some Trey's words of wisdom.
There you go.
That's all. Thank you, Trey.
Fish for
He
roamers.
may beat me every tournament, but he helps me too. It is.
Yes, Trey was saying, Tyler, you better fish for roamers, and when he had a 6-pounder on a few minutes ago.
3-pounder.
3-pounder?
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Above that average fish weight. That's 3-pounders in Florida don't seem like big, especially to the peanut gallery online. But
You got a little nick in there.
I'm just saying, they just pointed out that
your
this
razor
week,
slipped just a little bit.
When 11.5 pounds a day makes the cut, 3-pounders are way more important than they used to be this week.
Pretty good
but it's
run
always,
here.
Go ahead, Sush.
I was just going to say Kyle Patrick's got our second biggest bag of the day from 35th. He's up in 13th with 15 pounds, 14 ounces. Got a 5-pounder a minute ago. He's kind of on the canal to Apopka.
3-pounders have kind of been that in Florida though for a long time.
It's always. I mean, down the we hadn't seen
2-pounders
maybe
and
20, 21
6 to 8.
pounds have a chance to make the cut close.
But it's usually smaller than 3 and then a big one or 2.
For sure.
I love the way Trey got Tyler to go fish for roamers, and he eases right over there to the community brush pile. Which Tyler fishes brush pile more than anyone on the trail this year, I think.
Got to be 1.5 pounds.
Might help a little bit.
And Tyler's over there
We
thinking.
figured out how to catch them.
Thank you, Trey.
Yeah.
What's he doing over there in
wait
that
a minute.
fisher tractor?
Figured out how to catch them, guys. As long as I have enough time. Red.
You know, we've seen Trey start every day at the locks. I don't know how many of those fish he's actually taken to the scales though. It's like every afternoon when he gets out, no matter what he's doing, you know,
to find a way.
The glide bait, the jerk bait, he just starts chunking those fish that he caught in the lock out. And part of his strategy might just be like the shed spawn guys, a lot of them, hey, I need to get a few in the box to settle me down and then go do something that's not gonna get a lot of bites, but better size.
Take it back over to JT Tomkins. Apparently, and has been for quite a while, sitting in second place.
Rick Clunn just filled his limit. He's over 11 pounds today, in the teens.
Looks like we got some brush, maybe a little grass mixed in there too, but looks more like brush unless that's that's brush. That hard return. Don't see his bait. Oop, he must have a jig or something, yeah. Yep. That's why we didn't see the jerk bait, because he had a jig in the brush.
Better. Just thumped it so hard. Not like 3 foot of slack in my line.
He now gets to go to his brush, Davy, without needing a 5 or 6 pounder because he caught those good ones on his big fish spot. He now can catch some 3s and be okay with. He'll still get to that weight he's looking at.
Kind of the opposite approach that he's done the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But
it's important when you do have those big fish spots that it's hard to catch them, but there are big size there. Try it in the afternoon, try it in the morning. Like,
mix
you gotta there's a time of day where they will bite, and so he got 2 of them to bite earlier today.
What's gonna come?
he had a couple small ones. His last cull and this one will be, you know, those fish needed to go. I'd like to see him go back and
they got a pound and a half left too.
Throw a glide bait and do some other things now.
He started the day 7-3 back, so you can make up a 6-pound deficit on the final day, but you'd like to, maybe he cuts it in half. He's 4 pounds back today, and then he gets the chance to do that tomorrow, but he wants to make up all 7 today, Davey.
Sure he does. But
there's your Lowrance bird's eye view of JT and his surroundings there, and as Ronnie predicted, there's going to be a lot of recreational traffic.
Got 8
We're in a
ounces
busy
out of
part
that.
of Florida here.
Yes.
Despite the wilderness look of this area and the
Ron
great surroundings we have here, there's a lot of people within 75 miles of here.
Ron Moore on Ronnie's jet ski there.
Oh, yeah.
If my parents have a Phoenix pontoon and a jet ski, Davey, they have really been
You
holding
finally
out
left
on me.
the house.
You need to have a sit down about that allowance now, I'm telling you.
Yeah. I heard the big Christmas presents you gave your mom and dad after your big Bassmaster bonus.
Yeah, presents. Remember, presents. That's my gift, is my presents, not gifts that I get them. It's actually me being able to see them. That's the gift. That keeps on giving. And it costs me nothing.
We've seen Ron Moore, the senior, on a jet ski, a bass boat, and a ski boat today.
Pontoon, yeah.
Pontoon.
Yeah.
Puts Tomkins to 17 pounds, 2 ounces on Bass Track, 5.5 back.
Wow.
And now he's hit the weight that he's hit every day. He had 19.11, he had 17.1, now he's got another 17-pound bag. Unfortunately, all 3 of his bags are lower than the 2 bags John Garrett's caught. So he's got to, today, I'm getting the feeling, today he's got to have over 20. Like, if he wants to stay in this to win, he's got to have over 20 today.
Let's get back over to KJ Queen. KJ finding himself in 6th place now. Has been for the last 45 minutes.
Eat it. Did you eat it? Did you eat it? She's got it. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on.
Nice one.
Stay on, babe. Quit. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on.
Oh.
Dang it, man. Gosh, dang it. Gosh. Freaking good one, man. Can't get a break for losing fish this week. It's crazy.
That was a nice one,
man.
Yeah.
That sucks. Right there was my top 10.
Long fish there.
For tomorrow.
Fish on the bed. Got this one coming. Everything looks pretty good.
He said it right there. That was possibly the fish that would secure my top 10.
Still got him on at this point. Now he's got to try to lip this fish right beside the 82 rods that are laying there.
Line go under that rod and.
No, I don't.
Hey, he's got a hair jig tied on just in case he needs it.
In the canal.
In the canal, I saw it there. No, we hate that.
No, that's.
God, that fish
Tough
there.
one. That would have
He's
helped.
made the most of
He had a
little
1
this week.
1/4 in the live one.
And you mentioned it's probably his top 10 fish. He's got more time left.
And he could still make the top 10, but that would have been like, at 12:36, I'm fishing tomorrow. Now I got 3 hours to figure it out.
How is it still behind me?
Oh, he's got him looking for those rollers
was
now.
bass. Well, it was a good bass. You like that little behind the back? Like, yeah.
Good.
I didn't know if it was or not. I'm like, come on, try it. Oh, we're moving upwards
with
anyways.
That jerkbait. Not just a jig, man. We've seen him with a jerkbait a little bit in his hand, but boy,
I didn't see my bait. I didn't see anything. I just felt my rod go wham. I was like, oh. It's like back in the day. Ow.
Boy, he'd be dangerous if he caught a good fish.
Mm-hmm.
He's been the epitome of 3-pounder, 3.5-pounder.
Mm-hmm.
You
Got
to
a
death.
one even, I think, in there. And a
2
1/8.
1/4. Sweet.
Pound and a quarter upgrade.
Moving up.
Pound and a quarter doesn't seem like a lot, but that's 4 spots in the top 10 right now that it moves them up.
4 spots in the top 10 is cha-ching. And obviously 4 points.
That is gold.
That's why we were saying there getting to be some weird weight gaps. We got about 1.5 pounds from where Tyler was before that catch to Kyle Norsetter. Then there's only 2 ounces, and then it's 2 pounds, and then it's going to be 1.5 pounds to the next guy. So like, it's not just I need to move up 1 spot. You're going to have to make a 2-pound coal for some of these guys just outside the top 10.
Back up to Lake Dora. Tomkins. Ronnie, you followed him a lot more than I have, JT, and he's from South Carolina, Davey, so you know him too, I'm sure. What's his real forte? What is his, would you say is his, where he performs the best? What sort of lake, what sort of environment?
Hooked up.
Oh.
I think it's a giant.
So,
it's a good one. There we go.
He's from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I don't really know him well.
Glad I got that one.
Great brush pile fisherman.
Yeah.
To me, what I've heard most about him as a fisherman, he fishes a lot. He spends a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of time on the water.
He had a bad, I think his worst opens finish last year was the Eufaula, Alabama one to start the year off. And he stayed for the next 2 or 3 days afterwards and fished to figure out what he did wrong after the tournament ended. So, not for a lack of work. Comes from a fishing family. His father's traveled and fished nationally, and when he got on this path to trying to do this professionally, he had obviously the full support, and he just made a lot of friends across the country where it saves money. You don't have to. You can stay with your friend near this lake and practice and do this. So
when I say big one, it's usually
a pound upgrade. Did a story on him last year. He told me he'd be out fishing, looking at the Elite Series lakes, and he'll maybe spend 3 days Christmas at home on his break, and that was it.
Put that in there.
Yeah, I've honestly heard like 300 days a year on the road.
Right.
Let's go, JT. Let's go, dude.
It's up to 18.2.
And for the young guys, Tommy, you can't gain 20 years of fishing wisdom just hoping and praying.
No.
You got to put in
Time
the
on
time.
the water.
So that's what some of these young guys, they spend a lot more time on the water than 20-year-olds 20 years ago.
Yeah, but I don't think it matters whether you're young or old. It's time on the water is
100%.
invaluable in our sport.
Brad Watley moving back up where he's close to where he started today. He's up to third place right now. JT Tomkins taking a little bit of the advantage away from John Garrett. Some more moves are on the way, no doubt. We'll be right back.
See ya.
Continuing on, getting closer to the 2-hour mark, which is 15 minutes away from the 2 hours, the final 2 hours of fishing here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. If you're just joining up with us right now, checking in to see what's happened here on semifinal Sunday, because we won't have the final till tomorrow. It is still John Garrett on top. He has occupied that spot for the lion's share of this tournament, trying to win it wire to wire. Had a lead stretching up to about 7 pounds, as much as 7 pounds today, but that's been eaten into a little bit by JT Tomkins, Brad Watley, Trey McKenna. We just saw him catch a good one offshore. Ed Lochran over there, along with Brad Watley, put in a lot of time on Lake Apopka.
Yeah, we talk about the run to get over there, an hour and a half, but what a lot of people don't think about is the run to get back is another hour and a half that Trey McKenna, Tyler Williams, Kyle Northsetter, KJ Queen, they are all fishing and potentially gaining ground on you while you're making that run back.
Lochran just ran all the way back to the north end of Dora. Found him on the map there.
Kyle started in 9th place today. He's currently 10th.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. Oh, stay down. Stay down.
Ooh.
That should call something, I hope.
I guess that's the one.
God, I thought it was way
That was a little bigger than that.
That sucker just froze me. Did you see it? Yeah, I thought, and then he got freed. Number 4, 112. Little call. A little's better than nothing, all right?
That limits at 15 plus and 17 plus so far. Right now he's Trying to upgrade to get him over 12.
Not much, but
I think he might.
Definitely a help there.
Hey, he said last year, you called me once, Ronnie, and that was at Santee Cooper when I was on live. I'm gonna try to have you call me a few more times this year. And we saw him at Lake Fork on live for one day,
right,
and now we're seeing him today, maybe tomorrow. So good on Kyle. It's an uptick from the rookie season. That's always what you want to see, is a little bit of adjustment, growth, and he's starting off really well this year.
Yes. Back to our leader, John Garrett.
He's got a hair jig in his hand again. By the way,
oh my gosh, dude. That's a giant. Please, Lord. That's her. Stay down. Stay down. Let's go! Yes. Dude, barely skin hooked.
Who cares?
Yes. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Whew, that gets me fired up.
He's got a 112 and 2 2-pounders still.
Big help.
Yeah,
hard proposition for the rest of the field.
2.5 pound upgrade, maybe, as much as that.
Let's get it, dude. Yes, sir.
4-pounder. Definitely in the bowl.
I would say.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a 2.5 pound upgrade.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Something to try to eat them.
Oh, grebe.
Yes, sir. 4-pounder.
4-pounder. It's a 2 1/4 upgrade at minimum, which means it'll put him at 62 and a half, 62 and a half pounds for 3 days.
6110, they put that in as a 411.
No, that's
4-0. 4-0.
Yeah,
sorry,
411 was
pop.
the one. Yeah, easy now. You're getting us too fired up over there, Such.
Fast track acting up.
We are searching, we are scanning our 8 lakes here to find. Look at him. There he is, Kyle Norsetter. He can't hide from us. We got the eye in the sky.
Yep, there we go. Oh, yep. That. Stay on. Stay on, fish.
I just saw the splash there. That's a little better. Yep.
I don't know how much it'll help, but it'll probably be the same as the last one.
You might scrape a 2-pounder.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for.
Starting to see a little bit of an afternoon bite on this spot. We were just with him. We left after that last catch to see John catch one, and we're back and he caught one. So just a few minutes, and we're catching a little bit of an afternoon flurry on this offshore grass.
114. So 2 more ounces, number 4.
He said that this morning this lake has more 113s in it this week than I've ever seen.
So he's back where he was at this morning when it was around 3 or 4 or 5 boats.
Yeah, it's on that. It looks like he's a little bit further.
But it's grass right out there.
Yes. Yeah.
He's got it all to himself now.
These are the 2 guys on the cut line for tomorrow, 10th and 11th.
Okay. We're still just plugging away. I'm kind of going over in my mind what my options are at this point. I've went through a lot of fish on this swim jig today, and I need a big one, bad. I've got a few brush piles in Harris, and I'm thinking I may
this last couple of hours just kind of pull the plug and go fish a few brush piles in Harris. It's not a deal where you're going to get a lot of bites, but I feel like you catch a big one that way. I just kind of feel like I've maximized this swim jig and chatterbait deal today. I mean, yeah, you could swim it by a big one, but most of what I'm seeing are fairly small, and most all my fish right now are good, solid fish. I just need that kicker. So I'm thinking I may go fish some brush. I rig me up a big worm and crankbait, some stuff like that. I may go do that for a little while. It ain't really what I want to do, but at this point, I don't feel like I have a whole heck of a lot to lose. I definitely need a couple of big ones if we're going to have a chance to make the top 10 and have a chance to win tomorrow, and that's what we're shooting for.
Brandon had 21 pounds on the first day and it went down to 11 yesterday, and he knows he probably can't have another 11 day, and he's right.
Yeah.
He wants to make the top 10.
Yeah, I left the Apopka. I thought I would come up and try some other stuff up here. You know, I caught one good one in a Apopka and then 4 small ones, and now I really need probably about a 3-pounder to make sure that I make the top 10 cut tomorrow. With what I have now, I don't think I'm going to make it. Obviously, I don't know what other people are doing, but I'm just hoping to be able to catch one decent fish up here. Maybe a 3-pounder or a couple of 2-pounders would do it, but I'm going to be pretty much drop shotting probably for the rest of the time.
I think it helps.
Ed Lochran with 10-10.
You never ever feel like you could make a championship Sunday if you only have 10 pounds on semifinal Saturday. You know, you can't make the final day if you have 10 pounds, so he knows he needs a little bit more probably.
Right now, the top 10 cut's right at about 45 pounds. There's guys without bass track like Iconelli and Krieger who are within a big bag of getting in our top 10. They do not have bass track.
That might be a good one. I can't tell. I think it helps. He's feisty. Jerkbait rod, not jig rod, jerkbait rod. Yeet. Ah, he's got teeth. One of these times, it's gonna be a big one. I felt them like, don't say it, don't say it.
Right? Yeah. It's like a 3, doesn't it?
Maybe.
Definitely should help. I think that's better than 2 1/4.
Let me reset this. It's gonna be a close one. 0. It helps. I just want it to help by more.
Sure.
2 ounces.
3-2?
No, he's like 2 3/4.
Helps you by 2 ounces. I get you.
A good problem to have. Ow, my feet are burning. Oh, the cooler is so hot. Oh, oh, oh.
You want to put some ice in it?
I should have. Oh, wow. Barefoot, it looks cool. There's nothing hotter in this boat than that cooler. I know what I'm gonna do.
Some shoes on?
No.
Put some shoes on, I hope.
Let's not go crazy here. Here we go. Watch the steam
Not
come
gonna
out.
get the camera
there we
wet,
go.
I promise.
Why don't you just stand in the bucket, Tyler?
My feet are on fire.
I mean, why would I think you'd put shoes on in a case like this? Just
you don't need to go to the extreme.
No, you sit down and get your.
Sat down.
If he is not the younger version of John Cox, I don't know what he is.
Look at him now.
All right, now there we go.
That was a mistake.
Oh, I love it.
Feels good on my feet though. I just got another problem.
Hey, my dad always told me, Dave, you either got two options. You're either gonna have hot feet or a wet butt, and he didn't want the hot feet, I guess. So he's got.
My dad always told me, if you're gonna be dumb, you better be tough, boy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was funny.
Cool feet and wet drawers. That's the way you like to end up your day.
Looks like KJ Queen's got him another one on the bed.
Yeah,
he's on point. Here we go. Oh my.
Thought he was stuck on the bottom there for a second, Davey.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Might be the one that gets him in the top 10, keeps him in the top 10.
It's not as big as the one he lost a few minutes ago, but
it's not that one.
Sure could help.
Better than his 1 1/4.
Sure will help.
Got the mojo back. A little bit.
Got the mojo back, he said.
Last fish moved Tyler Williams to 3rd. He's got 14.5 on the day. And he's 2 spots ahead of Trey McKenna, which will be AOI points he's gaining on him.
How far was he behind?
He started today 12 points back.
12 points back.
McKenna was 294, Williams 282. Jordan Lee next, and Justin Hamner, JG Tomkins.
So who's winning AOI? Since
Trey
you want to bring it
McKenna.
up to 3 events in.
Who's going to end up winning it?
Who's going to end up winning? Be careful, because whoever you pick is going to win Rookie of the Year based on the way it's going. You better.
Okay, Jordan Lee then.
Okay.
He can't win Rookie of the Year.
Solid pick.
Boy, I don't know. That's a tough one. You got to see. Chris Johnston's in there. Kyle Patrick. Patrick Walters. Well, that's a tough choice.
A lot of fishing to go.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 of 9.
We're just still in the first third of the year.
Walters is another one of those guys who has a great track record like Lester in the state of Florida, and he missed the cut this week. Walters got in the 60s, so threw a couple guys for a loop for sure. Got a couple Floridians sitting at home.
Yeah.
Not expecting, well, they might be at home. They are Floridians. They might have gone home before they go to the St. John's for Tuesday's practice, which will be another little deal. Like, if you didn't pre-practice it or you've never been there before, if you're one of the first 2 years, guys, you may not know how to tackle a 110-mile river in 2 days of practice instead of 3. That one day does make a big difference, Davey, on options. It seems like now you're going to have to not guess, but you're going to have to high percentage pick this spot, and you're going to have to live there, or you're going to spend your whole tournament running around hoping you find the mother.
And Gerald Swindle talked about it on the live mix. Dave, I want to ask your take on just 2 days of practice. Who's that going to benefit the guys who've been here for years and years now, or?
With all the tools available now to do research. I don't know so much as, you know, had that been 20 years ago, but yeah, sure, a little bit. But gosh, there's guys that have already done the research on that. They know where the historical good and bad locations are. Up
In
and down that
April,
river.
though, we haven't been down here.
What's that?
In April. We haven't been down here.
I'd say that it's
Usually
better.
February.
It's better for, you don't have to fish as slow. You can cover more water a little bit quicker probably. It'll make it a little, you know, easier to get bit and put something together than.
And if it was all about experience on the body of water, like I said, we got some Florida boys that are not fishing today. Right. I mean, just look at that. It's not as simple as that.
There he is, one of your top contenders for Angler of the Year in action out there. Hey, you got to have some fun when you're going out there, but critical mistake right there.
I saw that coming.
Not one you can't come back from. It's a long season. It's a long season.
We're going to close
Tyler
with that.
Williams. Who cannot like Tyler Williams?
He did that on purpose.
That was my vote for Power Pole replay of that.
That's no kidding. That's right up there. John Garrett still on top there, but you know, that 4-pounder he landed in the last 30 minutes has done a lot for his outlook right now. Not that it was very bad to begin with. JT Tomkins right behind. Tyler Williams tucked in there in third place. Watley, McKinley, Lochran, KJ Queen, Webster, Jordan Lee back in the top 10, and Kyle Norsetter. Total immersion Florida experience going on right here. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, the Harris chain of lakes. Plenty of good fish among the ranks of the heron population in this beautiful backwoods sort of area that's surrounded by a lot of communities, a lot of people live in this county, Lake County, and other parts that are on toward Orlando. The osprey right there.
No, that's a grebe.
That's not a grebe.
That's what I've been told.
That's just a
whoa.
There's a stork.
Toucan.
Ronnie, that's a stork.
Toucan.
Okay. No, it's not toucan. Tell him.
That's a grebe.
There's a cousin of the grebe right there. That's a grebe's first cousin.
Poopy bird.
People don't like it. That's one of the few species that kills for fun.
Yes.
Right there. Absolutely.
I don't know if
they kill way more than they need to eat.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
That one
Above
bird was
water
an
and
ibis.
below water.
Yeah.
Sink, sink. Oh my gosh, she would bite. She would bite. Come on, 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 come on. Stay on, babe. Stay on, babe. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Stop. 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 Stay on, baby. Please stay on. 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 Please stay on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come to Daddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Give me some. Boom. Whoa! Son of a monkey's uncle. That fires me up. Dude, she ate it under the trolling motor. Oh, I don't think she can see. I really don't think she's seen. As soon as I wiggled it, she sucked it right in. Whew, I think we might be fishing tomorrow.
That's fun to watch.
Hey, he made a top 10 a few years ago at
That's
the
an
Sabine
upgrade.
River. And now he's fishing somewhat the same way back little canal.
Make sure I got
a dark corner somewhere.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Sometimes they get one back there.
Woo, woo, woo. So let's go, baby.
His 2 top 10s came in 2022, Sabine and Mississippi River.
Them quail eggs work.
That's nice.
I'm about to eat 2 more of them. We got to catch us a toad, and that's the secret right
Has
there.
Ben Milliken started a trend where KJ Quinn's
old
now
quail
eating
eggs.
quail eggs, just like he did?
What?
He just said the quail egg's the key.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm about
I got
to eat
me an
another
extra
one.
jar in the truck. I'm going to have to break it out tomorrow.
Oh, so there it is. All right.
I mean, they sell Snickers at the gas station on the way to
It's
the
got to be
ranch.
changing the pH in the water, putting that vinegar in.
Yeah, I mean, that's pure brine
quail
going
egg.
in there right now.
Where it's at.
Had 19 pounds on day one,
She was gonna
15,
eat
7
if I could
yesterday,
just get in
15
front of her.
today,
She couldn't
third
see.
place.
He sees one.
He just spotted one.
Let's stay right here.
See there? No time to eat quail eggs.
No, quail eggs can wait.
Are you serious? You're just gonna lay the rod down, finish your quail egg?
Quail eggs and purple Powerade. Whew.
Was that purple Powerade?
That is some flavors right there.
That's about like
I thought
Mountain
that was
Dew and chocolate
Ensure or
milk.
something like that.
Hey, making the most of a little. Making the most of a little.
That's, hey, love it. Always love it when somebody's that into it, man.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
yeah. You see him getting the lid back on that Powerade? There's another one right there. Daddy's gonna buy another bottle of quail eggs.
JT Tomkins hanging in there second place. He's now almost 7 pounds back again.
Come on.
John Garrett fished 45 minutes ago.
There we go.
Set him back a little bit.
I got him. Oh no.
Oh, I think it broke him off.
He pulled it over a tree
Gosh,
and got a bite.
I know my line was fine. I just checked it. I'm gonna go to 22 tomorrow. Heavier line. I don't know if it was a giant or what, but I still don't like breaking fish off.
Waiting on a lock to get back. It could kill me fishing in here because I could miss my spot, but I also feel like in here's my best chance to catch one. All right. Doing good, buddy.
Remember the other day in the Bassmaster?
Yes. Oh, what's going on, buddy?
I've been watching you.
Well, I thank you.
Looks really good right there.
I'm hoping I
Really
make
good.
it. We'll see.
Oh, you'll make it.
We shall see. Need one more.
It's a little pile of them on 360.
Yeah, he's the man. That guy right there, he's the man.
Oh, good Duffy took care of you this morning. I was watching you this morning.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She was good. I thank you, buddy.
I know your dad had
You
a
working in the morning?
Boat
Who's
job?
working in the morning?
boat slip.
No, that guy didn't have a mullet. They zoomed in
He's
too
pretty
close.
cool?
He didn't have a mullet. My dad's got a mullet.
Pretty cool. All right. Hopefully he'll let me.
See,
Okay,
that's the
we gotta
best
get
friend
in.
you need to make. Lockmaster.
Lock up.
Oh, yeah.
Said he was working the lock yesterday. Not working today,
Too
but
many
he's
boats.
working tomorrow.
I used to take
All
them
right.
We just
chocolate
can't
chip
lose our
cookies.
spot.
Just
Would I catch one in there?
homemade,
If I fish
just
hard,
for
I
you,
probably would.
Lockmaster.
What's going on?
Well, we can't get started.
Dang, man.
like to get broke down in front of everyone.
Hey, it's all right. Little curving adventure ain't no biggie.
Oh, that's right. He said he's losing his spot. I thought about just bass anglers. That's right. We're pontooning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kinda
somebody
what
out there
hands tied
fishing too.
here.
The pontoons, but you see there's a boat in the lock fish.
Yeah, yeah. You
If
don't
I
wanna...
catch one, it's gonna be a miracle.
Hey, it was one. The open last fall was one. Final fish was right here, right where we're at, right along the face of the lock on a buzzbait. Matt Messer got it done as he was waiting to come back in and caught one. Caught a 5-pounder starter's day on a buzzbait. Caught 4 1-pounders flipping in Griffin all day. Comes back to the lock, catches a 3.5 pounder on a buzzbait. Goes in and wins the tournament.
Wow.
Yeah. Caught one big one. 6 something. No, I just come in here. I caught it out in the lake. Dude, it sucked here today. Bad. No, it wasn't. I kind of figured out how to catch them, but I ran out of time. Where was that tree at? Back here.
Rick Clunn put another decent bag for this week together, 11 and change. He's in 17th place.
Nice.
And Clunn's only about 5 pounds from making the cut, so 16 or 17 pound bag could get it done, and he could be fishing 4 days.
I have yet to catch one out of these pads.
I can alley and fishing in the lock.
Yeah.
How about
Ask him what he's got. He's off Bass Track. No pings.
Measuring his line.
Pads are so aggravating.
I would agree. My least favorite grass to fish, or vegetation.
Yeah, there's that little cut V in the top of that pad made just for fishing.
Just for a line, yeah. Ike Nelly having his best tournament of the year so far, absolutely. The legend, won Angler of the Year and Classic Champ. Brad Watley on the move. He's got to start getting closer to the takeout pretty soon. As we all get closer to weigh-in time, that's coming up at 3 o'clock local time, 2 Central. But we got more fishing in the meantime. We got more live action coming from the Harris chain right around the corner. Leesburg, Florida is our fantastic host city for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain of lakes. Leesburg kind of feels like the home away from home. Certainly for B.A.S.S. in Central Florida. Have so many big tournaments go out of here through the years. Everyone who's followed the sport always follows those, especially those January ones from the Harris chain when you know there's going to be big things happening all over the chain. And now at different times of the year, we're getting to see a little bit different, sort of a later spring, almost preview of summer look to Leesburg and the environs here, but a great small town with a big feel and a lot of friendly folks who live here. We appreciate Leesburg and the Venetian Gardens, that fabulous facility that serves as the takeoff and the weigh-in spot right there. We appreciate it all. It's just a beautiful, beautiful part of these United States. Harris chain, there's no place like that for sure.
Really enjoy going down there. Been there quite a few times. I'm sure you have too.
Got some good eating establishments down there.
Lake County, Leesburg,
good.
Florida.
Yep. There's our tournament leader there, John Garrett, trying to win it wire to wire.
Kind of towards the end of the day, it's almost 1:30. I'm gonna throw on my sweet spot for the next, 4 or 5 casts. We're still go back early. Just in case something happens. I could probably push it another 20 minutes here, which I really want to do, but we'll give ourselves an hour and a half to get back. It takes about an hour. Just in case something crazy happens, we'll have time to get some help. Overall, a really good day. I mean, I only got, I know for sure 4 and maybe a couple on a crankbait, but 4 big bites and got 3 of them. So, I mean, that's decent odds. I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. I don't know how many I don't know if I'll get any of these in a boat. I mean, who knows? But the first day I got 5 of them. In the past 2 days, I've got 3 in the boat here. So we'll come back tomorrow and see what happens. Love to get a few more of those tomorrow for sure. But overall, definitely happy with it, no doubt.
Well, speaking of John Garrett, Trey McKenna, Tyler Williams, JT Tomkins, all those anglers We got a little bit here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, and it's the value menu. When you think about how you pick anglers, do you pick the high percentage anglers that are the sure things, the guys with great track records? Maybe it's their home lake. How do you decipher, do I pick a high percentage guy? Do I pick a low percentage guy? Does it benefit me in fantasy fishing? Well, the percentages don't affect how many points you get. Just because you pick the low percentage guy, it doesn't get you any bonus points when you do well. What it does get you is an advantage over your competition. If you're someone like me that maybe took a step back in a week or two over at the Bassmaster Classic, you need to make up some points. If you pick a guy with a low percentage and they outperform some of those heavier picked anglers in that bucket, overall you're going to gain on a large chunk of the player base, of the fantasy fishing player base. And so here's some of our value menu, and I mentioned a couple before we came in that are going to be on this list as well. John Garrett, JT Tomkins, Brad Watley, Ed Locker, and just to name a few, you could add Trey McKenna, you could add KJ Queen, Tyler Williams. All of those I just mentioned under 3% pick rate in their various buckets. John Garrett was bucket B, 3% for him. He has obviously been leading this tournament from the get-go. He's going to get the maximum points possible, most likely. JT Tomkins, when you think about Tomkins, Williams, McKinney, they're in bucket A. They're in the best of the best bucket, and they've performed this year. They're at the top of the Angler of the Year race, and that's rightfully so. They're in the toughest bucket. But other people to pick from, there was guys like Ben Milliken, 14%. I think there was, you obviously have the Drews in the other buckets that were going to be high percentage picks, John Cox as well. But with these low percentage picks, when you think about a Brad Watley and a Ned Lochran, you're in bucket E, the toughest bucket overall for people's success this season. The bottom 20 in the AOY race, and when you outperform, let's just say, I hate to throw him under the bus, but a guy like Matt Robertson was 15%. He's one of the highest picked in bucket E. He finishes next to last. If Ed Lochran was to finish in the top 5, you're going to beat over 15% of the player base by over 100 points in fantasy fishing from having someone in the top 5 versus someone who was high picked in the bottom 5. So it is all value menu. The highest picked angler in the top 10, Jordan Lee, 9th place right now, 19%. So for the most part, a lot of underrated picks, a lot of non-traditional Florida anglers, a lot of rookies, and a lot of guys who really haven't had a Florida swing this time of the year have performed big time for us.
Epic scene.
A lot of times I think,
one leg.
maybe I'm speaking out of school here. I think a lot of people, they don't have time to research their fantasy picks. They will look at local people. How many Florida people are available for this? Not a good choice.
Not always the deal, no.
No.
And your bait wet.
On the eve of the tournament, I switched out JT Tomkins for Ben Milliken. Big mistake.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
It's costly.
Well, Ben he got the elites with his finish here in the Open last year. Third place finish got him in the elites.
You couldn't predict that. No way. No.
I believe
I got JT on the Drain the Lake.
I believe I can touch the sky. I believe every night and day. I believe I can fly.
Hey, at least we're on day 3.
I haven't even checked the time. I'm not going to.
Look at that. 4th place Tyler Williams, 7th place Trey McKenna, 3 ounces difference.
With 11th.
Wow.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, going to be all within a quarter of a pound.
Oh, I felt that move. I was like, bye, guys. Get ready to get swept away.
Davey, you're 19. You win an elite event. You're on top of the Angler of the Year standings. How are you feeling?
He would not know. No, I'm just kidding, Davey.
Who would know? Nobody would know but Trey McKenna.
Back out to JT Tomkins in 2nd place.
He's out there singing left and right, Trey McKenna.
For a long time today.
Gosh dang, it's way out there. Let's go. There we go. There we go. 3-pounder, gotta be. Yep, 3-pounder.
Let's get rid of that 2-pounder.
Which one? Number 3 goes.
That was a big help there.
All right, that one's going back, guys.
That's, one he just caught was bigger than 2 of the ones he had in the live well now.
Yep. Needed that one. One more 4-pounder. Get ready for liftoff, boys. Liftoff. Where's the boat ramp we put in at? Leesburg. Yep.
Okay. Y'all are on the back half then. He beats all the way over there. Okay. I know where you're at. The niche garden. Okay. Sweet.
Can you grab that and pull us back real quick?
What time is weighing? 3. Okay.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Catching them deep or out of grass.
My morning spot's got 8-9 foot on it. The shad spawn. Once that's run, it happens. Burn in the back. Like burn in the back. More than the TV. I put them over there because I'm a dock, a boat, like reed head, like junkie. I didn't really have nothing to practice, so it's just junking, you know.
Still good.
I wanted to fish.
What'd you have the first day?
I only had 13 and a half. Okay. I didn't come over here though. Fish Eustace the first day.
Eustace is tough.
Yeah.
Eustace is tough.
I wish I would have come all 3 days. I feel like I could have been 15, 16 all 3 days.
Yeah. I agree, buddy.
Do you ever think 19-year-old would be talking shop with Mike Iaconelli, Hall of Famer, classic champ AOI, and he's like, what'd you have day 1, 13? Well, that's still good, buddy. You know, you're all right, Ike. You can keep your head up,
champ.
Mike. You can do
You
that.
can
You
do
can
it.
make it. Where was that shad spawn spot?
We'll pull it for you.
Potential angler of the year talking to a
former.
That's good.
And at one point, one of the young guns that
absolutely
had the world turned on its head, too.
Cal Norsetter.
It's tough. It's really tough. We tried to cover a lot of other ground where we got bit during practice. We were gonna shoot over to Eustace and do canal. Oh, got one. That's it. That's it. Oh, stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, I don't know if he's gonna help. He hit like a freight train. I don't think he's gonna help us. So anyway, it's super tough. You know, sometimes you'll have regrets. I made other decisions instead of wasting time driving to stay fishing. And we just didn't capitalize on anything yet. Came back here and now this is the 3rd or 4th fish that we've caught, but he's not gonna help our bag at all. We've culled up a couple ounces, but we need to get that other big bite. We're really hoping for another 4 or 5 to even remotely think we have a chance. That fishing tomorrow, I figured 15 pounds this morning should keep me in contention. So where a 5-pounder would really do us justice right now. I know they're in here. I just got to get one to fire. So slowly but surely, pick apart this grass as slow as we possibly can. Kind of go from there. We've rotated colors, weight sizes, and the one that got us here seems to be doing the best. You know, and that's all that we can do. I think if we can catch a giant and even make tomorrow, we're gonna have to run and gun and go to some of our other stuff that we haven't even touched yet. But right now we're focused on culling up. So we still got an hour, 20 minutes. We're just right outside the launch, so we can literally fish till the last second. And hopefully we can get that other big bite to get us up there, or at least a couple 2.5s or 3s. So let's see what happens in the next hour and 20 minutes.
Cal Norsetter from Cottage Grove around Madison, Wisconsin. So he knows the dynamics of natural lakes for sure. There are plenty of them to fish up there.
White chatterbait helped him out big
We're not gonna have
time
much time
to qualify for the elites at Rayburn in the fall of 2022.
If we wouldn't have got back when we did. So even that, like, would I like to catch another 4-pounder and risk it and make it in 50 seconds without being late? Yeah, I would. but sometimes your rabbit foot is not always magic. So I'm glad we came back when we did. I don't know, fit in. I'm surprised we all got in. I was not seeing that. I thought they were gonna be yelling the whole time, but I'm glad we got it worked out. I don't know, I have a little spot, kind of, you know, just a little set of docks right by the ramp that I caught 2-3 powdered off the first day, and those would do me like legit magic right now. Like I would have be basically 18 and a half if I caught 2-3 pounders. So we're gonna see. I want to see if we can get a few casts on the best docks. Never know. We shall see.
So with that math, he thinks 18 and a half. It would bump him up 4.5 pounds from what Bass Track says. So we can probably think he's probably got 15 pounds right now if he thinks.
Yep.
If he's got 2.5 pounds roughly, and threes would help him. So he's probably got 15 pounds.
Yeah, and change. Just thinking they were in.
Which means he would go from 7th to 3rd.
Sorry. Trey McKenna having an unbelievable season so far. Lock into yet another top 10. Final day for championship Monday. Tyler Williams.
Tyler, how you feeling? It's still live, man. How you feeling out there?
I mean, I feel like I did my job to a certain degree. It's not like I didn't catch them. I just gonna try to catch a big one in the last few minutes here and see what happens. I got some stuff that big ones get on. It's just a matter if one connects to my lure and then gets in the boat. So we'll see. Regardless how it goes though, I'm having fun out here. This place is awesome. It's awesome for how I like to fish it. It's a lot of hard work and practice finding where you want to fish, but it's fun once you get to fish it.
You believe, Davey, what he said? 3 days of scouting, not a cast?
Not a cast. Did the same thing at Toledo Bend, didn't he? Yeah.
I think so.
I think that was the part of the legend there, or maybe it was Fort. Well, both of them.
Spends all that time of official practice after going to each of these fisheries and spending quite a bit of time before the off limits. So putting a lot of hours on an outboard engine doing all that graphing around. I'd be ready to stop and catch them too come tournament day.
Yeah,
The whole
that's
thing. I mean, I watch
heightens
them
the
eat it.
experience of tournaments. Ed Lochran.
Caught a big one
That's
yesterday
it.
late in the day.
That's it.
He is the magic man with the virtual reality glasses that we heard about, that were he could connect or sync up to his graph, but we have not seen that this season yet.
Here we go.
That one's going to be close. As
Yeah.
far as an upgrade goes, I think it will be a bit of an upgrade, though.
Yeah, it's going to be, I agree though, it's going to be close, maybe so.
So if you're watching at home, you wonder how Ed Lochran keeps winning the Bass Track bonus every single week on being the most accurate over the first 2 days of competition. Watch his way of culling, and
what?
He's got his AccuCull there. I guess he's putting.
Is that an abacus or a?
Yeah.
And that's.
I think it's a thesaurus, I think, or what was it?
I don't think it's a thesaurus.
Yes. He has got the newest tech and some of the oldest tech, but combine them together in the worlds they can.
That's right. You've got a
abacus.
They can cohabitate, you know.
Would knock the beads back and forth, so you can't use an abacus.
Had a fin clip there. It's a little
Yeah.
less common than most of the guys.
Of course, if you follow, is a practicing attorney in the D.C. area there. spent a lot of time in court.
He's pretty practiced up at this point.
I thought he was reaching down in the live well to pull out one of those chain stringers that we saw pictures of in the 70s there, just to keep mixing it on up.
You see Brandon Lester doing his offshore game that he said that he didn't want to have to do, but he's going to do it to try to get that. He needs a kicker at this point to make some kind of significant jump.
Somehow.
Bass track's not supposed to be perfectly accurate, but I do think Brandon might be in 11th. Not 9th or 10th.
And it's about a 5-pound gap from 7th to 11th, so you don't want to just slide in by the hair on your chinny chin chin. You want to get in and know you're in.
One good big one would make a world of difference for Brandon Lester. You always look forward to these trips, and who wouldn't look forward to it?
There's my dad.
Whoa. There we go. One of those guys. You ever heard one of them howl when he's on the nest? It sounds like the MGM lion. I swear they make a fearful sort of noise. Part of the scene here in Florida, a scene which we'll return to in a minute.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Yeah, it's Bassmaster Live, bringing you live coverage all day of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite Harris Chain of Lakes here in Leesburg, Florida. Incredible Harris Chain. There's no place like it that the Bassmaster Elite Series ever fishes. Only been here. This is the fourth time, the fourth visit ever to the Harris Chain. It has been most interesting. A different time of year. John Garrett, though, has been the one constant throughout this tournament. He's been on top for the lion's share of the time. They were 5-pound, 12-ounce lead estimated by Bass Track right now. And, man, oh man, we've seen him excel with not too many keepers any one of these days. I mean, he is not going around and one here, one there. He's staying in his spot. Stay in the course. That may be the key to it.
He really is, and what's surprising to me is he's not getting that many bites, and he's losing some of the fish. For him to be able to hold on to the lead for looks like for the third day in a row is really incredible.
Well, let's check in with Dave Mercer right now. Dave getting ready to crank up the weigh-in down there in Leesburg, Florida. Dave, we watched John Garrett out there, and does it surprise you that someone's threatening to win this thing wire to wire? And of course, we got a long way to go until that would be reality, but does that seem unlikely for a place that things can change so much with one swing of the rod?
Especially for an angler that, excuse me if you saw me wiping my nose, I just was doing battle with some kind of creature, but I won, the good news is. But especially for an angler like John Garrett that came into this event and straight up told me on day one, he said, I've had a horrible pre-fish. He said, I am going to a lake that I have very little experience just because it's going to be a lot more positive for me. So for him to be in this position, either one, he was lying to me like they do often, or number two, he's really put together an incredible game plan to this point. But I will remind you, as a guy who MCs weigh-ins and wants all the drama in the world, as much as I'd love to see John Garrett win this is the very place that Brian Snowden had a giant lead going into the final day. I think a 13-pound lead, and Mike McClellan chased him down and beat him on Championship Sunday. We're going to have a Championship Monday. Anything can happen. It's a fun tournament, a compelling tournament, really, because it's been different. I mean, all we ever want in a tournament is variety. That's the one thing. Whatever they're doing, you want variety. And boy, this tournament has delivered when it comes to variety.
Yeah, Dave, so not only John Garrett, but the rookie class, we have said this, I know, at least for the last 4 or 5 years, it's like, wow, this group of rookies are the best that we've had come into the elites. And John is a rookie, but we've seen him fish a lot. I know you know him and know of him and have seen him. He's been in a Bassmaster Classic before. Does he stand out as your pick to be Rookie of the Year and shaping up certainly a player for Angler of the Year, or is one of the other rookies really stand out like a Trey McKenna?
John Garrett has stood out since the first time we met him, when he qualified as a collegiate angler, and he is one of those anglers that he's been so close so many times getting to the Elite Series. And he's not one of those people that people were more shocked that he wasn't here yet than they were that he's here now. Let me just put it that way. And there's certain anglers like that. I mean, earlier me and Swindle were talking, and Sam George, another one of those anglers that's perpetually just right there. But John Garrett, this has been coming for a long time, but the entire rookie class is ridiculous, really. I mean, there's some of our anglers that they don't want no more stinking rookies coming here. But the scary thing is, if you talk to the lead rookie, the guy who won Angler of the Year last year in the Opens, JT Tomkins, threatening here this week, he openly told me, he said, our rookie class is really good. There's a lot of great anglers in this class. The next one is even scarier, in his words. He said there is so many young, incredible anglers coming up, and it's really cool to see. I mean, you know, 1 and 2 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year this morning, Trey McKenna, and the main event, Tyler Williams. How crazy is that? A 19-year-old, a 22-year-old that literally rode his first escalator at the Bassmaster Classic is out there having the time of his life, and they're fishing in a very lethal way. I thought something stuck out to me. Everybody loves KJ Queen. I was watching KJ Queen compete, and we want him to do well in this tournament. I'd love to see him in the top 10, but KJ was in cruise control, made a couple of classics in a row. It seemed like things were easy for him. This last year or so has been tough on KJ Queen. When you watch Tyler Williams fish and KJ Queen fish, you are seeing a totally different type of angler, in the way that Tyler Williams is like, I mean, he's a little bit John Cox, a little bit Kenny Powers, with a dash of Chris Farley mixed in. He's just out there being Tommy boy and having the time of his life. As soon as KJ Queen hooks up, you hear him starting to pray to that fish. Please don't get off. Please don't get off. It is one of the kind of unfair things in our sport, the pressure that it puts on you. But a free and loose angler is a scary angler, and our entire rookie class is very free and very loose. Like, think about it. In last place for Rookie of the Year, sorry to run on sentence here. I've been talking for about an hour and a half. But right. Last place for Angler of the Year or Rookie of the Year is Robert G. Robert G is a third place. He's in contention in this tournament, and he's in last place for our Rookie of the Year race. It's mind-blowing, this class.
That's how strong it is. One more question,
So, yeah,
Dave.
they all stand out.
From the other end of the experience spectrum, next week we're going to be celebrating, among other things, a man who's about to fish his 500th Bassmaster event, 50 years in bass fishing, for the one and only Rick Clunn. What thoughts come to your mind when you think about the entirety of his career, and what it's meant to you?
How lucky we all are, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't happen in other sports. It's, you know, you listen to a Major League Baseball game and they make fantasy predictions about Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron and all of these stars from yesteryear. Well, our star from yesteryear is still right in front of us. And at a time when everybody, I mean, he told me this week, this will blow you away, but at a time when it's the young guys versus the older guys, it's all about forward-facing sonar. Rick Clunn told me earlier this week his goal is to win a tournament scoping. He said he saw George Burns perform at 90 years old, and he couldn't believe what a show he put on. And he said, man, I'm going to figure out one day what one of my big goals is as I age. And he said for a while he didn't have it, but now he's finally figured it out. He is an inspiration to all of us, to the sport. He is he's King Clunn. I mean, it feels like to me that he gets special and a little bit, just watching him, if you watch him on stage, and if you saw the lineup yesterday that was formed for him meeting people, I can't wait till next week. It is going to be it's going to be an incredible time, and what better state than Florida to make it happen? I mean, it is like a Disney story. I mean, I don't know who. I mean, Eric Lopez, you got to give him credit. I mean, he sets up the schedule, always gets in trouble when we go other places. But what a crackerjacker decision to make Rick Clunn's 500th tournament just happen in Palatka, Florida, where he's won his last 2 elites.
Absolutely.
Way to go, Elo.
Totally agree with that. Dave Mercer, thank you so much. You're going to be a very busy man starting in about an hour's time here. It will be 3 o'clock Eastern time, and that's when the check-in is and the weigh-in will commence. Dave will be running the show as we take this field of 50 down to 10. And looking like he's in it for sure is that man right there, JT Tomkins. He's been in second place for about at least two-thirds of this day, probably closer to three-quarters of this day. Looking very, very solid. Very much a threat to be one of the anglers who could upset the apple cart and ruin John Garrett's quest for a wire-to-wire victory here.
Definitely good. I have to agree with Dave Mercer there. It's really incredible. Rick Clunn, from the beginning, a star, winning a classic way back in the first few years of Bass, to still be in the sport and competing and doing very well here this week.
I would never put it past him. He might win something scoping before it's all over. I certainly don't think anything's impossible with a man like Rick Clunn. That is for sure. John Garrett still on top. John Garrett has been almost flawless. Had a few setbacks, but man, oh man, his good moments have been way outnumbering the bad ones here, and thus he is on top. The rest of them in pursuit. We'll be right back. Semifinal Sunday, big day. Only 10 make it out to fish one more day here at the Harris Chain of Lakes at this Lowrance, Bassmaster Elite, the Harris Chain of Lakes. And the anglers are making their way back closer.
Yeah.
I hope we got a little delay in some of this footage.
Oh, how many PFDs are on that dealio?
Looked like a good deal to me. Absolutely. What a gorgeous day. I mean, absolute, banner day here. Late spring is what the feel is in Florida this time of year.
You've been known to pontoon a little bit, Tom.
What's that?
Right? You've been known to pontoon a little bit.
A little bit. Not much.
Couldn't tell if that was Harris Chain or Lake Hamilton.
I'm a pontooner. Turn the tunes up. Hey, big rig.
Yeah, just trying to make something happen. I had a lot of bites here yesterday in this area, and I've already had, I think, 2 or 3 since I've got in here. 2 of them pretty good ones, but they didn't get the bait. I'm just trying to catch a big one. I've got this area and one more area that I'm gonna go to. Try to get a big bite. I need a big bite. If I can get a big bite, it'll help me out a ton.
Definitely. Focusing on the shade back in behind most of this vegetation. We caught a lot of his fish yesterday once the sun got up.
It's thick and nasty in here, but there's some good ones in here. We just need one of them to mess up.
£49 even right now, estimated for Brad. Got him about 12 pounds back of our leader, John Garrett, but 6th place. He's looking better to make the top 10 with every passing minute, as long as he doesn't get past.
We're making a little pass here.
That's the big difference. He's waiting on a 5-pounder, give him a 4-pound upgrade, and he'll be neck and neck with a JT
Right.
or a Trey and a Tyler, and being right there where now I can reach up and grab the leader if I needed to,
Yeah. Big psychological benefit to that.
That's why we talk about the safety and security of Lake Harris. If you never leave Harris, you don't have to worry about locking. You don't have to worry about idle zones and not being able to pass people and going at their pace, being late. You don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, a lot of traffic in that canal there right
Like this
now.
jig, I'm gonna cross her eyes.
DT looks like that motorcycle on the interstate, just trying to ride the
Wants
middle and
to.
make that pass, but there's no room.
Yeah, trying to
It's
go
also a
between
good
the
sight
two
line,
cars.
and
Yeah.
you want to make sure if that boat up front stops and that boat you're not right in line of that.
I think it's about got gridlock in that canal.
Oh, that's not even nearly as bad.
That's not bad as it gets.
I can see some white coming off of the waves behind the boat in front of him, and we saw some videos on social of some people. I didn't even know if their motor was on.
Here he goes. Make a pass at a turn. He's got a little room.
Now that doesn't look like my dad on those jet skis. He would have already pulled to the side and let him slide on by, so that can't be him. He's got to be in another canal.
All right, if you're going to pass him on, get it going.
Oh, Brad Watley. Oh, he lost it.
Oh, I thought that might be Mrs. Allnut.
You're still stuck on the African
Yes.
queen there, Such.
I'm curious though. John Cox has been near Monkey Island in the.
Well, we just had a big one come out. I saw the fish. I was reeling my swim jig right up next to the top. The fish came out off the edge of the grass. It was a big old fish, 5 or 6 pounder. She came right up behind it, and I mean, basically like touched her nose to it. All she had to do is open her mouth and suck it in, and she just, I saw her come up behind it and then just turn off. Nothing you can do in a situation like that. She was interested, she just didn't commit. It was a big old fish. It was the one we needed, but if she was here, maybe there's more.
Talked about this. This is Brandon Lester's 24th event in the state of Florida. If he even missed the cut, but stayed in 11th, it'd be his 10th top 15 out of 24 events.
Wow.
And it's already his 14th top 40. Like we said yesterday, he's gonna be over the 200,000 mark just in Florida.
That's awesome.
With over half of those being the opens, which obviously payouts different. Number of boats is doubled.
Looking at the map, seeing a lot of boats making their way toward Venetian Gardens. John Cox has been sitting there a little bit, though. I don't know if that.
At Venetian Gardens?
Yeah, right at the mouth of it, and he's been there a while. He's kind of floated around a little bit, but being there an hour early with a 3 o'clock check-in time. I wonder if he has more than what he's shown on Bass Track.
Well, you said he had a 7, right? But he had just a bunch of ones.
Everything else was a 1 pounder.
Yeah, but even if he had I think if he had 25 pounds, he wouldn't just be coming in early for the heck of it.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd be trying to catch 28 pounds.
Fishing a canal nearby and pinging the wrong place.
He could be fishing offshore right near there, too. I'm sure he is right now.
I barely pulled, too. I must have had a nick in the line.
Jordan Lee's also close by, the northern shore.
That's right, I forgot. His boat has the Barefoot Bandit insignia on it there.
The Barefoot Bandit.
Oh,
is that the Barefoot Bandit music?
Please tell me it's a big old bucket of water.
Yeah.
The Wet Bandit today a little bit.
Tyler Williams, another good event for him, and he is fun to watch. Just because he's a happy guy, but he's also fun to watch because he catches fish every tournament that we
had him on the Bassmaster Elite so far this year. What a great start to his career on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But here's the problem with being barefoot. On a hot sunny day, the carpet gets hot. So what do? Tyler Williams, what do? Wet the carpet down and then you sit on it.
No. It's a slight miscalculation. Now, cameraman Reno Jake knows how to handle that. He wears something called shoes.
No.
What was that? Pouring the bucket out and sitting down? That's what have I done to myself? This is a product of my own, or a consequence of my own actions.
And I tell you, I've had hot feet on a boat, and I've had a wet rear on a boat. I'd rather have hot feet, I can tell you that, because they can usually cool off pretty quick. But the wet behind doesn't fix itself till you get back home and change clothes.
It is not comforting at all.
Power pole replay today, Tyler.
There you
Williams.
go. Way to put a button on that one. JT Tomkins looks like he's in the Dora Canal based on our map, so.
Wow, we just saw an angler pass Steve Kennedy, and he reported a 5.4 in the last 10 minutes. He's up to 14.5 pounds. He's in 26th place with only 38 pounds total.
Oh, wow.
Chunking a glide.
What a pretty good day. He's got a 4.4 in there.
Monday might be better, but we had to know minimal wind Sunday and 75. You're gonna have this. It's the most populous pleasure boat and lake in the state of Florida. That's not just a little pond. You know, this is, when you think of the St. Johns River, the Kissimmee chain, Okeechobee, Harris chain, this is by far.
Yeah, if you're an angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series and didn't plan for this happening, then you should have done your homework a little more.
Shame on you, yeah.
It's just hard when everyone's having a relaxing Sunday and you're fishing for $100,000 and it's the same playing field. It's like, somebody just walking out on the football field and you're in the way as they're trying to make a dump off pass in the screen.
This canal is a nightmare.
JT jonesing to get around some of these people.
Yes, he is.
Big time.
He's got a little gap here. They're going to slingshot him.
At 4.2.
Yeah, drafting
MPH.
at 4 miles an hour.
Engage.
Never seen a jet ski that didn't need an audience. Frank Talley? No.
No, that says Frankie's.
I thought it was Frankie's boat.
Talking about hot feet on a boat. Our director, Michael Middleton, and I one time, not too far from here at a college event.
Oh, yeah.
In about 108 of actual temperature. Many summers ago, were charged with being out on the water all day, shooting, going from boat to boat in a very small lake. And the surfaces of that lake became, most of our time was spent up taking the towels that we were using to be able to stand it any time we sat down, soaking them in water so that, they would last about 5 minutes before it became too. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, there's been those tournaments, Davey, where you got to take a white towel because a white towel is reflective, soak it, put it on your live well lids or something to keep it, to keep a little bit of heat off the water in your live wells.
Oh, I've been to Louisiana Delta in August, promise you. I know all about it.
You have to use that J.O. trick of drinking pickle juice when it's that hot out.
Yeah,
on the water. It does help.
I remember what was it? It might have been, it was your last year on the Elite Series, Davey, 2016. We were at the Potomac, and it was right before we went to, I believe, the Mississippi River and ended the year up there for the
It
end
was
of
hot.
It was like 104. I remember drinking 5 bottles of water and 3 Gatorades, and I never went to the bathroom. Like I was losing so much sweating and perspiring that I couldn't keep the fluids in. And this is just, it was one of the hottest. You want to think it's always South Texas and Florida?
Yeah, it's not.
No, that's so
DC
humid. The Chesapeake
and-
is
Yeah,
so
the Chesapeake
humid.
is one of the
Oh,
hottest
man.
places in the country. And for some reason, we would go there in August or September like it was some
relief
northern rendezvous. And,
No.
oh, in the mornings, I remember walking out in the mornings, be 83, 84 degrees at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah. With the humidity so thick, it feels like you're wearing a horse blanket or something.
Oh, JT got him a fast lane going now.
JT Tomkins says you better get out of my way. I've got business. Important business to take care of here. We got about 40 minutes until check-in time. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. Hopefully we're going to see some more fishing, more fish catches. Well, some of our anglers making their way to get closer to the Venetian Gardens. That's where they'll need to land, but you always got time to talk to the fans
Gotta make
quickly.
it real quick. I gotta be at weigh-in soon.
Oh, we're going to sign autographs, aren't we? Yes.
Let's go.
All right.
I got it right. Yeah, I got it.
JT's a fan favorite in Leesburg, Florida.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, all right.
I think they met him last summer at Myrtle Beach. No, not
possibly.
I think they just wanted his name and ID for who
Awesome.
passed him.
Looking forward to it, guys.
Oh, that's super cool.
John.
You might have a built-in fan base there at the weigh-in coming
How
up.
many
in
other sports
30
would you
minutes.
see the superstars just pull over and sign a few autographs
Hey, y'all
right
guys
during
have a good day. I gotta
competition?
get the weigh-in.
Get going, man. Get going.
Thank you.
Oh, they're gonna sign a bait
Here you
too?
go.
What?
I thought he was gonna sign a baby.
All right, guys, have a good day.
Give a
See
few
ya.
of those flapping hogs.
All right, guys, get it.
See ya.
Way to go, JT.
Good for him.
Don't worry, that kid's in the opens right now. He's going to be a rookie next year on the Elite Series, and he's going to be taking JT's money.
Our outlook for tomorrow, TH Marine Weather Watch shows us 85 degrees, a little bit warmer than today, sunny. Of course, not much in the way of wind or precipitation. A little bit warmer tomorrow night. So another just perfect day in paradise here in Central Florida. No doubt about that. Who's going to be the 10 out there on the water? We're only going to carry 10 into Championship Monday. Right now, Kyle Norsetter, the last guy in as it stands right now. Those are all unofficial. There's your cut line, Brandon Lester. First guy under the cut line right there. If he could catch a 2-pounder, 2.5 pounder, he could
Be right
ascend to
there.
that. Unofficially, of course, it's all depending on the final weights, but that's kind of the math he's up against right now. Needs something 3-ish before weigh-in to give himself a good chance.
We're
at being here
trying,
tomorrow.
getting down to the nitty gritty, but man, a big bite would mean a whole lot right now. Came to a different lake. I'm just flying off the cuff right now. I ran a couple brush piles. I just wasn't feeling it. There was some fish out there, but I wasn't feeling that, so I came back up shallow, reeling my swim jig around. I'm just gonna fish new water the rest of the day. Sometimes that's what you gotta do, just get a fresh feel for everything. I hadn't made any casts on any of this stuff. I have caught them here in the past several years ago, but we'll see what happens. We got a little bit of time left.
Lester and Paul Mueller, the only two knocked out of our top 10 by Joseph Webster with 14.5 and Jordan Lee with 15.5 on Bass Track.
Well, Webster had that 14.5 early this
Long
morning.
time
Oh,
ago.
my gosh, first hour.
8:17 a.m. he was, I think his last fish game. Paul Mueller has had his limit for an hour, but they're only about 5.5 pounds. He's fallen to 17th place on Bass Track. That's about what is smaller than his big fish on each day.
Okay.
How far of a drive is it to the St. John's?
I hadn't even looked at it, to be honest with you, buddy. I don't know.
Pitched in there and went,
Can't be too far. I wouldn't think it's over.
fishing line.
Kyle North setter still where he's caught quite a few fish a day. The other three anglers there on the 4-box are all just kind of fishing places on their way back, making a stop or two before they go on in.
Seems like they like it here when I shake it. When I shake it's when they always bite it.
Apopka didn't produce the big giant bag expected. Ed Loughran's like at 11-10, and Watley's just at 10 pounds, and I think Hackney's around 12.
I still got faith. I'm feeling something.
Tomorrow could be the day.
And if tomorrow's not the day, they better leave and not try Tuesday because they need to be at the St. John's.
Yeah, it
for
won't
practice.
work here
Yeah.
on Tuesday. No.
And to answer that question, St. John's isn't that far, at least if you think about Lake George. If you were in the northeast corner of Apopka and you just needed to go right over there, George is not that far, but to think of how many miles it is from the bottom of Lake George up to Palatka City boat ramp and take off where we're going from, that's the time that it'll take, an extra.
Yeah.
It's probably just as far as it is from the Harris Chain to the bottom of George as it is from George to up to Palatka.
Yeah, before this weather delay, I was going to fish Apopka on Wednesday, but now I won't have time to go and do that.
Oh, well.
Be a good place to
another time
catch a big one or two and not be there on tournament waters.
Hour and a half from Leesburg to Palatka.
Now you've got
Lake
your
George is
scouting
probably
report.
half of that.
Yeah, I know where not to go.
Yeah, no need to go. Well, as it does wind down, we got to hear from Brandon Lester. He's desiring one big bite as we bring it into the Bassmaster studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And I wanted to highlight two different anglers that we have seen at least have a big day or are so close to making that top 10. And the first one would be Kyle Patrick, moving from 35th place up into roughly the top 15, give or take a few ounces. He really has a shot. Now that we saw reports that he was on his way back from Apopka. He went to Apopka and actually was one who had success there. Caught a 5-pounder, has 2 in the 3 range. He may have that 313, may end up being a 4+ pounder. That will help him for sure because he's sitting around that 15-pound mark. If he got up to 16, 17 pounds, he'd have a really good shot to make it. And one way, when he gets back to either Dora, which he already made it through the Dora Canal, Eustis if he stops there, or if he comes back to Harris, he has an opportunity to replace a 114 and a 2-pounder. If those two go, he could maybe turn that 35th place instead of a 13th. It could maybe be Championship Monday tomorrow for Kyle Patrick. And then Brandon Lester mentioned, I need one more big bite, and that would just add another little chapter in what a great resume it's been in the state of Florida. We stated this, but it is unprecedented to have this kind of track record on your home body of water, rather less 4 different big bodies of water in a state that is foreign to you. And so when we think about his record, we can now add 24 events. He's going to make the top 40 as long as he makes it back to weigh-in in time today. So that'll be 14 out of 24 that he's in the top 40. And I say top 40, they say, why? Well, top 50 make the cut. Top 40 is what it's been for the Opens for years for a check. So top 40 check in the Opens or a top 40 in the Elite Series events. He's done that 14 out of 24 times, and then he's had 10 now if he finishes in the top 15 today. 10 out of 24 events he's been in the top 15. He'll be over $200,000, and boy, that is a ever so sturdy track record when we're not even thinking about the Harris chain. We're thinking about Okeechobee, Kissimmee chain, St. Johns River, and the Harris chain. Florida is very, very special, and it is a home away from home for Brandon Lester. So that would add another chapter if he can fish tomorrow, or we'll have another rookie like Kyle Patrick make a big comeback. We said it yesterday. It's lining up. This tournament is somebody in the 30s could make a big jump because the door was wide open and maybe slide in the top 10. And Kyle Patrick's been the one from the 30s to make that move today. And he did it from Apopka.
Paul Mueller, tough day for Paul Mueller, falling out of the top 10. And down into 7th place. It has been a magic 10 months for Kyle Patrick, hasn't it, Ronnie? I mean, winning at the end of his EQ thing to making it and there was a 1 point in the Classic on the final day when he was within just a couple of pounds of our winner.
It's a little bit shallow, and those boats are real tight.
Yeah, and to think that Kyle Patrick and Tyler Williams with 3 Opens left, they were they all but out. Tyler Williams was 27th in the Opens points with 3 events left. He wins at Watts Bar. I believe he had a solid finish at Ozarks. He might have made the top 10. If not, he was just outside. And then finishing in the top 10 from Griffin at the Harris chain last fall to make it.
One more of these I want to go into. I should have just went into. I caught one.
Caught him when he needed to.
I caught one out of one of them. I'm like, just go to one that's new, and just try that.
Kyle Patrick almost fell out here at Harris Chain. He was 6th going into that final event, ended up 10th his last
I've been fishing, some of the same stuff today, and I probably shouldn't have done
79th
it at
there.
all. Except
Bobby
for that
Lane
first
almost overtook him.
This looks good here. I should catch one in here before we gotta go. 237. Got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
5-pounder would do him good. He's got 4 1-pound evens.
Yeah.
I don't know
Get him
what
right
it would
there
do,
at the
but
cut.
it would be definitely like move you up a lot.
Been the key to success on the first 2 days. Having a big one.
According to that guy, all I got to do is troll the wall and catch a 5 and a 6. So. I was gonna ask him how many beers did he have before that. Everybody likes to claim that they know the winning hole, It is pretty funny. Oh yeah, it's like, we pulled a 7-pounder out of here yesterday. Not that we would if we could, because we know it's baloney. Most people that would catch fish like that, they're not going to tell you. They don't want you to know. You know what I mean? There's different types of people. People that catch fish don't want you to know their locations. Like I know, when we catch stuff back home, we're like, we don't want nobody knowing when it's recreational stuff.
I want to remind you what's going on also this weekend. Big event in the world of the Yamaha Rightways Bassmaster Kayak Series, having a big meet there at Possum Kingdom Lake on the Brazos River there, west of Fort Worth.
They actually had a weather delay, Tommy, so it turned into a one-day event today. So it's going to wrap up very soon, just like we're going to wrap up day 3. It's one of the many good stops on the Kayak Series.
Absolutely. Got one coming up in May as well, as you say. It's going to be at Lake Guntersville. And, you know, if you'd like to know more about it, maybe become involved in the ever-growing sport of kayak bass fishing, just check out the QR code there. Get some information and get yourself into it right now. Good way, good gateway into bass fishing. Some more of the local residents here. It's kind of a home version of Jurassic Park in some ways.
Hey, friend.
Some of these critters we have out here from
mossy back
from prehistoric times.
Is that Bill Lowen?
The old, red-eared, yellow-eared slider right there. Big old gator. Moving up, if you're out frog gigging, don't gig the ones with the red eyes. That's always a good policy. The white eyes are the frogs. Don't go after the red eyes.
You ever been frog gigging, Tom?
Oh man, many times.
Really?
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
Did it right there at Florence McFarland Park at Pickwick one night.
That's right. Top 10 is what it's all about here. Take a look at the cut line there, and Brandon Lester, who's been in the top 10 for most of this tournament, now finds himself just one fish out of that top 10. He's got a little time fishing left, but not a whole lot. Sure would be helpful to his cause if he could get one in the boat. Of course, these are unofficial. Nothing's official until they all get weighed. The final day.
And we could see a surprise at Mercer's weigh-in with the guys who are off Bass Track.
That's true.
Krieger, Ike and Ellie, if they had 19 to 20 pounds, they could get in that top 10. Hamner is in there. Chank Cherry is within range.
And we don't know yet on that.
And by the way, I texted the marshal or the media member that was with Hank Cherry when he idled by yesterday, because you thought he said 27 or whatever. It was 3 for 7, and he ended up with 10 pounds for the day. So, but it was 3 for 7. So I was like, oh my, if he does have 27 on Bass Track, we need to know. I forgot to mention that, y'all, that he said that they had about 10 pounds at the end of the day.
Now I could sleep tonight.
Yeah, you were worried.
Boy, somebody who's saying what if from the Harris Chain Open last year. Kyle Austin, our Sandy Cooper winner. He was 8th to begin that in the EQ points, fell to 12th with an 88th place finish. He had 4 fish on the final day. It was only a 2-day event. He catches a 2 1/4 pounder. He's fishing the elites this year. Maybe he wouldn't have won Sandy Cooper.
He wouldn't have
then.
won Sandy Cooper Open, though.
Yep.
Yeah. He may have
It all
won that
happens for a
fork.
reason.
He may have won at Toledo Bend.
He could have still won Santee.
Oh, he could have, but he'd been
Yeah, he could
distracted,
fish it.
you know. He'd have been distracted with the Elite Series stuff.
Probably, yeah, he'd probably be beyond the open stuff at that
Yeah.
point.
I don't want to punch down on my opponents,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know.
why would he?
It was very cool. He was saying, you know, I had kind of planned to go to the Classic, but now I really plan to go to the Classic, and we're able to see him at the Expo and be able to shake some hands and thank some sponsors who've supported him, and now he's an Opens champion. Be at Ray Roberts next year with the boys.
All our anglers inevitably going to make it to Venetian Gardens there. Our way in sight. There's a drone shot of the premises there. And just beyond the shoreline, we see where many of our 50 anglers are putting the final touches on their day, trying to maybe scare up one more catch before they have to go check in and get ready for weigh-in time. Dave Mercer will have that whole system going here shortly after 3 o'clock. You can catch it all right here, Bassmaster.com for sure.
If you want to know where there's a patch of hydrilla, well, there you go.
It'll be there Tuesday as well.
Beautiful area there. It really is.
It's just gorgeous. Had perfect weather, just a great day, great week here. We just had trouble with that scheduled first day on Thursday, and otherwise it's been very doable all through and just excellent the past 2 days.
We could just start doing that for our back-to-backs and just only do 2 days of practice. Like it worked out fine at the St. Lawrence. They caught more weight than they've ever caught before. If the St. John's turns out good, it's all
I
good.
think you'd have a lot of the elite anglers agree with you. So that'd be fine. Give them a day off.
Yeah.
And 2 days of practice.
Yep. Monday off, Tuesday, Wednesday fish, Thursday through Sunday fish again.
Yep.
Like you pointed out earlier, Davey, they do a lot of their work, with their laptop.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They certainly do.
And 93 93 guys will have 2 days off. They'll have the final day off, and then they'll have the most days,
It's JT Tomkins from above and from the boat, just around the corner from takeoff.
I don't know how many people can say they caught a 6-pounder and signed autographs on the same day on the water before getting in to weigh in.
Maybe these people on the boat had seen him catch a 6-pounder.
They might have been watching.
They sought him out.
He thought he was being chased in the canal, but they were just trying to come up and say, hey.
Got 5 minutes.
I forgot to mention as well, Kyle Patrick, 35th, he's got 30 more minutes to fish.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because he's the second flight. So that's why that was the tag into the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge there was he's got a 114 and a 2 that he needs to cull, and he gets 30 more minutes compared to Lester because Lester's in the first flight trying to make it in.
Tomkins with our best bag today, 19.2 on Bass Track, but John Garrett, 61.10 total, 17.11 on Bass Track today. He's within about that size bag of beating Buddy Gross's high water mark of 77.11 here last time, 2022.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, see if they can beat 22 out here.
Garrett may be a little shy, maybe closer to 63 than 61.10.
It is crazy that the 10th place angler to make the cut is 1 pound heavier than John Garrett's 2-day total. John Garrett had 43.15 after yesterday, and right now 44.12 is the weight to get you into the top 10 after 3 days.
Wow.
So that just shows you the difference in the gaps that we could have between 1st and 10th for championship Monday as you roll out.
It's not normally that much gap there, but all the talk about the lakes here at the Harris Chain being so off, and you look at the weights from when we were here 2 years ago, there's not a lot of difference there. John Garrett's gonna, I think he's gonna be more than Buddy Gross to win.
Right.
And those, the number of 20-pound bags that first day.
7, yep.
It's, the numbers aren't, it's not like the fishery is, the Dead Sea compared to 2 years ago is very similar when you really look at the weights.
The one big thing is it
Any
seems
big ones?
through the field for sure.
Oh, you caught it late? Jeez. Yeah, sucked.
Yeah, 28.7 got you cut.
I was major
48th,
sad.
that was what our cut line. 28.7 sent you home in 22.
Had me buried.
And we were at 23, so that's the only.
I had her locked up, and I was just gonna go get her.
25
she
to
just started
50
running
weight.
away from me and broke it. It's like, what in the world?
Well, I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, starting to gather for the weigh-in. The weigh-in action starts 3 p.m. shortly after check-in there. Dave Mercer, the whole crowd, 50 anglers to show what they did, leaving nothing on the table on this day. Got to make it into the top 10, do or die. Get to see some good bags of fish. We'll get to see some folks with a little bit of disappointment on their faces, but that is life at the top of the bass fishing world. That's the way it goes. It's always fun. Dave makes it fun for everyone.
He does. Dave Mercer does an incredible job bringing that energy every day, all day, every day. He really does.
Very few people in the world can do that. I mean, that's a. You got to make a show of reading the scores Come on. There's no other sport where,
The
where that falls
classic's
to
one
anyone
thing.
to do. Yeah.
The classic's one thing, but day in and day out.
Nothing
every
crazy
fishery we go to.
happened. Just another good day, I don't really know what's gonna happen if I'm in or not. Like, they're gonna have to catch him though for me not to be in. That's all I'm saying. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm just happy to be out here. I'm happy to be on the Elite Series. It's such a privilege to be here. There's a lot of boats sitting there.
What do you reckon the biggest fish was today?
My biggest fish?
Yeah.
The first one, 4 pounder. I mean 3.5. Yeah, that was a cool way to start. I lost that one big one, but that's part of it. I land a lot more than I lose, and that's a good thing. See if I can get a beach spot.
2, 3.
Guys, we just checked in here on day 3 here on the Harris chain. Had another blessed day. Got a pretty good bag. I don't know, 18, maybe at the most 19 pounds. I'm definitely happy with it. Got to do it one more day. I don't. Every time I go fish that area, I'm like, can I get another one? Can I get another one? Will I get a bite? But it's happened so far, and man, maybe it can happen one more day. That's all we need. So definitely a blessed week, and fingers crossed and prayers out that we get some tomorrow. That's the goal.
Yeah, he's got to be asking himself, does it have one more day? Because he hasn't got a lot of bites there. And today, the size went down a little bit.
Size went down, and he's leaned on it 3 days in a row. It's, yeah, I think we've seen this scenario before. Can I make it work one more time? Does he have anything in reserve? That's something that's kind of an unknown right now.
A big bonus will be if he could get, instead of a 1 pounder or 3 or 4 1 pounders, if he got anything substantial, 1 3 pounder on a starting spot or a shad spawn thing he goes and does before going to his spot, that would be the mental tax off of him.
The thing that concerns me a little bit, and I think if he's got a little wind tomorrow, if he's got even half the fish that have been there the last 2 days, he'll be able to get a higher percentage of the fish there to bite, so he'll be okay. But Cody Huff's been fishing there too. It's not like he's just had it and caught. Yeah. But I mean, there's another very good fisherman that's been there and fished it really hard. Has only caught a fish or two a day there. So it's not been easy at all. But a little wind will help him there tomorrow. If he doesn't have wind there tomorrow, it could be really tough.
Closest pursuer is that man we just saw a second ago there, J.T. Tomkins, with the best bag of today, as far as we know, 19 pounds plus. So definitely of concern. Definitely could make it very, very interesting tomorrow.
We were worried about KJ Queen fading away yesterday because it wasn't that easy for him, and today was an uptick, and now he's in the top half of our top 10. He'll have a shot, and guys like Brad Watley have shown if they stay close what they could do. We're going to see another game plan adjustment from multiple people probably tomorrow.
That'll be interesting to watch. I want to see what they can come up with. There's so many different things they can do, different choices to make, and everything on the line tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like for KJ and a few of these anglers, there's a couple fish keep coming up to get on bed every day, and I think KJ's capitalized on that where we haven't seen anyone else really do that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's hurt. Oh my gosh!
2 rookies on top. What else is new on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year?
One bite can keep you in it. He doesn't get this fish. Trey McKenna's not fishing tomorrow, but if he gets 2 of these, he's got a shot to win.
Yeah, talk about rookies. There you go. #1 rookie of the year so far. Trey McKenna will be in the mix tomorrow. We'll have 10, and we won't know exactly who that is until the weigh-in is completed. It's going to start here just around the corner. Our coverage continues tomorrow right here on Bassmaster.com. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We will get it cranked up and bring you 7 full hours of coverage, taking you all the way to check in tomorrow. Championship Monday.
Oh, yeah. It ain't over till it's over, baby.
Come on. Go!